Okay, we are live. Swali letu la leo, has the war on corruption been weaponized as claimed by Tanga leaders? Tanga leaders led by one, the DP, na wale wengine wote wakiwemo kina Oscar, Kipchumba, Murkomen, Sudi. So let's discuss this. Pengine wale vijana wa Karatina walokuwa wakiandamana, pengine hawaelewi the process, so maybe walikuwa naona their MP is being targeted. So okay, naona mnaomba link. Acha niweke link hapo kwa comment section, alafu tuweze kusonga mbele. Asante wafuasi wa isho, Kizito Patrick, Moeji, Florence Machengo, Evans Kakada, Diani Hits, Moses Kenya Politics na Oyuga Ayaga. So guys, karibuni sana.
Leo watu wa Tanga wameshindwa hata kuingia, hawajui waseme nini.
Sielewi Kiswahili, niongeleshe Kijerumani bwana. Mimi si Tanga.
How are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm just there. I'm just waiting to hear how people are defending corruption.
We are not defending corruption. Maybe we are being targeted, man. You see, 2022 is coming.
That is the only problem.
Anji, tuliiba kitambo na tunashikwa leo ba.
Hai Kizito, mambo?
Hai, poa sana.
Poa.
Niko poa, naona tu vile leo mmekuja ku support corruption. Corruption lazima iendelee, bora uko na pesa.
Kuna prophet anatuambia
mambo.
Mbwale. Poa sana Angela, umeshindaje Nairobi?
Niko tu.
Kuna kushinda inaitwa iko tu ama niko tu?
Nimesema niko tu.
Okay, hujashinda poa, hujashinda vibaya, wewe uko tu.
Sijashinda vibaya, sijashinda poa, lakini niko tu hapo katikati.
Okay, asante sana, karibu.
Sasa kama tunangoja watu waingie, niko tu na swali moja. Mkipata Rigathi Gachagua hakuwa amepoteza hizo pesa ama kupata njia ile mbaya, na ama mkipata alikuwa amechukua kwa njia mbaya, eti ni corruption, Kenya itaenda wapi? Na tena kitu ya pili, nimengoja waende hata kwa street tuone vile tear gas inachapwa. Hakuna hata mtu anaenda kwa street.
Guy, wacha nikwambie Kizito, labda haujaona. Wacha nikwambie labda haujaona, unaona barabara ya kwenda Nyeri haipitiki by the way.
Ile ilikuwa tu kati ya watu wawili au wa Nyeri wote wanagombana kivyao. Tunataka waende CBD.
Wanaweza kuja CBD, si kwao. Wana nini kwao?
Lakini si nani yako Kiambu. So wanakuja karibu mahali yako.
Wezi jua. Wajaluo tu ndo wanajua maandamano. Wakikuyu wajua.
wanataka wakue karibu na kwao ambapo tear gas ikikuja umejua.
Tear gas ikikuja anajifungia kwa nyumba.
Kizito, wewe unafurahia wafuasi wetu wakipigwa tear gas leo?
Si tulikula hiyo tear gas, so tumezoea. Wacha tu wakuje CBD, waende Uhuru Park, waanze na Uhuru Park. Si tu wanaenda wanakaa karibu na ofisi yao ama kwa RUTO Karen, wanapiga kelele, tunaenda saa hii, tunaenda. Nimengoja hata nione mahali wamefika. Naona tu hata watangazaji wanatangaza tu vitu zingine, hata hakuna mtu amefika.
It's all right. Lini kamata Friday maybe. Na mtu aliniambia jana ni my party leader.
Eti?
Mtu ananiambia mtu next kushikwa ni my party leader.
Nafikiri kuna mtu ameacha nini yake naongea, saa kelele inaingia.
Duncan, zima mic yako tafadhali.
Clinton, umejua Kenya kuna wenyewe
ni kureplace na mwenye amezima mic. Wako wengi sana hapa chini. Yeah.
Hey, Ayaga leo Ayaga yuko. Leo kutakuwa moto. Yeye ndiye akuja tuambia, yeye na Rupia na Wekesa ndio tunangoja kuja watuambie kwa nini mtu akishikwa. Kila mtu anakuwa tu.
Zima mic yako alafu nikuweke kwa screen. Cause umechukua space ya mwenye anangojea.
Bena ndivyo lako. Ulimulamu. Ndimo mlafu adaiwe.
Nkuru mzeza. Obolandi.
Ndimo.
Excuse me guys. Duncan, usime mic.
Leo ni leo.
Bernard, leo watu waacha watu wa UDA waingie watu waambie walishinda Kiambaa ndio kumena wanapatikana wako na pesa laundry.
Tunawasubiri, hebu avutie kama wataki kuja tuwabebe. Waambie tutatuma DCI walete.
Ndio waseme wanatafutwa.
Mbunge wa Kiambaa alienda akasimama na Rigathi Gachagua. Hatuwezi acha moja wetu. Hata kama hatuja
hapo naye Gladys Solei peke yake ndio nimeona kwa hao watu wote wanapiga kelele. Gladys Solei tu ndio mtu ametokezea. Hata Alice Waume mwenye anasema yeye ni lawyer, wakipeleka hata Kipchumba Murkomen, Gladys Solei au malawas wote wangeenda huko.
Waende kufanya nini?
Sikusema hao watu ndio waliona hao ndio waliona vile alipata hizo pesa.
Kweli.
Haya Yaga.
Sito leo umefurahi. Umekula omena na ugali?
Na ugali ile ya wimbi.
Ni hivyo nimeona tu.
Mimi nimefurahia tu vile mtu akitajwa tu, yani ukiiba kitu unakula peke yako, lakini kama we ni mrengo fulani umeonewa, unatafutwa.
Kizito, mwalimu wangu wa inaitwa nini, geography, hii kitu wanafundisha huwa kutumia map, alikuwa anasema dunia ni duara, itazunguka hivi, kesho ikuwe ni nyinyi.
Ndidi Nyoro alisema government wanunue wa stock tear gas. Hizo tear gas zina expire. Watokezee leo. Umeona hizo lieutenant wenye wamechaguliwa, the president anahakikisha next year kuna kucheza. Ukicheza tu kidogo utaona ile tear gas yenye itakuwa.
By the way, nimemiss kuona watu wakipigwa tear gas Kizito. Si mrudi tu opposition, hii mwaka moja imebaki at least. Tuoneone venye inakaa. Bado iko na moshi ya white. Ama ni moshi green.
Hakuna mwenye alizaliwa kuwa opposition. Hata si tuna enjoy government sahi, hakuna tear gas, waje expire.
Maswala ya opposition.
Unajua Kizito, tear gas ni ushuru wetu. Sasa kama hazifanyi kazi then sisi ndo tunaenda hasara.
Mwenye alioda tear gas alifanya corruption. Huyo pia lazima shikwe. Alioda akidhania watu opposition wataenda kwa street Uhuru Park. Wamebaki wale wenye wanapiga tu kelele Karen, kelele huko Nyeri. Hawezi fika, hata hawezi thubutu kufika CBD.
Okay.
Na CBD ujua General Mbariti wa yuko hapo.
Unajua sasa hiyo ukiongoza maandamano inaweza bambika sana, lakini hao hawajui maandamano ni nini. Hawajui kuandamana.
Anji, sisi wacha nikuambie, mimi hata hapa mahali niko nimeorganize maandamano yenye imechukua 4 good days. Lakini tulisikizwa.
So guys, see hizo 10 minutes zimetosha.
Yep.
Nataka nijue kina nani wako Tanga they defend themselves. Kwa hapa naona tu wale wa Capitol Hill walishatoka huko kuchukua handouts. Sasa wamekuja. Ndio Ben, party leader wako alionekana Mombasa akipeana. Na sijui
generosity hiyo ni Biblia. Inasema mkono wa kuume usione ile mkono wa kushoto inafanya. Hiyo iko sawa. Lakini ya kujitangaza kwa madhabahu eti natoa 1500, hiyo ni hypocrisy. Haifai.
So party leader wako alipeana 52 aende akaanzishe biashara.
Haina sio kuanzisha biashara, anunue chumvi na omena apike.
Mimi niliona ni 52.
Omena kikombe moja, alafu nyanya na kitunguu.
It's all right. So guys, hizo 15 minutes zimetosha, tunaweza tukaanzisha show. Na karibuni kwa wale ambao mmefika. Mada. Let us nini? Inaitwaje kwa Kiswahili? Tujikite kwenye mada. Tunaongelea corruption. So I don't expect others or other things unless uko na kitu special kama yule dada yetu ya jana, asijui alikuwa anaitwa Pepshe, mwenye mlikuwa mnamjua. Alikuwa na jina lingine, sisi wazee kutamka inakuwa ni shida.
By the way, Clinton, yule msichana wa jana, kuna hii group inaitwa Amrak, sijui Amrak is something, I think Wekesa kikuja anaweza kuambia. Hiyo group walisema au wasichana wenye wako Gulf, especially Saudi Arabia, the only problem they don't want to go to this registered agent. Ama unaweza pata kuna shida, wameenda kuchukuliwa kutolewa kwa huyo mdozi wake, anakuja anakutana na boyfriend yake na wanapotea. So hiyo ndio inaleta shida. Sasa anaanza kuishi bila chochote. Na huyo boyfriend yake kumbe anataka tu kwa siku 2-3 na amechoka na yeye. So ajui aende wapi. Huyo alikuwa kwa TV, haikuwa nini. So
hata hapa uko kwa TV. Hata hapa.
Yeah, si ndio nasema hata huyo alikuwa kwa TV. So nasema kama huyo dada wetu, that is the secret. Huyo mtu alikuwa amesema vizuri. Hao watu waende juu wale wako partnership, wako na polisi wetu huko. Ambapo kama kitu imefanyika, the only problem alikuwa amesema hao wasichana wako na shida ya ukweli. Kama huyu msichana mwenye alikufa, alienda mpaka akatolewa, kufika airport akapotea. Nani atamtafuta? Hiyo ndio shida. So nani yule mwenye alikuwa jana, mwenye anakuja kusikiza tu naongea, anataka tu asaidiwe huko Saudi Arabia. Sisi hatuwezi. Mwenye anaweza ni wale wa Amrak, Wekesa najua, ama Bernard, kama ulisikiza nini ile discussion, sijui ilikuwa Citizen, waende wa register au wako connected na government ya Kenya na labor ya Kenya na huko, na wako na police wa Kenya huko pia. Government imetuma ya kuchunguza, DCI ya kuchunguza hizo cases zao.
Okay. Thank you Kizito. Au machache wanataka pengine kwa siku 2 peke yake wabadilike, waache kuchezea maisha ya watoto wa wenyewe.
Najua mtu hajawahi jua mtu hupanda chenye unavuna. Unapochezea mtoto wa mtu siku 2 unamdamu, jua pia we unazaa, ni mzazi una watoto. Malipo ni hapa duniani. Hivyo ndio pia kwako kutafanyika. Pia na watoto wako watafanyiwa hivyo. Si uongo.
Angela, umesema mtu hupanda anachovuna.
Yes, kama anadanganya pale, atasema ukweli. Mtu huvuna anachokipanda. Hakuna siku utavuna mabaya na uvune mazuri. Ukivuna mabaya ukipanda mabaya unavuna. Ukipanda mazuri utavuna mazuri.
Sasa
inadanganya.
Sasa niko na swali kwa Freddy na Jack na Is it your first time kuingia? Because mnatupea tu echo by force. Na kuzimia mic na unawasha na kuzimia unawasha. Is it your first time?
Me?
Zima tu mic Freddy. Ni wewe.
Asitumie microphone.
Zima tu hiyo kitu iko kwa screen yako, basi inakaa microphone. Finya tu. Or mute, just mute your microphone ya simu. Jack, mute your microphone. Omosh, mute. Inaleta echo sana. Asante. Si tuanze show. Wale wa UDA, mtu wa nani akisema point yake na una feel amekuguza, ameguza mtu wako, you have a right to interject. Tuanze na Alpha. Alpha microphone kama uko nasi.
Hello?
Yes.
Ndio nianze ama?
Yes.
Bwana. Najua nchi yetu inachekesha sana Clinton. Sababu mimi sijaona baba ana claim ama anatetea mtu wa ODM kama ameshikwa na corruption. Lakini sasa naona watu wa UDA wanasema wanaonewa, sijui wanachukulia advantage ya unaitwaje kule kwa juzi kwa waliwin uchaguzi juzi wapi Kiambaa. Sasa mtu kama anashukiwa na mambo ya ufisadi, waachie wale wahusika wachunguze, kama ni kweli achukuliwe hatua. Lakini hii mambo ya sijui ni mtu wetu, Kenya haitasonga mbele, kwa sababu tukiangalia hata kama ni mtu wa Jubilee ama wa UDA ama wa ODM, akishikwa na corruption tunamtetea, nchi itasonga wapi? Tutakaa pale pale tu. Sasa mimi ndiona mtu kama yule gavana aliye na kesi ya mauaji ya yule msichana Obado yule, sijaona baba anamtetea kabisa ama anatoa sauti sijui nini, sijasikia. Kuna Kidero alishikwa na hizo vitu za ufisadi Nairobi, sikusikia baba anamtetea, na yeye ndio kiongozi wa ODM. Sasa katika viongozi wa Kenya, mimi kiangalia Raila ana uongozi, atetee mtu hata kama yuko pande gani ama upande gani. Akishikwa na ufisadi ama kesi ya mauaji, yeye anaachia wale wahusika wanadili na hizo issue. Lakini sisi tukiangalia mambo ya mtu wetu, Kenya haitasonga mbele. Sisi kama Wakenya tuachie wale wanaohusika hizo idara za ufisadi, idara za uhalifu wafanye kazi yao. Sasa kama wale watu leo sijui wametoka wanaandamana, sasa wewe ukipigwa risasi, ukiuawa ama ukijeruhiwa, nani atakutetea ama utalaumu nani? Huyo Gachagua amjui yoyote. Gachagua ni yeye na familia yake na corruption zake, ama kama si corruption ni yeye. Kwa hiyo Wakenya wenzangu, ukiona mtu anashukiwa na ufisadi, kaa kando, achia idara ifanye kazi yake. Hiyo ndio Kenya itasonga mbele. Lakini hii mambo ya mtu wetu, lakini mimi na support baba Raila sana. Baba Raila hata kama ni mtu wake ameshikwa na hizo vitu za corruption ama uhalifu, yeye huwa ananyamaza na achia idara ifanye kazi. Kwa hiyo ndio maoni yangu. Tuwe wa kweli na tuachie idara zifanye kazi zake, ndio tutasonga mbele.
Asante Alpha.
Yes.
Ulisikia wakati Governor Anne Waiguru alikuwa anakuwa impeached. ODM walitoa statement wakasema anaonewa na pengine wafuasi wa William. So kwa hivyo ODM kama chama tutasimama na Waiguru. Pili, wakati wa COVID billionaires, kabla ya EACC kumaliza uchunguzi wao, baba alijitokeza akasema hakuna pesa imepotea. Hapo alikuwa anatetea wale wafisadi, ama ni ukweli alichunguza peke yake akaona hakuna pesa ilipotea, ama wewe unaonaje?
Clinton, baba si DCI. Unaona? Baba yeye ni kiongozi wa upinzani. Unaona? Sasa baba yeye alitoa maoni yake kwamba hakuna ufisadi. Lakini sasa ni DCI ifanye kazi yake. Hata leo baba akiambiwa ana kesi ya kujibu kama ni ya ufisadi, yeye atadili na DCI. Unaona? DCI ifanye kazi yake, si mambo ya kwamba ati baba amesema basi ni hivyo.
Okay, kabla Ben aseme kitu, swali langu la mwisho, kwa najua Ben ananikujia. Swali langu la mwisho kwako Alpha.
Yes.
Ni kwamba hata saizi Rigathi Gachagua ameshikwa, ndio maana unaona wafuasi wote wakiwemo wabunge wa UDA walifika pale kusimama naye ama kuwa into solidarity with him. Na saizi tunasema kwamba aachwe abebe msalaba wake mwenyewe, wanasiasa waache kuingilia. Lakini baba akisema kabla ya uchunguzi kufanywa eti hakuna pesa imepotea KEMSA, hiyo hajaingilia. Lakini Ndindi Nyoro akisema jamaa ameshikwa kwa sababu ya Kiambaa, hapo ameingilia kazi ya DCI. Why the double speak?
Clinton, mimi nafikiri huu Gachagua hii kesi ya corruption ilitokezea kabla ya Kiambaa. Unasikia? Sasa ilikuwa ni uchunguzi unafanywa. Sasa wamekamilisha uchunguzi wao, ndo wameshikwa akajibu maswali. Nafikiri unanielewa
kabisa.
Kwa hiyo Clinton bwana, hebu tugeukeni bwana, tusiangalie sisi huu ni mtu wetu wala hebu tufanye changes katika hii nchi bwana. Tukishika hii mambo ya
unaona shida ni wanasiasa kuingilia process ya DCI ama unaonaje?
Mwanzo mimi kitu naomba mimi kitu naomba idara kama za DCI ama idara za kuchunguza mambo, idara za kuchunguza mambo ya nchi, mimi naomba zisiwe kwa serikali, mimi naomba ziwe private, yani zisihusike kabisa na serikali. Unaona kama South Africa zile ndo idara zinafanya kazi kweli. Asijali huyu alikuwa former president ama huyu ni rais sahi, asijali. Ukishikwa na kesi ni kesi. Naona kama France, yani kuna idara zinafanya kazi, hazitaki kujua wewe ulikuwa rais ama wewe rais sahi. Kwa hiyo Kenya, tafadhali tusiangalie mambo ya mtu wetu ama nini. Kama ni mtu ameshikwa na uhalifu, ni uhalifu, achunguzwe, akipatikana na hatia achukuliwe hatua.
Okay, thank you.
Ndio nchi itasonga mbele Clinton. Lakini tukiwa na ujamii hatutasonga mbele, tutabaki pale pale.
Asante sana Alpha, na maswali yangu hayakuwa personal. Ni engagement tu. Thank you.
Mimi nakuelewa, na mimi huwa sikuelewi Clinton, wewe unakuwa kama windsock. Mara yani sijakuelewa wewe ni wa ODM ama ni
windsock ndio gani? Windsock ndio gani? Nilisoma GHCR 1970 something.
Pole,
windsock ndio ile airport, ya?
Inapata upepo ile, usinaona. Sasa
ni sawa kama umeniona na kaa bendera.
Tangaza msimamo bwana.
Mnaweza nikujia na msimamo wangu bwana. Msimamo nitatangaza August next year. 2020.
Sawa Clinton bwana. Achia wenzangu watoe maoni yao. Asante.
Kabisa. Sasa huyo Ben alikuwa ananikujia. Ben, umefika wapi? Let me try unmuting you, Ben. Maybe devices zako zimehang. Zimekuwa loaded from Capitol Hill mpaka hazifanyi. Ben, I cannot unmute you because you chose to unmute yourself, so nimenyimwa hiyo nafasi. Okay. Nani anataka kuchangia?
Mimi, kama kuna mtu anataka kuchangia, naweza changia.
Relax. We ni nani uchangie tu hivi? Jonathan.
Yeah.
Sema nasi bwana. Na unafanya hiyo mic yako haraka, hatukupati bwana. Okay, Donald, keep career.
Clinton, kuna wapenzi mtazamaji na kuna wale wanachangia. Inasema wapenzi watazamaji
au wapendwa watazamaji. Si waseme nami. Donald, keep career, last chance. Achilia mic na useme bana. Wallahi unaweza kuja kwa show kutana na mambo.
Nikatakia nakula breakfast.
Swahili wengine tumelala njaa, but ni sawa.
Nani ako na njaa saa hii tumnunulie chakula?
Mimi hapa nimelala njaa.
Kama Kizito uniambia kama ako na njaa. Wewe akula mtu na njaa, kila mtu hapa ameshiba.
Okay. Donald Kipkorir, last chance. Unmute your microphone and say something. Yawa. Elijah Tinayo. Kuna watu wanategea backstage.
Nimerudi mimi.
Okay, Jonathan, proceed. Wakati natoa kina Donald na Eli Tinayo hawako nasi.
Basi mimi ni Jonathan kutoka Mombasa. Basi napenda hii channel yenu sana. Basi mimi nataka kuchangia ni na siku Rigathi Gachagua, hata ni juzi tu, ni I think Tuesday alikuwa akisema if I'm guilty waje wanishike. Sasa hiyo ni mambo gani yenye alisema? Sasa unaona yeye mwenyewe alikuwa amejichangia, kwa sababu akasema kama mnaona mimi niko corrupt, mbona sijashikwa? Nani atakuja kunishika? Ni sisi, mbona hawajakuja kwangu? So sasa ndio hiyo imehappen leo, wakaenda kwake wakamshika ama.
So kulingana na wewe alishikwa juu alisema kujeni mnishike, hana kosa?
Kila mahali mali alikuwa no, akisema hana kosa. Unajua wanasemanga curiosity kills the cat, kwa sababu like yeye alikuwa akienda kila mahali mwenyewe anasema mimi kama mnaona mimi nimeiba, ama kama mnaona mimi niko corrupt, mkuja mnishike. Kila mahali pale alikuwa akienda, hizo nini zao, rallies zao, akikuja kwa TV yoyote anasema hivyo. Like akiulizwa swali anasema, wanamuuliza like Rigathi Gachagua, una uhakika like hiyo madai ambayo ya corruption ambayo umewekewa ni ya kweli ama ni ya uongo? Anasema mimi kama mimi niko corrupt, si waje wanishike, mbona hawakuje kunishika? Mimi nakaa kwangu, so wanajua kwangu, waje wanishike. So maneno kama hayo, mtu ukisema hivyo alafu ukifuata alafu wanaanza kulalamika, sasa ndio mimi nashangaa.
Yeah. Kuna mtu ameniambia bendera ufuata upepo. So mtoto pia akililia wembe apewe.
Yeah,
Tena just to add one thing, add one thing in Jonathan. Yeah. You have to what we understand with Kenyan politics, these people, they can even arrest themselves because they go for sympathy. After they have been arrested, then the next day anaenda, unajua aliiba 12 billion. So hata akienda atoe tu atapewa bond ya 1 million, it doesn't even affect his account. Then anatoka nasema unaona walinishika bure, lakini huko nyuma bado kesi inaendelea. So apate ile sympathy. Thank you.
Unaona Clinton, mimi naona Kenya kwa sababu gani like corruption haiko that serious, kwa sababu unaona hawa watu wa bunge ama waheshimiwa wakishikwa, like mtu tutaenda jela, like utafikishwa kotini, utaitwa like kama tuseme like maybe umeiba like kama 12 billion. Sasa utaitwa kotini like maybe 2 billion, 5 billion. So that's a very easy money. So mbunge ama mheshimiwa atatoa hiyo pesa, ama mwenye ako corrupt atatoa hiyo pesa, alafu ataachiliwa Clinton. So hiyo ndio maana corruption haiwezi isha Kenya.
Sasa Jonathan, wewe unatoka Mombasa na kuna mbunge wenu anaitwa Aisha Jumwa. Alisema ukishikwa na DCI upelekwe pale ndani, utaambiwa sasa wewe si upige tu hivi kona kidogo kidogo tu hivi alafu hii maneno ikwishe. So si hata huyu Rigathi kesho asubuhi atapiga tu hivi kona, aende address press conference aseme nimepiga kona na hii maneno ikwishe.
Sasa hiyo ndio sababu baya. Sasa nitakuwa na like hizo zinadeal na corruption, na mahakama yetu na nini nafasi kuwe very tight kwa kuhusiana na mambo ya corruption, kwa sababu corruption is eating our nation, because like people are suffering with hunger, people are jobless, lakini kuna pesa bilioni nyingi sana zinaibiwa. Sasa hizo pesa sasa ndio what people are campaigning, they have started the early campaigns, people are now campaigning kwa sababu hizo pesa zenye people steal from, like wanasema people use like it was a tender. I was been given a tender, so I'm using a tender, but I'm not a thief, I'm not corrupt, so that's only the tender. Mimi pesa yangu ni halali. Kila mtu akisema hivyo sasa na pesa inapotea Kenya, hiyo itakuwa ni mambo gani?
Okay, thank you Jonathan. Swali langu la mwisho, kuna mbunge Aisha Jumwa, tunataka tumweke kwa goal. Unaona atatupea kura kweli? Juu akishika mic ni kama ataleta kura milioni 1 bana. Wewe kama mtu wa coast,
unaona nyinyi mnajua watu wanaonanga tu watu kwa TV, lakini hawajakuja kwa ground. Like kwa ground, like sema like hiyo Kilifi yenyewe na anasema kwa governor, hawezi kuwa governor kwa sababu Kilifi yenyewe watu wake wamemkataa, wanasema hawezi kudeal naye kwa sababu anaongea mambo machafu, hawezi angalia TV na watoto, kwa sababu Aisha Juma anaropoka tu mambo machafu, like he's trying to gain her mileage, like anadhani atakuwa governor, but I don't think so.
Ni sawa, mmetukataa katakata kila mahali Kenya hii isipokuwa Kiambaa. Ben, jaribu mic yako kaa imerudi Ben.
Yes, I'm here now. Am I out here?
Kabisa.
Okay. Yeah, so do I answer your question or what do I do?
Which question Ben? Nilikuuliza swali kweli. Si useme tu clean, naomba nikuingilie. Uanze tu kuniingilia.
Bernard, wacha kuwa kama tangatanga people. You prepare your notes well. You know you are a big debater. So prepare don't talk when you still don't have anything to say.
No. I just wanted to set the record clear on the aspect of the DCI is targeting the friends of Buddha. That is a Tanga narrative that they want the nation to believe that the war against corruption is meant to stop the Buddha movement. This is not the fact on the ground because, for one, Kenya suffering from corruption haijaanza na UDA. Shida tulionayo na UDA ni kwamba mtu akiwa mentioned tu kwa corruption, they bring out the UDA narrative, which is not accurate. I am very disappointed that the DP himself is on Twitter doing the same thing he has been doing. I mean, what is he up to? If somebody is mentioned, everybody is what? Innocent until proven guilty. But you cannot be twisting out a case that is valid. Wewe kuanza kusema ni persecution, hawa ni martyrs of Christ, they are being targeted because they are associating with the DP. That is too junior for him. Hizo ni vitu ambazo tunatarajia wabunge wadogo huko chini wao wamekuja bunge mara ya kwanza wao wakifanya, sio yeye kama the second powerful person in the country. If he swore to defend the constitution and the constitution is supposed to fight corruption, he should be the one on the front line. If somebody is mentioned, let them go and clear their name, not to say that it's because they are associating with the DP. And the DP is supposed to take responsibility for the country. Kila anafanya sio akifai kabisa. Hiyo story ya Aisha Juma na hiyo story ingine, those are just political statements. Kama uko accused, beba file zako, enda kajitetee. Wacha kusema ni chama yako, kabila yako, ama region yako. Hii nchi ni yetu wote na lazima tuitetee kwa vyote vile. Asante.
Ni sawa. Donald. Can mute your microphone, Donald.
Yes, Clinton.
Yes, proceed.
Unanipata?
Yes.
I like how Bernard ameongea hapo hivi. Anasema kama umepatwa na kesi, enda ukajitetee. Yeye ameongea kama Mkenya sasa. Nataka kuuliza, hii time yote venye my elections violence inatokeanga, sisi wote tunakuanga wa Kenya. Mbona tusione kwamba that hao watu wawili wamekuwa wakishindana, and then after that election let's remain peaceful as wa Kenya, tuwajilie wale wandume wawili wenye walikuwa wakishindana wapambane. Kama Bernard anasema ukweli. Ya pili, is corruption should be fought from A to Z. Talk for example now that the Gachagua ameshikwa leo hii. He has been there all along. And this corruption allegation that is being mentioned to him, ni kitu imefanyika kitambo sana. By the time now that they have been seen associating too much with RUTO, this is the time now amekujiwa. Mbona akukujiwa from the first session penye alikuwa na from 2013, 2016, then leo anakujiwa. These corruption cases, mimi sijawahi ona Mkenya, not unless mtu mwingine aletwe outside Kenya akuja afford corruption. For example, KEMSA cases. Juzi walienda kotini. Kulikuwa na anything yenye walimention kwamba that tumeshapata watu wenye walipa mambo na KEMSA. These are now the people who stolen and this and should have to be let's say that they paid back the the theft, or they face the law. Hapa, we are claiming that sisi ni wa Kenya na tuapitu kila mtu atetee kifyake. But now we are going to a direction of political things. Even Bernard saizi ako politics. Hayuko kutetea corruption, because kama angekuwa kutetea corruption angesema waja huyu jamaa aenda ajitetee, akipatwa na makosa afungwe. And then another thing, tunao hakuna mtu mwenye ako na evidence kwamba that Gachagua amefanya makosa. No one. Ni mtu ameshikwa na ako kwa saizi ako kwa chela, atapelekwa kotini. Wacha apelekwe kotini a proof right kwamba that alichukua 12 billion ama hakuchukua 12 billion. And then another thing again. Ati aje?
What do you mean hakuna mtu ako na evidence? Wale watu wamemwarrest tu for persecution.
Yeah, amestakiwa. Yes, the
reason is being accused, there must be some evidence indicating that he has committed whatever that is being accused of. So if you say nobody has any evidence, what do you mean?
Let us wait. Yeah, aende kotini atitete aseme kwamba, and then when you charges are now to tell us that this person is guilty, alafu ahukumiwe ama alipe pesa inalipa.
The judges will rule into that in view of the present presented evidence against the accusation. So the police that arrested the person have the evidence why he should go to answer for the cases.
Bernard, everything is evidence. Everything that you take against a person is evidence. But now the person will prove whether that evidence is true or not true. So that person right now is innocent until proven guilty. Let's agree. Number two, we've had each and every person in Kenya is corrupt. Even you right now, you are corrupt because you want to say
point of interjection, please. I want just to interject Donald Kiprono.
Yes.
Mr. Donald, I think you are a Kenyan. You are not even a Ugandan. You yourself, how can you, do you know how much money, how worth Gachagua is? If going to court, all these things you are saying will not help, because he will go to court, he deny the charges, he come out with the bond of 1 million. 1 million is even a drop in an ocean. It will not even affect him. Then he come and start telling us that they never found anything, because when your case is in court and you paid the bail, they will keep on pushing it. When you are talking, don't talk of new corruption, talk of the old corruption. You want to fix us with KEMSA. When KEMSA is being wanaichunguza, these old ones, do you want us to forget them?
Okay. Not that I'm saying that let us forget this case, but even you, Gisito, you know that there are big fish, but these are small fish that are being followed. There are big fish who flooded this country from tail to head, and even you know.
But you don't know them. So I only know Gachagua. That is on the paper. I don't know somebody who has never been to court. I don't want coerce. I don't want to talk of something I don't know. What I've been hearing from politics, I don't want to hear something from politicians.
Talk about Matiangi with the Rorakalan.
That one, he has never been taken to court. You've been hearing, you heard it from politicians. Our politicians ni wembe. Wanakata kwenda na kurudi.
The case of Matiangi is in court. But because it's a state machinery, it is not.
First of all, is corruption bad for this country, or is it good for this country? Whoever practices corruption, is he helping the country or not? So that we will not say
corruption is not helping the country at all. Let me tell you, corruption is not helping the country at all. But the problem now is that They are not dealing with the people who are corrupt.
No,
But they are just looking for these small fishes who can be filling up.
That's who he is.
Donald.
Hello.
Let us
yes.
Let us not try to correct right and wrong. Corruption. When it comes to corruption, corruption is corruption. It doesn't mean when you are in Buddha, Jubilee, or ODM, or any other political party. When corruption, let's call corruption is corruption. Let's not like try to hide under the sweep the things under the carpet and say like, this one has stolen and that one has stolen. Why is this one not in court? Why is that one, his case is in court and the other one is not? Let us just call corruption corruption. Let us not just try to say because it's my person or my MP, let me try to defend him. Let us not just try to defend corruption. Corruption is corruption. It doesn't mean which side you are. Corruption is corruption, and it's eating our country very bad, you know.
Jonathan,
yeah,
I accept that corruption is corruption. I want to tell you that I accept that corruption is corruption. But this is the time now when I'll accept it to be dealt is when all the laws is being followed. Let's talk for example whereby someone is being picked, and the case is petitioned in court. Evidence is produced, but because you are state machinery, no is going to be charged. Anatoka tu hivyo. Watu wengi wameenda kotini, wamehukumiwa, lakini wanatoka hivyo bila anything. But hao wadogo sana ndio mtu anafinyiliwa. Ona, just see someone like Songo. Songo was someone who can, mwenye alikuwa akifight corruption from head to toe. Hata alikuwa akifight publicly, but because he was for alikuwa karibu na mtu mwingine, angewajiliwa akapelekwa kona akafinywa. Songo sasa anaonekana wapi? Nowhere to be seen because of just political things. But there are people who have looked at this country from me to talk about these people who is like owning the whole country. All the contracts is being awarded to them.
I think.
Okay,
Donald,
thank you, Bwana Donald.
Clinton, can Donald explain to us about Waititu? He knows about Sonko, he knows about this. Explain to us about Waititu.
Okay,
he was clean as pamba.
Before Donald explains about Waititu, Donald.
Okay.
The fact that Sonko alikuwa mwizi mdogo haimaanishi hiyo si corruption. Let us call a spade a spade. Hata kama ni mwizi mkubwa, mwizi mdogo, acha wawe wezi, waende wakamalizane na koti. Tafadhali.
Kidero pia, ajue.
Alafu Clinton.
Kidero is my next
Clinton
governor. Kesi zake zitaanza after 2027. Akimaliza kuwa governor.
Clinton. Tukubali. Clinton.
Yes, Donald.
Napenda venye umesema kwamba kuna wezi wadogo alafu kuna wezi wakubwa. I really agree that kuna wezi wadogo na kuna wezi wakubwa. Hata sisi sometimes tuko wezi wale wadogo kabisa, wa chini huko kabisa. But the thing is this, kama umechukua mkate kubwa, wacha wewe kwanza ufuatwe. Hii mkate kubwa at least wakawie watu wengine hapa hivi chini. And then wakuje ule kule sasa mwenye ako mdogo.
Donald, wewe ni comedian. Okay. Umefanya revolution hadi kwa wezi. Kuna wezi wa grassroots.
Tukipanda juu. Ama tena mbadilisha. Bottom up. Ama
bottom up, guys. Bottom up, lakini fanya hivi.
Tukipanda juu.
It is bottom up about kwa kusaidiana sasa. So huyu mwezi mdogo hapa hivi tumsaidie kwanza, at least afike mahali. But the thing is this, I'm not encouraging corruption. But now that these Kenyans are corrupt, even the leaders that we are, the big leaders, I don't want to mention it, kama the president ama nani, I don't want to mention their names. But even you, ukiuliza hizi unajua mtu mwenye ako corrupt, you say, oh, okay, I know them, but hakuna kenye imefanyika kwao. Saizi umekataa about Matiang'i kesi yake iko kotini saizi. But because it's a state machinery, because he's supporting the government, nowhere to be, hakuna pale atachukuliwa. Talk about Raila. Raila have been mentioning Uhuru have stolen this country from 2013, from 2013 and back there. Raila have been the white talk of this country. but saizi ako state ako ndani ya serikali aseme kitu chochote, hata yeye anakula.
Thank you.
So that tuseme aje sasa kwa wadogo wafinyiliwe ama wajiliwe.
Thank you.
I have one question to Donald, please. Donald.
Thank you. Donald ametumia dakika zake 15 tafadhali.
Raila aliwaambia list ya wezi na ile pesa ilipotea, mkasema yeye anachokoza vijana kwa sababu ni mzee, aachie wa vijana waongoze nchi. Okay? Akasema sasa hivi atanyamaza, ninyi mujionee yale aliyokuwa anasema. Sasa saa hii tena mmegeuka mnasema anakula.
Raila hakunyamaza, alienda State House akasalimiana na mzee akanyamaza. Mbona unasahau kusema alienda State House kusalimiana na mzee akanyamaza?
Mlisema nini?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Keep protect Donald na wale wote ambao wamekuingilia in a very positive way. So thank you. Jane.
Okay.
Donald, mute your microphone, Donald. Jane.
Hello everyone. Hello.
Jane, niaje?
Poa, sema.
Umepotea?
Nilikuwa nimeenda ka holiday kidogo.
Ama ni ile ndio ile nini?
But Clinton, kulikuwa heat wave last week kuanzia Friday imeisha jana. Hiyo unataka kukaa tu by the seaside kwa sababu ya jua.
Achana na seaside. Jua inakuanga kila siku.
Sasa jua Kenya hiyo hapa
Clinton mwende private chat bwana, mwende private chat kina Clinton.
Wariae wacha zao.
Wewe ndio tutakutoa.
Usitulete hapa pia bado tu socialize.
Urudi kama show itakuwa imekubamba. So Jane, swali langu nitakuuliza baadaye. So put your point, Jane.
Okay. Ambia Wariahe, apart from siasa, sisi bado pia ujuliana hali. Sisi ni mandugu na madada. Kwa hivyo asitulete akwende huko na akitaka head on aniface. I'm very good on head on.
Hapana Jane.
Huko.
Jane, yeye ndiye angeongea wa mwisho
after kila platform ni yake, Mtembei mwenyewe hana shida, yako na shida gani?
Asitulete. Yeye ndiye angeongea wa mwisho after kila mtu, but
huko
point yake atasema kwa private chat na tutaona.
Asianze kitu hawezi maliza.
Jane, your point
okay, mimi kwa nataka kusema I don't agree with watu wana riot kwa sababu ya Gachagua, because by the end of the day ye mwenyewe alisema amefurahi sana at least hii kesi itaenda kotini. The last 2 years wamemsumbua sana, na amesema ataprove vile alipata pesa yake, si ndio? Sasa sidhani kwa nini watu wana riot, na sijui kwa nini watu wanatoka kwa mtandao kujaribu kumkava sijui nini. Ile kitu tu mimi naweza sema corruption ni corruption. Nobody is above the law. Kama mtu amesemekana ameiba pesa na yeye mwenyewe anajua jaiba pesa, vile Bernard alikuwa amesema, abebe file yake aende ajiprove not guilty. Otherwise tukikuwa tukisema saa zote mtu ameiba akishikwa watu wanatoka wanasema mwizi wetu. We will never fight corruption in Kenya. Never. Kwa hivyo ni kila mtu, hata nobody is above the law. Mtu tu akisikika ameiba pesa aende ajitetee, aseme vile pesa yake ilitoka. Hakuna mambo ya kusema sijui huyu ni wetu, huyu si wetu, sijui hajaiba. Acha aende akaprove vile alipata pesa yake. That's the only way to fight corruption. Na ikuwe ni kwa kila mtu.
Jen, wakati tulikuwa tunaandamana Karatina, hatukusema mwizi wetu. Uko na evidence? Tulisema tu kiongozi wetu anaonewa.
Ujaona kwa mtandao leo watu wa Gachagua wakisema mwizi wetu?
Then hao waliongea after sisi tumetoka.
Yeah, pengine, lakini niliona. But
how pengine mliwalipa watu waridhie majina.
Mapana,
Ben can do that.
the only way we'll fight corruption, Clinton, is just kama DCI umeshukiwa, enda shikwe upelekwe ndani. He said he has got nothing to hide, akona evidence, akona kila kitu, na akasema amefurahi sana. He's gonna have a day in court because this has been going for so long, the last 2 years, so at least it will come to an end. Aende ajiprove. Nobody is above the law. Aende, hakuna hii story ati sijui mtu wenye akishiko mnaanza kudemonstrate. That is bullshit to me anyway. Otherwise corruption Kenya haitawaisha tukiendelea hivyo. Corruption Kenya haitawaisha.
But Jane, mimi niko na swali kwako. Kwa tu realistic, wewe ni Mkenya, umekuwa ukiwatch news. Si kuna upendeleo katika kuarrest watu ama katika kufight corruption?
Definitely hapo tunaweza sema kwa part moja, okay, vile Yuda wanasema wanaonewa. Anyway, tunaona anyway, it is one sided anyway, because this thing started kitambo, wakati watu wale wana support Ruto wanatolewa. Okay, hiyo iko. Lakini kama hii sasa wanasema ni 12 million or something na ni kitu inaonekana, na amesema atenda kujiprove, hiyo aende approve. Na understand? Although hiyo upendeleo iko, but at the moment now you wanna quote the amount of money that ameiba, na kama wanaweza prove aende tu ajitete. Amesema anaweza prove na ni kitu ilifanyika, alikuwa anasema ni kitu ilifanyika 8 years ago. So let him go and prove it. Innocent until proven guilty. That's all we can say. But sioni haja ya watu kwenda kudemonstrate ama demonstrations hours. They are not making sense to me at all. Because he said he's happy.
Yani mtu unafanya biashara na government agencies mpaka unafikisha 12 billion. Hey. Na wengine tunafundisha from Monday to,
in fact he should be among the first people
na tunalipwa 9k.
He should be among the people wale wanasaidia wa Kenya huko, wale wa Kenya wanakufa njaa. Kuna watu hawana pesa. He should be helping people. You understand? These are the type of people you should not even elect them at all. Kwa sababu wako na hizi pesa zote kwa bank na hata he's not helping anyone. Sisi watu tuko hapa diaspora, sisi ndo tunasaidia watu na pesa yetu kidogo kidogo. Tunasaidia families. Sisi ndo tunasaidia watu huko nje. Hizo 12 billion zake ameweka ni zake tu na familia yake. These are the type of leaders that we don't need in Kenya. I'm a Kikuyu like him, but I don't care. Me, I don't support you because you're a Kikuyu or anything. I support if you're doing right. You understand?
Haijadhihirika kwamba ako na hiyo 12 billion. Ndio tunaenda kuprove.
No, alisema ako nayo, lakini ni business alifanya. Alisema this is money. Amesema he will account for that money. So he said it is money that he has. Amekubali. Lakini alisema anaweza prove vile alipata hiyo money, hizo pesa. Which was the last 8 or 9 years. He said he can prove how he's got the money. You understand? And that's what we are going to wait, approve.
Kama amekubali then
akipatikana ako doji, arudisha hiyo pesa na profit juu. Arudishie gava. Yeah. Profit ya the last 8 years.
He said he has a
maoni yangu kwa sasa.
Okay, thank you.
Na waambie Wariahi achane na mimi.
Mimi siwezi kuachana na wewe kama unaleta private discussion hapa ni mali ya siasa. Utafanya? Hebu niambie vile utafanya. Wewe ndio Mtembei, hii si platform yako na Mtembei yako sawa nayo. So we were among the first people who started this platform. Kwa hivyo hakuna kitu unaweza niambia. Umeingia ukanipata nikiwa hapa huko post letter. Enda waambie Mtembei aniondoe.
It's okay Jane. It's okay Jane.
Relax Jane. So
pole sana.
Jane ameongea kwa sababu ya gender. So mtu next kuongea alikuwa nani? Alikuwa jamaa wa breakfast. Aongee tu, time ni yake.
Wacha nisalimie Bernard kwanza sababu akona ndani yangu. Aikifanyia kitu yenye sitasahau lakini tutaonana na yeye kando. Anyway,
Wariahi amesema personal issues mtakosana tu saa hii.
Tuwezi kusana sababu
hataki shida kwa hii platform yake.
I have all right to say what I want. Yeah.
Exactly. Wariahi ande yake
tukuje tukileta hivi
na kama watu
atuondoe.
wanadaiana deni waende mahali pengine, sio hapa.
Mbona unashinda ukitoa uso yako hapo?
Talk what they want.
Kwenda huko
You don't
waliae
have
wao
to
tulete hapa pia usi socialize. Sisi Juliana hali. Eli, say what you want. If he doesn't want, he can F off.
And I think any problem if you say what you want. You have the right to say what you want. You got your time utaongea tu kenye unataka kuongea, and I don't see any problem with that. So when it comes to the matters of today, vile Donald alisema, I guess it depends in Kenya. Corruption issues depends with who is doing it and the one you get unakula na nani. So it doesn't matter it's in the corruption too. That in a matter ni ukipata unakula na nani. So it's not about corruption too. They don't fight corruption. Wanna fight it too what? Because if they are fighting corruption, then it means anyone mwenye ameitajiwa wakishakuwa walipata kitambo na wakashikwa na maybe wakahukumiwa. Because some things, some cases ziko na mpaka evidence, kuna watu wanajitolea kukuwa na evidence, but because of who those people are, the case doesn't go anyway. So it depends with ni nani amefanya hiyo collab, hata kama ni nani. Because for example, kama ni mtu kama mimi sahi, nikienda pale nifanya hata anything less than even 100,000, hata hawatangojea hata evidence, na nitafungwa tu immediate the same day, ndashikwa na nihukumiwe. So it depends who ni nani. Because yes, I know I'm not a leader, but does it mean because you are a leader you do what you want? No. When inchi zingine ukishikwa na corruption manze, you are done. Wewe you are a corrupt guy, hata kama wewe ni nani, doesn't matter. So we should teach on ourselves, and then kuandamana because someone has been arrested. I think hizo ni rights zao kuandamana, but amuandamani because we want that guy out. Unaonyeshana asira zenyu, maybe because huyu mtu is the only guy mwenye ameshikwa, which is wrong. So if people are corrupt manzi, let's go for those people. Hata kama ni Matiang'i, doesn't mean it's just a minister, it's just a CS too of a country. So hata kama ni RUTO, it's just a DP. People are arrested by president, wanashikwa na hukumiwa. So manzi, it's not about corruption, is about who does corruption in Kenya. Hivyo ndivyo mambo inakuanga. So mimi maoni yangu ni ukishikwa manzi, hata ukitajwa tu hivyo, they should take as a responsibility, because yes, everybody ni corrupt, but una expect aje kama mtu ameshikwa na ajitoi? Hata wananchi wenyewe utakuta tu, anyway, niko sure hapa all of us to corrupt, but kuna what did you do? So manzi, yani our leaders sijui something must be done for this our country. If in the next 20 years, me I don't know what will be done.
Eli, I think the problem is with Kenyans, because we are the one who are electing them. We know that this person is corrupt, and then we are electing them in the office. Then they are going there, they are going to steal our money. Then we praise them. When they are coming, we are clapping for them. The problem is with Kenyans. The problem is not with that.
Let me say, I don't necessarily agree with that, because saizi Jonathan ukiongea hapa, me and you tukiongea, we look so clean. Like we cannot be corrupt, but at the moment we get kwa hiyo ofisi ni kama ni shetani. I don't know. The first thing we talk about you. Unaona? And then Kenyans when you wanna elect watu in Kenya nowadays, they don't think about ati what is your history, ati history yako iko aje. No, they just want, unaona mtu anawaambia mimi nitakuletea hivi, nitakupea unga. Unajua Kenyans we are very, yani tunaangalia huyu mtu anatuambia, you're not interested with the history. History doesn't appear here. History inaapia kwa kalia zingine.
The problem is we Kenyans, we are the one who are electing them in these offices. We are the one who are giving them the name of waheshimiwa, honorable. You know, we are the problem, because we are the one, we know very well that this person is corrupt, and then we are electing them. We are putting them in those offices. We are the one who has a problem.
But the problem here is it's not about what it's all about the history. History doesn't appear to these people. Oh, ukiwa mwananchi, you just want to talk about right now.
Wacheni mimi niongee kidogo bana.
Nini? Ananifanyia nini? Ananipromise nini? Unaona, that's the problem. So it's not about venye huyo mtu alifanya juu kama hiyo Gachagua ametajwa nayo. I don't think kama ni kitu ya last year. Unaona, it's not about tukiwachagua juu saa zingine hata hatujui. Unaona, unasikia mtu kuna kitu alifanya sijui 10 years ago na amesimama last year. Unaona, so it's not about history. I think ni hao tu kama leaders wanafaa kujua mimi kama kiongozi what should I do. Unaona, nimetajwa manzi, wacha ni step down, nimetajwa hapa, wacha ni step down and then nichunguzwe. It's something very simple.
You see,
wacha malize.
Unaona, wao sasa wenyewe wanajidefend juu kulingana na wali mtu wako ile class yako. Kama wewe ni DP, I'm the DP, I can do what I want. Kama wewe ni CS kama Matiang'i manze, mimi nitakupea kazi alafu ni arrest aje. Unaona, kuna hizo proud like na yani ni watu wenye hawaangalii, they don't look about history. Juu kama ni history, kama Kidero sasa angekuwa ameshikwa, hakuna hata nyinyi hapa mko hapa, okay, mnasema tusiongee about wenye wa siasa wanasemanga. Hakuna mtu ajuangi what Kidero did. Unaona, but hajashikwa. So it depends ni wewe uko wapi saa hiyo, where you are. So to me I don't think that's the right thing. Wao wenyewe wanafaa hizi ni vitu za kujifunza manzi. Unajua mimi kama nimetajwa you stepped out. That's that. No one does that. Wao watu ni powerful, wanajitambua yani wanajua. Hebu imagine kama mtu kama Matiang'i ukimwambia utamshika. Wewe unafikiria kumwambia mtu kama Matiang'i utamshika aje? Mtu mwenye anapea prezo advice. So it's all about that. Yeah.
Benton uko mute. Utakusikia.
Okay, sorry. Thank you kwa kunikumbusha. So nilikuwa nasema any reaction to what Ellie was saying. Yes, Ben, in 1 minute. We have 2 minutes for reacting to what Ellie was saying.
Now uko muted, sikusikii.
Mimi naweza kaongea kidogo.
I am saying narrative you people are pushing of everybody is corrupt. Even if everybody is corrupt, corruption is evil and it should all be condemned. Secondly, if we are given 2 corrupt leaders to elect one from them, we'll still end up with a corrupt leadership. So
we will, of course.
Place for to go and fight corrupt leaders from getting into office is Chapter 6 of our Constitution. Let us enforce it. And if somebody does not meet the criteria of Chapter 6, the integrity chapter, then let the person not be on the ballot. But you cannot be giving us all potatoes on the ballot, then you expect us not to elect from the potatoes you offered on the ballot. We will end up with something. And if that something is rotten, we'll end up with a rotten nation. So it is not Wananchi to blame.
I guess at some point, Bernard,
yes.
I don't think we are given potatoes. Sometimes we even have some tomatoes. But we sometimes you choose to have that tomato that or potato that will give you something. Promise. It's a bit of tomato, but promise. So promise something, and that's what you want to hear. Unaona? So it's not about that you are given all that things, you choose the dirty thing from that stuff. So saa zingine uko na good things but you choose that bad thing because promise wewe kama Ben nitakupea job fulani. Unaona? So that's where we go wrong.
Thank you. Thank you very much Ellie na Ben. Wariahe una shout sana. nyuma ya tent.
Mimi nilikuwa nataka tu niseme yani kitu kidogo sana hapa.
Kabla hujasema
leo niliongea juu ya mambo hiyo ya
wait.
Rigathi Gachagua. Na nikasema
sasa wezi tu address na we mwenyewe hautusikizi.
Okay, nilikuwa nimeongea leo kidogo juu ya hiyo maneno and then
wait. Utatuongelesha kama unatusikiza na sisi pia. Unatusikiza kweli?
Naweza kuongea sasa?
Unatusikiza kweli?
Nawasikia.
Sasa nilikuwa nasema una shout sana from the background, na kusema kweli umekuja ukakuta wengine wako hapa kwa screen, so you have to wait for your time.
Sasa sitaongea sasa.
Nimesema tu you have to wait for your time. Thank you. Mugambi John.
Okay, evening,
John.
Okay, let me add my voice on what has been discussed by most of us regarding what has happened to Gachagua today. To begin with, I see it archaic and uncalled for the people.
Sauti iko chini Mugambi, tafadhali.
Nasema, I find it uncalled for the people of Nyeri to hold demonstrations because one of their leaders has been arrested because of corruption allegations. Number one, when he stole the money, he wasn't with his constituents. Therefore, to my understanding, in Kenya, our leaders has learned the act of mutilating the property in our youth and our community to defend them on evil dealings. That said, what Gachagua has gone through today, I think, to me, it is right if he stole the money. Because since I'm not an investigative officer, I can't say he has stolen the money or not. The thing is, let him follow the due process. It is so shameful that today I saw a number of UDA-aligned leaders in the steps of the parliament trying to defend one of theirs. Why should we defend someone who is alleged to have stolen the money? Number one, we should all of us sit back, relax, and watch as the system does its things. This is one of the reasons as to why most of us are crying that Kenya has no money. Kenya is broke. Kenya is poor. When someone who has served this country as just a mere DO, then he has ventured into politics, and now he's a billionaire. How surely, I think when you talk of wealth and business, so many people have been in business in this country, but how many billionaires do you have? Very few. And the easiest way to get money in Kenya is to get allied well in politics or with politicians, supply air, and get money. So let Gachagua face the music. Let all of us stop politicizing this fight against corruption. I have heard some of us here have said that this fight against corruption is killed. To some extent, yes, according to the argument that he have heard from us. But since we are not in the system that is addressing this corruption money, let us not start throwing stones. Let us wait for the government to do its things. For example, I have heard someone mention Matiang'i in the Dwaraka land corruption scandal. One thing, that case was going so well until and when politicians ventilated into hate. We politicized the fight. What happens? Remember those people in the DPP, in the DCI, in the prosecution are parents. There's no one who will be able or who will be willing to soil his name through these politicians. Therefore, if we can sit down, be neutral, allow the government and its systems to work, we will be able to recover this money. Clinton, if I may ask, what is sort of billion, sincerely speaking? That is the money, that's half of the money that could have built the Thika Superhighway. So if Rigathi Gachagua is found guilty, let him face the music. Not only him, even if my friend in politics or in government offices has such allegations, let them face the music. Let us not bring politics in these things. Number 3, I heard today the DP, even him is trying to get so low to fight for Gachagua and the people in his camp. Let him be a man enough, keep quiet, work as the DP for the remaining 12 months. Let the government fight the corruption. Let us not politicize this thing. I think matters regarding Gachagua, that's what I can say. And this is the same problem that we were discussing yesterday about the judges. I think judges are not immune to prosecution and prosecution. If the people who went in their chambers to arrest them had the evidence, who are we to tell them that you are humiliating the judges? Let allow the system to work how it best knows. I think that is what I can say pertaining the corruption scandal of Gachagua and politics as it has been unfolding. Thank you.
But Mugambi, my question to you is, unaona, yes, the government is fighting corruption, but are they fair?
That's
when you base your arguments on all the political divides that we have in Kenya.
That's
kuna wale untouchable ama wewe unaona tu kila mtu mwenye amepatikana corruption anapelekwa tu vizuri, anafuatiliwa vizuri mpaka mwisho?
That is why I've said, when we mix corruption and the politics, we lose the bearing. The case of Ruaraka land scandal, it was very well on the track. But what happened the moment we politicized it? The prosecution, the DPP, the DCI withdrew and suspended the file. So had we not politicized the matter, I believe the case could have been settled. Let us give the judiciary its space, legislature its space, and executive its space.
Okay, thank you, John Mugambi.
Okay, in case of other discussions, I'll come in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Wariahe, sema.
Okay, thank you very much all of you guys. Muna discuss mambo mzuri na tunaendelea mzuri naona. Ingawa kidogo kulikuwa na issue between me na some other people here. Watu wanaleta siasa ndogo na madeni zao hapo.
Usianze kuongea mbaya, we put your point. Umepewa time uongee.
Okay, wacha niweke point yangu.
Wacha
niongee points zangu sasa. Niseme points zangu.
Ongea points zako, wacha kuongea watu wengine. Watu wengine ni nani? Mimi ni Jane. Mimi watu wengine.
Wacha niongee. Unasema waizi wamekuwa wengi since 1963. From 1963 kulikuwa na waizi.
Samahani Waria, zima TV. Inatupiga. Uko na sauti kwa background inatupiga sana, zima.
Okay, yeah. So what I was trying to say ni kama waizi wako wengi sana hapa Kenya from 1963.
Waria, usizime kamera, zima TV ama hiyo kitu inatupigia kelele hapo nyuma.
Tu kwa job, yani niko kwa job, mahali ya job hivi kidogo.
Okay, proceed.
What I was saying is hapa Kenya waizi wako wengi. From 1963 tulikuwa na waizi wengi sana, wameiba ardhi, wamenyakua ardhi za watu. Watu wametoka Central wanaishi Lamu, mpaka leo wanaishi Lamu, wamenyakuliwa ardhi. Hiyo yote tunaijua. Tunaelewa mambo mingi sana. Sasa what we are trying to say is RUTO 2007
Acha akirudi ataendelea.
Ametuacha kwa mataa. He can't take the heat. Get off the kitchen.
Oh, ndio amerudi.
Sorry, nimeenda off kidogo. 2007 alipokuwa ana support Raila Odinga, alikuwa mweupe kama pamba Ruto. 2013 hiyo group ya kina Gachagua na kina Ruto walikuwa kama pamba. 2017 same. Saa hii ndio sasa wameanza kukua ile cotton mbaya ile imetumiwa, ile cotton ambayo imetumiwa, na hiyo yote ni inahusika na mambo ya 2022. Tusidanganyane hapa Kenya. Hapa Kenya wakora wako wengi sana, sio ati mimi nasema ati nasaidia wakora, lakini ukora ipo mingi sana. Sasa tusaidianeni, kama tuna fight corruption to fight corruption. Uhuru kwanza angeanza hii maneno 2013 ingekuwa mzuri sana. By this time tungekuwa tumemaliza watu wengi sana, at least watu wengi wangekuwa kwa jail. Lakini sasa anaanza sasa, ile imebaki only one year, hata 1 year haijafika, na unasikia sijui ni ama nataka kusema yani election isukumwe nyuma ndio fight corruption vizuri, ama ni nini, biashara gani? Mimi sifahamu wakia Mungu maneno yenu.
Ni kama amemaliza mpaka akamute. So nashuku Waithima alikuja mbele ya Mwangi, so Waithima alafu Mwangi aseme after Waithima. So SK.
Yes, habari ya jioni.
Poa.
So ndio nimeingia, hata hivi Mwangi aliingia mbele yangu. But it's okay.
Okay.
When we go to the cases of corruption, I think we should all join hands and demonize this thing called corruption. Although it exists in every aspect of life that we have nowadays, we should try and demonize it. Like kama saa hii, as we are talking, we should do what Ruto has been saying, though he has not been doing so. Because he has been saying day in, day out that we will be able to fight corruption when we do it outside politics. As in, let us not include politics in the fight against corruption. But I think according to his post, he is not practicing what he is saying. Though what they are doing right now, it's all about politics, because they are prosecuting one side, and their predictions, I don't know whether they are predictions, ama ni nini, were said by Itube. I think it's yesterday or the day before yesterday. He said that Gachagua would be arrested today. And he was arrested. So I think they are not doing the right thing. But we should join hands and demonize this thing. Then about the youths, the youths who are demonstrating all over in my home county, Nyeri, I think they are doing the wrong thing. Though they are the pay, they are not doing the right thing. And that is all I have for now.
Clinton,
Okay,
can I tell SK something? Can I just say something? Just Bernard, a little thing. You know, that's why we have to educate the youth, because you see the youths back there, yeah? They don't even have a clue maybe sometimes, because there was one on the camera who was really drunk. You can see he's just going with the flow. You understand? He doesn't even know what he's saying. That's why we really need to educate the youth, so that they can, first of all, we elect the right leaders, and the youth need to know that you don't have to fight for someone. You can see these youths in the street there. They're really hungry. They don't have, jobs and everything. But this man is sleeping on, if it is true, 12 million and something. You understand? Why can't he come out, even just build a business and employ them youths there. You understand? That's why you see youths are being used. Wanatumiwa vibaya. Youths wanatumiwa vibaya. Mtu amelewa hapo, ameenda kukunywa zile pombe za pesa kidogo, pengine jua stress, juu ana job ana nini, unaona. So we need to really educate our youths, sana sana hao wa mashinani.
On commenting on what Jenny is saying, the youth, I think the youth are educated. The problem is that they are only jobless. And when you find a jobless person who doesn't know what he is going to take in the evening, and you just buy the konyagi, the right of konyagi and the thing, na umpatie 200 ya kununua uga, I think he is okay. That is why they are demonstrating all over. And that is what Gachagua has been doing. He has been supporting the Sienta guys in Karatina. He has been supporting the boda guys in those regions. That is why they were demonstrating.
How does he support them? Giving them handouts or ama ana supportaje?
Even if it's not giving them handouts, you have to give credit to Gachagua because he is the one who stood with the Sienta wakati zilikuwa zinafukuzwa. He stood with them in Karatina.
Okay.
And that is why you find the boda guys, the jobless youths in Kagosho demonstrating all over.
Can I add something in 30 seconds? The problem is not about youth. The youths, these politicians are the one who are giving the youths the money to go and buy like konyagis and those things. Then they tell them, when our own is arrested or when our own is in a problem, we can defend him, or so that the government can so that the people can see that we are defending our own. You are prosecuting our own. That's only the problem.
Okay, thank you for your input, Jonathan. SK Waithima, kuna kitu umesema kwamba tunaandamana kwa sababu hatuna kazi, which may be very true. But my question is, how can the government create jobs for the youths? Juu watatuita Uhuru Park, twende tujaze, watuambie kwenye sera zangu vijana watapata kazi. Na tutampigia kura juu vijana watapata kazi, na hatujui itatoka wapi. So next time maybe after this debate, nitauliza tu swali rahisi. How can the government create job opportunities for the youths?
But Clinton, we don't have to depend on the government very much. Hata hawa watu kama Gachagua, these people who have money, these ministers, you understand? Wanaweza anza something, fungua restaurant, andika hao vijana, understand? Si lazima tukwendi gava. So sometimes pia gava tunawekea too much. Unaelewa?
Yeah.
One thing that is there, Clinton, I think the government is not supposed to create.
Wait, SK. Wait. Kizito, you've talked for like 3 minutes. Unatuongelesha ama uko kwa simu?
Nafikiri uko kwa simu, si ndio?
Anatuongelesha tena na explain point ingine serious sana for 3 good minutes.
Lakini hakumsikii. Kizito ulikuwa unatuongelesha?
Na mic yake iko free, so sijui shida iko wapi.
Okay, do you hear me now?
Yes.
Bernard has been raising his hand for a long time.
Yeah. Even me, I've been raising my hand. First, I was very much annoyed. I left to go and even look for, I wanted to talk on my phone because right now, today is the weekend. But first, in this panel, let us respect one another. Oriae, when he came here, he attacked Jen. Here you come, you can greet Bernard, you greet those who you know. You can ask Bernard, how is you? How was the day? We are
exactly, and that's what I did.
You cannot just come here and start shouting that. Go and is it one with the channel? Let him open.
In fact, Wariahe doesn't even greet anybody. He doesn't greet anybody. He just comes with his thorax. Like, but we are used to here. We come in and we greet Kizito. We greet everyone. But he attacked the wrong person.
Hiyo ndio command nimekasirika. Hiyo ni ya kwanza. Mjango ya kwanza watu tukiwa kwa lazima to respect one another because we don't know one another. We just meet here. Yes, where we socialize. Okay, I'm going to Wadima. Wadima, you talk that Gachagua always help border here, help these people, of which you are very much 100% sure he helped them. What do you term by helping somebody to go and give you 200 euro, and you in this panel you are saying they go and buy konyagi? Is that to help you? If somebody want to help you, there's a say, show a man out of face, but don't give a man face. If you want to help, even you, your brothers, you cannot tell them that now I'm outside the country, you people just stay at home, I will make money, go bring. One day you will tire. And if you tire, you are tired with them, how will they continue? Corruption is corruption. You can't go and take money, 12 billion, you come and give somebody 200 shillings for konyagi, come and shout. For example, if the police used even any bullet and killed one person, who would have lost his life or lose his family? This person you are giving 200 euro to go and shout. We have to condemn this handout thing, corruption. We must condemn it with all our strength. When you are corrupt, don't look at that people are going. You saw even in that UNERI country, there was a two group. One group is supporting, let him go and finish the vote. The other group is saying it's our person, which means they don't understand. These people who are shouting, they don't even understand what is that. They just wake up. Gachagua was arrested. Somebody doesn't even know where Gachagua stays. He has never even seen. He has seen him because he's a person every day in newspaper, in news. That's why they see him. Let him face his charge. Then we go to another charge. We go to another charge. This 12 billion, I pray. I'm not saying it in a bad way, but I pray when it is coming out in a bond, let the court give him 6 billion bond so that it become half of the money he stole. When he is free, he will take his bond. When he's instead of them arresting them to go to court, then they are being given 1 million bond. 1 million bond is just like a peanut. It will make no difference. He's coming out and say, look at them. They arrested me. Then every day he sent the lawyers to court. They arrest hizo mambo ya court mpaka 2027. They will never be arrested. Let government go towards them. Say, we are suspecting you. We take this, give us 6 billion for that one. Everybody will steal. Even this cancer people you are saying, nobody will steal. But somebody's in Kenya, still corruption is normal because you are going to steal money for 200 million. You go and take you go to court, they give you a bill for 100,000. That bado wanachunguza. Lawyers wanaenda huko, they speak those good English and they change it from here and there. They go these judges, them, and remember you are not alone in the court. Every day there are even 100 cases or 300 cases that has to be. So the judges will be postponing. They will never be charged. And my last point was, I wanted to ask, why this DCIO or this DPP? I always say Kenya is a democratic. Do you think somebody can come from where we are seated? I come and arrest Bernard without even any leeway, anything that is connecting him. It must be something, because if somebody is arrested without any suspicion, he can go to court and charge these people. Have you ever had all these people who are corrupt, even people who are saying we are clean? Have you ever seen them going to court to go and sue these people that you arrested me without any charge, without anything? You've never heard, because they know you will go to court, you come out with a bail, and you keep on. You remember the case of Waluke plus this Wakungu woman, the bail they were given, Have you ever had a look anywhere in the politics? Even these Uda people, the Tangataka people who are supporting him, do you always see them nowadays? No, because they realize that this thing is too much for us. They only make noise when it's a small money. Thank you. But Waria, you administrators, we have to give respect to this channel. When you come here, talk your points, don't enter in somebody else's life. Any thing is saying that you criticize, but you don't know. Maybe even Jane and Clinton, you don't know whether they always now it's long time. Jane was in Clinton, how was you? How was LD? No more. This is social place.
Thank you, Kizito. Thank you.
Kizito, on commenting on what you have said, I think you have misunderstood me. When I was starting, I said we join hands and we fight this thing called corruption. I never said that Gachagua should not be arraigned in court or he should not. I think we should give, in as much as the DCI is arresting these guys, he should arrest everyone. And there is a reason, there is every reason why they are saying they are arresting the RUTO side or those who are supporting the RUTO, RUTO. There is a reason why they are saying so. Because everyone from any side, from both sides, they have arrested. They should arrest everyone, regardless of the side.
But which reason? Which reason? Which reason?
SK holding on.
Which
The
reason?
notion that
Why do they only arrest people?
is targeting Ruto's team. It is a narrative crafted by the UDA team to look for sympathy from Kenyans. The war on corruption has its own. Among the governor for Kusi has been where? In court. Awiti, there is Kidero, Okado, the Migori, whatever, governor. All these people, the other was what? The Garissa MD, no, whatever. Is it Garissa or Wajir? Now, you cannot say that they are targeting Ruto's people. It is just a shallow way of looking at it so that the UDA people can get sympathy that they are targeted. The war on graft has been on both sides, and even if it is one side, it is whoever that is found suspected to have participated in graft that is gone for. Wewe huwezi kupiga wife yako alafu unakujua kwa hiyo kubebwa alafu unasema mbona huyu jirani naye hajachukuliwa. Si wewe ndio the police came to the state because you fought wife. They cannot carry every other husband from the state simply because they will say that they are one-sided. So let's not repeat what the politicians are saying. Let's look at this thing objectively. There are four other cases right now. Rotich is in court for graft. Opado is in court for graft. Kidero is in court for graft. It is not UDA. Let UDA people carry their cross and sell the agenda, not look for sympathy from Kenyans and then whip emotions to say that. Secondly, nothing in politics is an accident. You told us very well that Itumbi told you that Gachagua will be collected today. That means whatever that is happening is prearranged. They paid people to go demonstrate, and they want this country to succumb to threats. We will not allow it. They must answer for what they have committed. And even if all the youths will go to the street, we have answers. We're going to the street since what? In the 90s, we've been on the street. So nothing on the street is going to change anything. Let whoever has committed whatever has committed go and answer for it alone. Secondly, we did what? We elected you as our representative, not for us to come and defend you. We elect you as a member of parliament to go and represent us. If you go there and speak, don't call us to come and defend you. We want you to be defending us. That's why we elected you. So let Kenyans rise up and understand that the purpose of an is to represent people, for people to defend them. Thank you.
Thank you. Then there is the next question that Clinton had asked about how government can create employment. And I think the government cannot employ everyone. What the government should do, they should employ the ones they can. Then create an environment for the youth to employ themselves. That is the only way we can fight this thing called unemployment, because the government cannot employ everyone.
That's why we want people like Gachagua who have money. You understand? 12 billion. He can build a warehouse in Nyeri. You understand? And employ those youths. Why is he sleeping on 12 billion? For what? You understand? Employ the youth there. You come and lie to the youth, give them in fact, Kizito was saying euro. He for 200 euro is a lot. It is 200 shillings. You understand? Give them 200 shillings to drink changa there and then go to the street and demonstrate. That is very, very unfair.
But I think
these people, they don't have a life because of you, Gachaguas.
But I think even if you have a lot of money, we can't force you to invest.
But that's selfish. That is very selfish. He can die tomorrow. If he die tomorrow, is it going to go in the grave with him? Because if you build a warehouse, you understand, that is investment and you will get more money. You are getting more profit. You understand? Invest that money, man. I wish I had such money. I would have built something in Kenya there that can help the youths, because the youths are going to university and there is no jobs there. You understand? There is no jobs there.
And that's why we should not even elect them. How do you elect somebody sleeping in his 12 million?
Did you see his house? Did you see the gate and everything? Look at the gate that he has and look at the people around him.
Just comment on that. I think partially you people are being political.
SK.
I think you people, for example, Jen.
Mwangi.
Where Jen you say.
Okay. Mwangi M.
Where Jen you says. Okay.
Mwangi M. Give me a minute. SK, yes. How are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah. Do you know a procedure how for you to be arrested? Do you know what it takes for a person to be arrested in Kenya, going by Kenyan constitution?
Yeah.
You know. Yes or no? You know, for someone to be arrested, you know the procedure, right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. You know, before I entered here, I heard you mentioning Itumbi. So Itumbi is a prophet, so that he can tell you Ayaga will be arrested next week because Ayaga supported a person in Kiampa, and then you believe in that thought. Is it right or wrong?
No, he isn't a prophet. What is there? He has his own people inside those departments who informs him, because if at all
my friend, SK.
Yes.
I'm not here for propaganda. You know, I'm good in propaganda. Wewe propaganda yako ni ya kusikizwa ama ya kuambiwa. Propaganda yangu, maybe I went to school to do that. In propaganda, you have to have knowledge. You cannot defend a propaganda by a mayor I had. You cannot tell me today Dennis Itumbi is a prophet. He will tell me that Yayaga, you will be arrested next week for a mistake you did long time ago. Nothing like that. Investigations in Kenya is a gradual process because we are a liberal democratic country. We are not like China or Philippines or North Korea, where when you are caught with a corruption, you are taken to a public field like Uhuru Park. Then 1,000 people are called and then you are shot on head. We don't do that in Kenya. In Kenya, when you do, maybe when you are caught in corruption, you have a right to defend yourself. So when you are arrested, the investigations are gradual. So when these people are doing their investigation, I can predict to you, when somebody is doing an investigation on your matter, I will tell you where the investigation is as per now, you might be arrested tomorrow ama kesho kutwa. So don't come here with a fixed mind that Dennis Itumbi is a prophet from heaven that can predict. Why he has not predicted my mine as Ayaga and as I will be arrested. Muradhi, Francis Muradhi, the guy who was competing Babu Owino in Bakassi East, that guy is corrupt to the core. Number one, he killed a team there called Mount Kenya team. That guy is corrupt. His arrest is not even a shocker. Rigathi has been mentioned advancedly. What I'm telling people is one thing. Behave like Luo Sui. Kidero has been arrested several times. You have not seen us going to the road. He was a governor. Becoming a Nairobi governor is not easy. It's not a walk on the park. Sonko was mentioned the other day. I've never seen Wakamba saying, Sonko was arrested because he's a Kamba. Let us stop this nonsense. If someone is corrupt, he's corrupt.
Ayaga. Kindly let me respond on what Ayaga is saying. I think I never supported Gachagua's. I never supported such. And Itube is not a prophet. I never said anywhere that Itube is a prophet. What I know is that and what my thinking is, I'm not here for propaganda. What I am saying is, Itube might be having someone from the DCI department who is informing him these things. You can't be a prophet to just say that Gachagua will be arrested tomorrow.
Can I say something?
Let's move on.
Okay,
Bernard,
okay,
take over because Clinton is not there. It was Mwangi who was supposed to speak. And then Mulumbu. Mwangi M and then Mulumbu.
Thank you. Thank you again for the comment. Let us remain within the framework, spend our time knowing that we still have got other one to contribute, and then let's not push one point too far. We give our best facts and then move on. So, HCK, have you exhausted your point?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you very much. I now hear from Mwangi and Mulumbu in that.
Bernard, your net is not very good though.
Thank you very much. I believe you're all fine wherever all of you are. It's fantastic to hear somewhere where there are different some are abroad. It's good. It's good to have representation from all parts of the world. Now, on corruption cases, it should not be selective. I support Gachagua's arrest. Definitely, we have to support, every Kenyan have to support it. However, it is political. It's damn political. And he'll be prosecuted, he'll be taken to court. First, why was he arrested on Friday? Why was he not arrested any other day? Why not on a Monday? Why not on a Tuesday? It's because they want to torture this guy for 3 days. He must remain in custody for 3 days. It's very political because he has been very vocal and he has been against the kingpin, of course, of our community. And this is political. It's definitely political. However, I support prosecution of all corrupt guys, no matter how the cases old cases are. I don't care whether they were in the Moi era. We have so many unsorted scandals from the time of Moi to date, and all of them we should revive them, if that's what we mean. But you cannot just point out Gashagua's case and revive it alone. We should be having like 5 arrests. I mean, this is not an isolated case that is so urgent than others. We should be having arrests made for even for the other guys. We still have Waiguru as the governor. You know what happened, me and you. But right now, ni mweupe kama pamba because he went somewhere in the certain house that we won't mention here. We have so many cleansing due to political alignments, which is not very good. However, we should fight it. I had somebody say that we are all corrupt. We are not all corrupt. You should not even be here discussing corruption if you are corrupt, Bana. You should first of all sort your house and keep your house in order before you discuss corruption, Bana. So coming here to say that we are all corrupt, how? What the hell are you even talking about corruption if you're corrupt? Because you should be setting your house in order first before you address the people who are stealing from us, man. So saying we are all corrupt, even kupeana hii rushwa hii, hata wenye tunapitana na makarao, some of us fight them big time. Some of us spend a lot of time trying to do the right things. We don't. So not everybody is corrupt. However, sometimes you'll find yourself wrapped in circumstances that you can't avoid, because somebody somewhere else you have to put you in that mess. But we are not all corrupt. Corruption is a culture, and it's something that we have to break. I heard Jen say that like having so much money and not building something great is selfishness. No, it's not. Especially if you have worked for your money, you don't just go doing things for people. We don't do that. And first and foremost, having a lot of money is not a crime. I think what Gachagua has been arrested for is the process on how he acquired that money. It's true he has the money. He has confirmed he has the money. It's only the process that is a bit inaonekana ilikuwa na magendo mingi. By the way, si magendo, ni story na tender, na story na family issues. Yani it's a chain of nepotism that is affecting this guy. Actually, his case is so easy that it won't even go anywhere, for your information. However, we have to prosecute all people. Akwewa, by the way, easy demonstrations, this guy should style up, bana. We cannot be demonstrating for somebody arrested because of corruption, no matter whether he's my brother. We cannot, we should not. Me, I belong to the Hustler Nation. I can't go demonstrate there. If somebody has been accused of something, wacha ashiko yajitetee, atoe proof, atoke. But it's political. Especially if you see a politician being arrested on a Friday. A politician on a Friday, that's political. 3 days in custody, ili ateseke kidogo, apate adabu, anyamaze. It's just to silence this guy, and then he'll be released and life goes on. Don't think that there's anything that's going on here. It's totally bullshit. This guy will be released. He will be released. I support prosecution, but this guy is going to be released. It's just kutesateswa kidogo, anyamaze, ache kupeuka sana. That is the position. And that's my comment for the Gachagua case.
Bernard, can I please answer Mwangi because he called my name? A quick one.
Okay.
Okay, Mwangi, I didn't say that it's a crime or it's selfishness for somebody to have a lot of money. But what I meant, as a member of parliament, who they elected, you understand? I don't know if he's a member of parliament or governor, I don't know what he is, but I know he's a member of parliament. If you really care about your people, you understand, and you have more than them. Oh, my phone went off.
But you see, Jane, it does not go like that.
No, I'm just saying, kama una roho ya utu, it's not a man.
Hey, hata kama uko na roho ya utu manze, pesa yako uhustle alafu ende ujegewa safe factory. Iendangi hivyo. Sometimes iendangi hivyo.
Mwangi, I respect you so much and stop lying. Get you in the right channel. You can't be a representative without using your. Why are they giving handouts when they want to be elected? Once you've gone there, you are telling everybody in the whole Kiwanja, I will do this, I will do this. From where? From where? There are some times that you have to go back to the pocket. What we are saying, this is your bottom up. Like we are supporting your bottom up.
It's from the resources. It's from yes.
If you never make it in the parliament, you go in the parliament, you complain. You come out, you complain. Where will you make it? Now use your money.
But you see, Kizito, we elect representative not to use their money, but to use the resources that are portioned, allocated to
You know what the meaning of politics?
Yeah.
Politics.
Okay. Let me say this to Mwani. There is nothing wrong with somebody investing money in the constituency where he comes from to help the youth.
But you can't make it like
to get it right in terms of unemployment question, we must industrialize. Now, if everybody is running border, who will carry the other? If everybody is doing the same business, who will buy from another? So the only way for us to secure the country is to industrialize. And if I have enough money to put an industry in my place as an investment, it's not charity, it's an investment. Nimefungua shop yangu inatengeneza nguo from my constituents, and my constituents members are the ones employed in the place. They are feeding from what they are getting a salary. So that's not.
I think I agree with that. I agree with that, but you see,
you talk about Waiguru going for cleansing in the house you don't mention. Waiguru was cleared at Capitol Hill. Waiguru was cleared at the anti-corruption office when they turned her from the accused to a witness. So let's keep our facts within where they are supposed to be, not to stretch them to serve a political point.
No, you know, at the end of the day, this is politics. Let me tell you the truth. Whatever issues we are discussing here affected in one way or the other by politics. Waiguru case is not done, and it has been revived for your information. Now, I agree with you, Bernard, 100%. We should invest in our constituencies, and even as individually where we come from. What have you done in your own capacity? The 30,000 that you have saved, what have you started? Have you started something, a franchise that can, have you dug a well that can help a few guys distribute water? Have you done anything?
Because they never elected me. Bernard, is very simple. They never elected you. You are making that money for your family.
Yes,
when they elect me to represent the whole constituency,
let me make my point.
Yeah, I'm just asking you. Let me finish. When you are elected to represent the whole constituency, it's different from Bernard, who's having 2 wives with 3 children. You only cater for the people who elected you are your family. But the constituency you have to do, which means you, Mwangi, you are telling us in this platform that the money RUTO is making is not from his pocket. It's what you are trying to clarify. From what I'm understanding.
No, you didn't understand me. One thing, the 12 billion that is in question about Gachagua is his money. Even the DCI knows it is his money. It is not about the allocations of the constituency or anything. It is his money.
From
but
where?
Now, how he
where?
Exactly. That's the question. That's the question. So for now, Kizito, we can't surutisha Gachagua and say that he has to invest the money. That I was driving the point that Jane had mentioned earlier. We cannot surutisha this guy that you are supposed to have invested the money. I mean, it's my money. Nobody can tell me whether I should invest in my money or where I should invest. But however, we should take charge and develop our constituencies. And Kizito, just to clarify to you, we don't elect readers to use their money. We elect them to manage the money, that is the resources that are allocated to us, not to use their money. So the 12 billion, achani kusema ati ingekuwa imeinvestiwa ama imefanywa nini.
In Kenya, politicians is different. In Kenya, when they wakikuja kwa uchaguzi, they give you handouts. And when they give you handouts, they are finishing with you. After they have gone there, even that little they are getting from that national cover, they don't bring to you because they are returning their money they spent on you. The same way is what we expect from them. We don't want your money. Don't give us your money. Bring that national cover. Start something tangible in our constituency. Each and every constituency, if you build one factory, because even where you come from, in Kikuyu, there's a lot of, me and my in-law for Kikuyu, I am married in Kiambu. In Kiambu, when I was walking around, there were so many cows there. They can you can build dairy plant factory, and this dairy plant factory can serve even 300 kilometers from that place. Then you go and build another one. That one will prevent this issue of me wanting your 12 billion. But if you cannot bring even that one from national cover, you stay there for some years, then you come and say, I will go back. When you take me back is when I will bring it. When you can't bring it even now, what will you bring next year? Who told you that this money will be there? Thank you. That
I think
point.
Yes, I think I agree with you. We have to develop. Like now, I like the way an MP. The only actually MP I admire in Central right now is Didinyoro. That guy has, if he is the guy who has performed in his constituency in Central Province, I can only point to that. Even my own MP has not performed anything. Saidi wanaanza kujua kuna election next year. So, but if we can do like the way the model Didinyoro uses, if this year he decides all school have to be tiled, must have new lavatories, must have new classrooms. If we can do that, then everything will be good. But about corruption,
thank you. No, thank you. Before you go to corruption, thank you, Mwangi. Before you go to corruption, if Didinyoro can use that method and is coming out to make noise outside, you will vote for him again. But you are making noise. You don't even build a road. You don't even build even a how do we call this? Mali watu wanapita maji. My God, Bernard, help me. How do we build this daraja?
Pavement.
Daraja ya kupita.
But you see,
the bridge.
But you see, Gachagua has equally performed in his constituency. You forget that he has equally performed. So it's only that they use different models on the approach of development. But he has equally performed, and he's actually one of those guys who you expect to be voted back. But about corruption, just to finish on my point,
Mwangi, when I always come as an in-law, when I always come in your constituency, all my wives, most of them, they come from Central. When we always come, we have to see what is the development. When they come to my area, also they have to see what the development we have. But when I always drive along that Nyeri, Maragua, you go up to Odhaya, when you look at it, you ask, do people have MP? Do people have senator? Do people have even a governor? Only the place that is developed is this along Wayaki way, kwenda Kiambu, kuteremka huku chini, because it's a main highway.
Just as a matter of concern, which is your home? Achana na your in-laws. Which is your home county? You are mute, Kizito.
That one doesn't matter.
It matters because when you say Central is not developed, I wonder which this county you're coming from.
For my private,
Central. I want to know.
My private, I can't say it online.
Mwangi, Kizito anatoka Migori County. Kizito anatoka Migori County.
So how can you compare Migori and Kiambu? How can you even compare these two constituencies?
I have to tell Kizito.
All those two counties.
I have to tell Kizito, you have not been to Odhaya. Odhaya is one of the most
developed region in Central Province.
In the Central region.
You know, I don't want to argue with you people, because you people, you are men of this mentality of handouts. But me, I always come to give you people money. In fact, you have to respect me, because I always bring
handouts.
I always bring Rurasio, and when I bring Rurasio, you people enjoy it. And that my Rurasio, I always see what is where I'm going to spend. I always look of the area. So try to you have to give carefully with me. You are my in-laws.
Okay, I think what I think we should be looking at going forward. Let's not do selective fight against corruption. That was my point. I think about Kizito comparing Central with Migori. That's also to know, especially the region you're mentioning, Odhaya, Murang'a, Maragua. I know you passed
amekataa kusema kwao, anasema kwa kina bibi. Kizito ulioa ama ulioleka?
in Clinton, you know what I fail to understand? The same people from Central are the same people who are coming in the TV, national TV, Citizen, KTN, saying that tumetengwa, hakuna development kwetu, development inaenda Nyanza, inaenda sijui wapi. Now when you are here, you are saying it's developed. People, are you not satisfied? What is it that you people want? Only to take out because you are already satisfied, or what? Just speak
when somebody comes out and says development is going to Nyanza, I mean that person is confused. The president was elected for us all. He should develop even Turkana, even everywhere. And that is the concept that we should adapt going forward. Tuacha is selective politics. Right now, let me support my RUTO in peace. Somebody else support your candidate in peace. Whoever wins, let's endorse the person and let him take development to all quarters of the country and selectively. However, when Central says, oh, you want something, you know, you also have to fight for it. You have to like, hey, boss umetusahau tulikuchagua tulete kakitu pia. You know, it's not like we are saying that development should not be taken to Nyanza. But please don't take all of it. Also, we elected you. Please push something to us. That's the mentality that the Kikuyu have. And they will all
Mwangi M.
Jamaa amejimute. Ayaga kiasi tu.
Oh, okay.
Ben.
Nilikuwa nimepiga gumzo.
Kiasi tu Mwangi M na Ayaga kidogo tu.
Yes.
Okay. Ayaga uko na echo, urekebishe, na Kizito pia uko na echo.
Mi sina echo, maybe ni Kizito.
Kizito anakuwa na echo, nimemute microphone.
Ni wewe Kizito. Umeachilia mic peke yako, lakini bado kuna echo pia. So Ben, wewe pia uko na shida ya mic na wewe ndio moderator. So ukipotea Mwangi atakusaidia. Alafu naweka hapo chini link mara kama 5 hivi. Ndio wenye wanataka kuingia waingie baadaye. So Ben, mimi si utaniruhusu niende nikafanye shughuli zangu. Na muwe na discussion poa bwana. Nawatakia kila laheri. Thank you.
Thank you for everything. Let's move on. I believe, Mwangi, you have exhausted your point. Can we now listen from Mungu?
Yes, I'm done.
Yeah. Mr. Mulumbu, are you there? Mulumbu seems to be off. Jonathan, what is the matter?
Yeah, the problem is, you know, now in Kenya now, we need to stand up now at our own feet and start to say, like, enough is enough, corruption. We're not dealing with this corruption thing in Kenya. We just need to go to the streets, all of us. It doesn't matter if you are Kalenjin, if you are Luo, if you are Luya, if you are Samburu, Masai. We just need to go to the streets, all of us, to say enough is enough for corruption. That is it. That's what I can say.
Okay. Thank you, Jonathan. Now we should move to between Simon and Captain. Who came before the other?
Asante, Mr. Bernard.
Captain.
Ayaga Chamu. How are you, Ayaga?
Yeah, fine. We can hear you. Continue.
I'm good, my brother. How are you?
Okay, naomba niingie kwa motion ya leo. Okay, thank you. I'm good. Wacha niingie kwa motion ya leo na niseme ya kwamba mahali Kenya tumefikia, hatustahili kudefend any corrupt any corrupt leader, whichever the case. Haimaanishi kwamba uko kwa chama ambao mimi na support, uko kwa chama ambao mimi si support. Katika ile economy ya Kenya tumefika, kiongozi yeyote ambaye anaitwa ni corrupt kiongozi, ama anashukiwa kwamba yeye ni corrupt leader, lazima apitie katika process ambao inastahili Kenya, apite koti. Koti ituambie ya kwamba huyu kiongozi ni mwizi ama si mwizi. Saa hii sitaketi hivi niangalie ya kwamba in the next few years to come nitanunua mkate shilingi 200. Hiyo mimi sitakubaliana nayo. Kwa hivyo Rigathi Gachagua the other day wakati alikuwa na interview, kwa Citizen TV, alisema ya kwamba Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta saa hii yeye ndio yuko kwa mamlaka. Anafaa kutuambia corrupt people ni akina nani. Kama anaona ya kwamba yeye Rigathi Gachagua ni corrupt leader, apelekwe kotini. I think this the same process inaendelea. We should not be defending any corrupt leader if we really need a bright future. Sitakubali ya kwamba sasa Rigathi Gachagua yuko UDA, I'm supporting UDA. Nao leo hii nisimame niseme ya kwamba no, Rigathi Gachagua anaonewa kwa sababu yeye is a UDA supporter. That one for me, I can't support. Let all corrupt leaders wapite kotini, waoshwe kotini, tujue ya kwamba majaji watuambie this is a corrupt leader, ameoshwa. Tujue ya kwamba in 2022 na sisi kama voters tutafanya nini ili kuondoa corrupt leaders. Tusio ya kwamba sasa leo hii MP wangu ameshikwa ama mtu ambaye na support ameshikwa, mimi nataka kuingia barabarani. Kumbuka ya kwamba ukiingia barabarani umekosa kazi yako ulikuwa unafanya, labda riziki ya kila siku ushakosa, umeingia barabarani, mnakimbizana na nani? Na mapolisi. The other hand, how corrupt leaders maybe wao wamefikishwa polisi na wako safe. Sisi ni tunakimbizana barabarani na mambo ya polisi. For me, Mr. Bernard na wenzangu wote, mimi sitakubali kusupport any corrupt leader. That is my contribution for today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Captain, for your contribution. Mulumbu, you are coming. I'll wait for you. And Mulumbu comes, I think the next person will be and then Simon Ndungu. Mulumbu, how are you? You're welcome.
Niko poa sana, nimefurahia kuwasikia tena. Hii mada ni tamu zaidi. Lakini kitu na shangani moja, bado nawachekelea tu. Nikisikia vile wengine wanaongea hapo, the way wanaongea tena they interdict, wanasema wanapigana na corruption, tena wanakuja na support the person. Wewe CCID. Penye tunapoongea na wewe hapa, huko London, hapo huko German au huko Europe. And then you are telling us ati masikara wamefanya makosa kumshika. Are you connected to that person? Huko watuambia kwamba yafaa tupigane na ufisadi. And then backwards unarudi na supporter huyo mwenye ameitwa mfisadi. Na here your brother and sisters back Kenya there wanahangaika, hawana job, hawana kitu ya kukula. Na here you are telling us you are supporting mtu ambaye serikali imesema wanasema kwamba alikula pesa. Wameenda kwa interrogation wamchunguze. Wewe umeanza kupiga kelele badala waachie serikali ifanye kazi. Unatetea nini? Basi unakuja hapo kabla hapo unatuambia kwamba unatetea corruption. Unatetea kivipi? Kama unajua you guys, you are a young generation. If you know you want to help the Kenyan country, ikifika corruption, siona hata kama mtu anaweza ongea, yafaa wenyewe msaidie the president that is on the uko kwa ofisi saa hii. Nyinyi mkisema president, kila mtu anataka president, we need that corruption to be dealt with. It doesn't matter amechoka atoma chama gani, ama ni rafiki yako, or is your sister, or is your brother. We need that interrogation or investigation to go ahead. Huyo jamaa kama anapatikana na makosa, he should be jailed direct. Mali yake iwe sophisticated mara moja. That's how the country grows. In USA hiyo ukipatikana umeiba kwanza 12 billion, watakupiga faini inini bond itakuwa ni 11 billion. Ile pesa umeiba ndio unakupatia bond. Tena in cash. Hebu mwenyewe mmesoma, ushawahi sikia Mkenya ameiba hapa akatoboa? Hata kama unarudi Kenya utatafutwa. Hapo ukisikia tu harufu peke yake umepata corruption, una resign saa hiyo. They don't care who you are. Mwananchi wa kawaida amesikia umeiba pesa, they don't care who you are, hata kama ni your sister. They don't care. Because vile umemibia hata yeye. Because what you have stolen, you are not giving him. So in the side of corruption, you guys, be the one line if you want to help Kenya. Na bange ukija unajikanga kanga huko nyuma, bado itakukanga wewe tu. Ni kama ni huyo jamani ni jamaa yako amekugawianga kidogo kidogo, then you are in a problem too. This thing is gonna eat you. Kumbuka kitu Orenga alisema, mimi government itakuja kukupanisha kuliko mimi. Wenye walikuwa kuwakipanisha wakifanya watu wakikufa, now they are the one crying. So you guys, I say here every day, buko yang mumesoma, saidieni government ipigane na corruption. So you tell me somebody has got 12 billion within 8 years, alikuwa dio, hii pesa alipata, alikuwa anafanya biashara gani? Ask yourself, biashara gani alikuwa anafanya? Kenya ubaya uliokonya Kenya, mtu atakuja na 100,000 anawekwa kwa account, nobody follows kujua hii pesa alitoa wapi, anaipata kivipi. Hapa chukua tu 3,000 weke kwa account, kesho wende weke ingine, tayari wanaanza kukufuata. Watakufuata, hii pesa unafanya biashara gani, inaingiza pesa ngapi, they'll follow you. That's why they term corruption, na kila kitu na on the smooth on the road. So you tell me, nasikia mnasema bottom up. Unaambia mama mboga pewe, msiji mama pewe. It is a question I'm asking myself. How can a government grow without manufacturing in the country? How? Where on earth? Look all these countries, the countries that are developed. Manufacturers, China imejaa na manufacture, that's why nimeletea kila kitu hapa nyumbani. You are just every day ordering. When will you grow? Kwa nini hii pesa Gachagua alikuwa na 12 billion. Kwa nini angeenda fungue factory moja kama Rivertex ama Kikomi? Zile zilianguka, zile thousands of companies, afungue hiyo company. That's how you can help the government. Mnasema government ifanye employee. How can you keep employ yourself without manufacturing in the country? Where? A country must have manufacture. Kama tuko na 47 county, kila county ingekuwa na manufacturing factory. In a manufacture, that's how it can grow. Without manufacturing in the country, there's nothing. There's nothing you're gonna do. These people are just lying. You are here. RUTO angekuwa anatuambia, mimi vile niko hapa hivi, niko na bilioni 120. Nimeamsha Webuye, umeona? Nimeamsha. Mumias ilikufa, nimeamsha, umeona? Hiyo ni pia pesa umeona. Nimeenda Mombasa, sijui ilikuwa nimeamsha, umeona? Nimeamsha. Ameamsha nini? Bottom up hiyo pesa unaenda kupata, unaenda kufanya biashara nayo, utakuuzia nani? As a young generation ukikua, there must be factories all around the corner, ndio biashara izunguke. Sio sasa hata wewe ukianza biashara yako ikifungua, this money is running around, kila kitu kinaenda. Lakini kama hizo vitu hakuna, then watu wanakuja hapo na wazungusha pesa wameiba, They have no agenda kuambia mtu amwambia bottom up na kuambia naenda kujenga factory fulani ya maziwa. Naenda kujenga factory ya kitu fulani.
Mulubu, just a question. Mulubu, just a question if I may ask. Kuna mtu ako na echo. Sijui ama ni Clinton. Clinton.
Boleni.
Okay. Mulubu, if I may ask. Mulubu, if may ask, thank you. I really like how you brought out that. Definitely, there is no country that has ever made it to first world or upper second without manufacturing. But you have to start from somewhere. Now you've criticized the bottom-up approach. Which is this? Do you have any other better agenda? Is there somebody else who have given us the agenda of manufacturing?
Let me answer you. Unajua umezaliwa jana haujui. Sisi nakwambia. Ndio, now let me answer you. Nakwambia kulikuwa na Mumias. Kulikuwa na Nzoia. Kulikuwa na Webuye. Kulikuwa na Rivertex. Kulikuwa na Batashu. Kulikuwa na sijui Thika what. Kulikuwa sasa sijui zimejaa hizo zote na kuhesabia haziko. Zote zilikufa because of what? Bad government. Under what? Moi. Basi kidogo Kibaka kaingia wakajaribu siasa hiyo ikaingia, wenye unaona siasa hii inaingia hii, wenye waliba pesa wakadifisilisha, zikabakia wakamaliza. Uhuru ameingia. Uhuru bila ameingia, badala muingilie hizo mtafute hizo vitu, mumeanza kugongana siasa au wanataka uongozi hapo dinagonga. Badala mkae chini muone manufacturing inafanyika. Hii ndio soto. Just recently the other day Raila aliwaambia there's no country can grow without manufacture. Everything manufacture. Aliongea mara 4. There's nowhere at. Let me just give you an example. Tanzania. Mlikuwa mnashinda Tanzania mbali sana. Vile imeanza manufacturing ikarudi akaambia wazungu, you have to bring your companies here on our terms, not your terms. Because walikuwa naiba Tanzania mabilioni. Magufuli akasema you either accept or go. Even 5 years, do you see what Magufuli did in Tanzania? That can never be done for 60 years. Mpaka wale manini deep state wamemuua kwa sababu alifunga mireji yao kabisa. Amesaidia Watanzania within 5 years. Na ninyi 8 years mmekaa mmefanya nini? Mmeiba bilioni ngapi? Amefunga wale wakorofi yote, aliwaambia aidha urudishe pesa ama nikuweke ndani. Ilikuwa kuna negotiation, umepatikana uliiba pesa, aidha urudishe pesa ama ndani. Did you see where Tanzania is? Mwangi, do you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
If you can see it, why can't you also do it in Kenya? Why?
So my question was, you know the reason sometimes we settle for mediocrity is lack of a better option. To be honest with you, can you give me a good somebody who was given us a better agenda? Because me, how I understand the bottom up approach, it has convinced me partially as per now, because there's no.
Let me tell you.
Because there's no. Yes, there's no somebody else who has convinced me about your point. By the Mulubu is very much okay, and it should be incorporated. That one I have no opposition on it. But
so
do you have any somebody?
Let me answer you. Start kumaliza muda mrefu. Mimi nataka niongee short, kuna watu wengine wanaendelea. Let me answer you. Nimekuambia tu swali moja. Kama unani angetia nani Ruto angekuwa anatuambia kiti na huwa country yetu imeua miaka mingi na amekuja hiyo vitu vimekufa kama yeye yuko. Yeye ndiye alikuwa mmoja wao, alikuwa anachangia kufa kwa hiyo factories because he was in Moi's government. Hakuna mtu anamuuliza hiyo swali. Nobody has ever asked him.
How did he contribute?
He was in the government. He was there. So angekuwa anakuja anasema mandugu na vijana wenzangu ama vijana, kiti mimi agenda niko nayo ni moja. We need to revive our economy through manufacturing. We have to build, whether tutidanganya namna gani, we have to build the factories. Ukisha build hizi factories, revive all the factories, vijana wataanza kuandika kazi. Sasa hiyo ndio bottom up. Ukiniambia nitakusikiza, because people will start to get employed. Ukishakuwa employed, wewe kama mwanzo ukipata loan, ukifungua kampani yako kidogo utapata biashara because people are working there getting money, they come to buy to you. Some people would employ themselves because that's how it works here. Manufacturing, kuna watu wengine watanunua malori, wanatoa hizo manini bidhaa kutoka kwa makampuni, wanapeleka Rwanda, wanapeleka, there will be jobs. That's why how things are happening. No, unaniambia bottom up, atutalela pesa upatie vijana bodaboda. Pikipiki nyinyi mtabeba watu wote pikipiki. Mboga utauza mboga.
But Mulubu, you see, we don't have somebody who have brought in this manifesto that you are calling manifesto.
Listen, you are not listening. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Nimekuambia na nikakwambia Raila ni mtu engineer. Na juzi alikutana na iko business committee wa Kikuyu, aliwaambia kitu kimoja, everybody say there's no way we're going to grow this country with it infrastructure. Sijui vile ndio mnaita kwa kizungu. Infrastructure is about the companies zenye ziko ndani ya country zina produce mali. Infrastructure vile umesema. With that's enough, is enough for everything. Alisema mara 3, mara 4. Akasema there's no way we're going to develop without that. No, niambie jamaa hana. Let me give you one example. Raila hajawahi kuwa kwa government. I don't support ya Raila, si jamaa yangu. Hajawahi nisaidia.
He was there in the Glad Coalition. You can't say
no,
he was not in the government.
Listen, he was not a president.
You have to listen. Let somebody explain.
No, yeah, I'm listening, but you cannot mislead us, bana. He was in the government.
Mwangi, wewe unajua umeanza siasa jana. Umeanza siasa jana. Let me educate you. If you listen, if you are a good listener, you're gonna know.
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. Let's have order.
Yes.
Hold on. Let's have some order. Mwangi. Mwangi, I have a question for you. Do you agree with Mulumbu that we will not develop without manufacturing?
Bernard,
we'll never reach first class without manufacturing. We'll never. Mulubu is very correct. Mulubu is very correct.
No, Mwangi, I'm the one asking you a question. Do you agree with Mulumbu's notion that without the country building up their manufacturing sector, they will not develop?
I agree.
You agree with it? And
yes.
Then Mulumbu has said the person who offered the manufacturing approach is Raila Odinga.
He is yet to offer that. I think we are in this nation, we are in this country. He is yet to offer that.
Yes.
It's only yesterday. Ayaga before you talk. It's only yesterday. It's only yesterday that he cleared the air when he was in Kwale.
Bernard.
It's only yesterday that he talked about that when he was in Kwale. I think so.
Bernard.
He has never talked about manufacturing.
Hold on.
Bernard.
Hold on, everybody. Yes, Ayaga. Yes.
Let us speak, because you know, if you start that argument, I don't think I'm the only one. Mimi nilikuwa na ngoja Mulumbu aongea alafu nitaongea after him.
Okay. Then just hold on. We're going back to Mulumbu to conclude this point, and then you think. I just wanted us to have a clear understanding instead of us having an endless exchange between Mwangi and Mulumbu. So if Mwangi, you agree that without manufacturing, you don't develop, okay? You are in agreement with Mulumbu. Whether you believe Raila can make that happen or not, that's a personal decision for you to make.
Yes, Mulumbu make a very good point. Yes.
Bernard,
let Mulumbu make it.
I think.
Hold on, Ayaga, hold on. Let Mulumbu finish his submission, then Ayaga takes over. Thank you.
I think we should have some order, the way you usually do it. You all mute the mics, and then if you have a question, you just raise up the hand.
Okay, yes, I hear you. Okay, if you have a question, you lift a hand, you'll be picked, so that there is less noise to help the people who are following the program to understand what is happening. Let's not turn this into a market exchange place. Thank you. Mulumbu, please go on. Conclude your submission.
Sasa nikiconclude, lazima lazima niambie tu nani, let me tell Mr. Mwangi M. Kama hujui mzee Raila aliongea kitu, nenda waangalie clip yenye alikutana na business wa Nairobi wa from Mount Kenya. There's that clip, I think some of you saw it. Na usikilize vile alielezea vile alianza factory yake ya kutengeneza nini gas. Unajua yeye ndiye anaown gas ya Kenya, ndiye anaown. Atakwambia how he started that gas. Na vile na vile alikuwa anafundisha shule university, alikuwa analipa only 12,000 by that time. If you know idea, go back there. So nikimaliza hapo, ndio nilikuwa nasema ya kwamba you guys, this is your time. Na vile mnajikoroga hivi ndio mnapatia jamaa wanatuibia. They go on stealing because some of your brothers, some of you mumwezi pia mmepitia hiyo corruption, pengine mkakuwa mali mlivyo sasa hizi. You know how it is. I'm talking to what experience I know. So if you guys want to transform the Kenya, mwache kuangalia yafaa hapa mpige siasa, mwambie Uhuru yato wherever you are, we are talking to you man. Can you please deal with this corruption in this country? We don't care where chama anakuja. We need to know what these people are. Pesa mingi wametoa wapi? We are the youth of this country of tomorrow. Young tax wakianza kuongea lugha moja, the country will shake to transform the country. Lakini kama wamekalia mwingine sijui huyu namna gani, mwingine ana support corruption, and you know what you are saying is not true. It doesn't help. It's not helping this country. It has never helped it. Because of hapo ndio kuna wizi wa kura, because wanajua wewe ukishinda wameiba mali mingi itakuja chukuliwa, atapigana na hudi uvumba, alipe hongo mpaka hiyo nini uchaguzi usifanyike vizuri. So la question ya mwisho, corruption. Ukitaka kujua corruption, Ruto pia ni corruption namba moja ni hii. Hii nini katiba anapigania ndio afai implement. Ndio ile alisema hataki kabisa na alipiga no. How does he turn sema sasa hii katiba ni mzuri? Ni wenye walitengeneza wakisema inataka imalize corruption and everything. Wakasema 20% si mzuri. 80% ilikuwa mzuri, wakasema tupitishe after 10 years tutaangalia hii 20%. Sasa wanakuja waangalia warekebishe shida iishe katika Kenya, anakuambia hapana, haiwezekani, hii katiba ni mzuri. Yenye mnaleta hiyo sasa si mzuri. Sasa huyu mtu alienda shule ama hajaenda shule? Is this man a stupid mtu aina gani? Is this abnormal ama ni wazimu? Do you guys ask yourself? Have you ever had somebody ask me, we Ruto vile anasema, the other time ulisema no, ikapita. Sasa unasema ni mzuri. Wanasema arekebishe kidogo, nasema no, hiyo mrekebisha ni mbaya, hii ndio mzuri. Do you see this guy the way he's playing with you? Ana manipulate na hamuoni. Na the person ambapo napigania hajakuwa kwa government, hii mabilioni mnaiba ya governors, senators, devolution hii imetoka yote. This man has never been there. But Moi walikuwa, wakati wa Moi walikuwa anasema no. Wanandi walikuwa anasema no devolution. No. Watu walipigwa. Mathai walipigwa. Kila mtu alipigwa. Wakitaka hii ipite. Hamkuona. So sisi nyinyi ndio mnaona vizuri kuliko wale walipigania hii uhuru kakuja. Waliwapatia mfika hapa mchukue, you are taking us back. Huyu mtu kama amepigana nje na kapata hii government na hii pesa yote mnaiba kila siku, hii mnaendesha maprado. Akikaa kwa nini kwa miezi 5 ama mwaka moja, mtaimba. Piganeni tu, msimweke kwa kiti. Lakini mkikiweka kwa kiti, mtajua habujui. Hiyo yote mnaiba mtarudisha. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bernard, niendelee.
Your submission, that case there. Just go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Na net yako Bernard ina katika. Sijui, ebu rekebisha net. Na kupata ni kama una katika. Sijui ni mimi peke yangu, but ni sawa. unajua mimi nilikuwa nataka kuongea sana mbele ya huyu mungwana anaitwa Mulumbu, but hata ungenipea time ningempa yeye, kwa sababu unajua ni mzee na I'm not ageist, you know, ameona mingi na yale huwa anasema ni ukweli. Let me start by congratulating the president today for appointing Francis Ogola as the deputy CDF commander of defense forces. Deputy commander of defense forces is a move on a right direction. Somebody from where I'm coming from has never been in such position, and again promoting General John Omenda. Omenda is money. Those who don't know what Omenda is money in my mother tongue, where I'm coming from. So for promoting John Omenda to be a commander of force of Kenya Air Force. You know, we are defined by the Kenya Air Force, where I'm coming from, because a very junior, some years back when we were not yet born, did something. I don't know why. I'm still asking myself why. Finally, let me tell my brothers, Mwangi M. Mwangi is telling us that for the first time is hearing the bottom up. Bottom up is an economic model. Anyone who went to a business school, most so the people who went to KCA University, they will tell you they were taught that economic model is an economic model. Is an economic model, and I want to repeat, economic model. So there are so many models in economic. Mwangi M, if you are getting me, there are so many models in economy. It is like just saying, you know, I want to discuss Bible. I want to discuss Bible, but I'm going to a certain chapter. You go to Matthew. You say, no, I want to preach the book of Matthew. Saying now, you know, the book of Matthew is the best book in the Bible books. You don't want to discuss all books. It is good. It is correct. I asked my friend the other day in a certain forum, and I realized they don't understand this. Even Dennis Itumbi was asked, he doesn't know what bottom up is. Bottom up cannot work, will never work, and has never worked in a third world countries. Will never, my friend. I want to tell you this from bottom of my heart. I don't know who will be president in 2022. Even if RUTO is the president in 2022, as a Kenyan, I will be very happy. My happiness is whoever wins and there is peace after that. We young people, we go on with our business. I don't care. But I want to assure you, you know, there is two regions in Kenya. And I don't want to be tribal, but I want to speak my heart. Two regions in this country. Central region. When something is not good for them, they will say they are shortchanged. Yeah? And the Kalenjin nation, what we call the Rift Valley, mostly North Rift, not Central. Southern Rift, we have Masai, they never complain. Let me just specifically say the Central Rift, where we have Uasin Gishu, Nandi, Elgeyo Marakwet, Kericho County, Bomet, up to that level. They always complain. These are the people who government gives a fertilizer to plant a maize on a subsidies fertilizer, and they still bargain with the government. How much should we sell the government to maize to you? When the government say no, we help you with everything, we subsidize everything. Now mnataka kutuuzia mahindi bei kali, wacha tuitoe Uganda ama Kampala ama Uganda ama Tanzania, they still complain. This Kenya belongs to everybody. When we will say now the fish and the lakes and the daga, the omenas, we remove from Lake Victoria. Government give us the nets, give us the boats. Then we go fish. After fishing, we dictate to you the price of the omena and you will complain. The other day they were in Kisumu, and I saw Aume Thuku. 1 day, 3 days in Kisumu, complaining about the amount of fish. Ati fish is so expensive in Kisumu, better in Nairobi. When we tell them, you know, being a Luo is a lifestyle, they say no, it is not a lifestyle, ni ujinga. Wakikuja kwetu wanatulaumu tena. So it is, so that is a joke. I want to tell you, bottom up is a model. There are so many models in economic. There is trickle down, there is a bottom up, so there is a whatever. There are so many. There are like 5 or 6 models in economy which we can use. In those 6 or 7, there are only 3 or 5 we can use in a middle-income country like Kenya or a third world. You cannot say today, because Biden tell you something in USA, that you know, even Biden, that is the only evidence they have about the economy. Even the Biden told us, you know, we are going to economy. How many industries do you have in Turkana? Manufacturing industry? None. Moi centralize everything. What we need to do, number 1, as youths, decentralization of these factories. Why should we have a fish manufactured in Thika, yet Thika doesn't have a lake? Why? Those are the questions we should ask. But somebody told you about a map because he will come give you 10,000 anaanza kukwambia afanya biashara, alafu huku tax amekuwekea juu hiyo pesa, hata before uanze biashara tax imekula 3/4 of it, umebaki na 3,000 unaanza nayo nini? Let us reason bwana. Bottom up has never worked. I need an example of a country. Third world countries we know, most of them in Africa and Asia. Tell me Singapore, tell me South Korea was a third world country is a certain year, and they use a bottom up in 1960s, yeah, and they wakafaulu, and then they move on with that. It will never work. A bottom up model in a third world country is tokenism. That is populism or communism. What Tanzania used from 1960s. Julius Kabarage Nyerere failed with it. Yes.
Jonathan, what is the matter? You have a question or what?
No, I have I have something. I mean, like now, yeah. I mean now, like in
your internet has an issue.
Yeah,
we can't get you clearly.
I think it's you.
You ask your question later.
I can't get Jonathan. I was John Mugambi. You have a question before I finished?
I have no question. I'm just in support of what you are saying.
Okay. Captain, you have a question before I finished? Captain, you have a question? Okay. Captain has a problem with the net, eh?
No, I'm okay, my friend.
Captain, okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Captain, what is it? Ask your question.
Sio question niko nayo, ile kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema ni kwamba Ayaga ananipeleka nje kidogo, kwa sababu according to the motion it's about dealing the corrupt people. Sasa amenipeleka mpaka nimepoteza idea. Ningependa tu at least ashikilie na motion ya leo nitafuatilia kidogo. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Captain.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, my brother. I was just coming to the topic, you know. I was just finishing what Mulumbu was talking about, that the bottom up, and I repeat, bottom up. Somebody net yake iko on na inaleta iko. Bernard, it is yours. Okay.
Just carry on, I'll fix it.
Oh, thank you very much. I was just concluding on Mulumbu. Tell me a third world country or a developing nation like Kenya which have ever survived on a bottom-up model. Never in the history of the world. Never, ever. Even China in 1960s, they were where we are today. When the Communist Party took over, what they use is what Raila is preaching to us today, and we take it as a joke. Infrastructure. My friend, you cannot tax, number one, unemployed. I want to tell Captain, myself, I've been, since I got a care, your return is always zero because you are not employed. Yeah, it is true. If you are not employed, what are you returning? You are returning zero. It is zero. Jonathan, it is zero unless you have a KRA pin. If you have a KRA pin and you don't have you are not employed, you return zero. Unless you don't have. If you have, you will be with me in the same boat. You return zero. If you return zero, tell me from your zero, how much money is the government using for development? Zero. Infrastructure. Let us devolve. Mostly what we learn in class 6, decentralization. Let us move these companies you see here in Nairobi. The reason why we are here in Nairobi, move them back to Gachagua, where I will not pay rent. I will come from my house, from Rarieda, where I'm born, in Uyoma, go to maybe to Bondo, using my piki motorbike to Bondo and work. I can pay the government as much as but if they cut me rent, they cut me transport, they deduct from me everything. Even if I'm employed today, I will still return the zero because I cannot pay all the taxes. From nauli is a tax. Nikienda kununua kitu kwa supermarket here in Nairobi is a tax, VAT. If I go maybe to start a business, there are so many taxes, and then you are telling me I am still paying tax. I will not.
Ayaga, you have made a point. Can we move to corruption area, please, so that Simon is waiting.
Okay. Thank you. Give me 2 minutes to give me 2 minutes. Jonathan, hold on. Give me 2 minutes to finish with the corruption. Corruption, as I said earlier, I'm from Luo Nyanza. From 2013 up to moment, we have corruption. People have done corruption. Kidero was a governor of Nairobi. Being a governor of Nairobi is not an easy thing. We have never even have a mayor from Kalenjin Nation here in Nairobi. Now we have a governor in Nairobi from my region called Luo Nyanza. Kidero has been arrested several times. No Luo has called a press conference defending him. Obado is a governor from where I'm coming from in Luo Nyanza. He has been arrested as many as I cannot mention. Nobody has gone to the road to burn tires on the road to defend him. Number one, there was Rangiti, Rangini, the guy, the first PS under Waiguru. He was arrested. No Luo went to the road to burn the tire for a guy who was stolen on his behalf. Then after that, Lilian Omolo. He's from Lilian Mudoni Omolo. He's from Central, married down there. We will have our wives. We never gone to the road to defend that our wife has been arrested. You see? Yeah? No? Our wife has been arrested so that we go to ban tile. No, let us be serious. If someone is doing a corruption is a personal issue. I had Clinton, give me like 30 seconds. I had Clinton asking that ODM defended Waiguru. It is ODM that told the Kirinyaga people that Waiguru is corrupt. But Kirinyaga people prove us wrong by voting him as a governor. Where I'm coming from, there is a proverb. Kizito will explain this after I'm quiet. Wakonye hero. Let us help them love. We help them love Waiguru. Yeah? Where is the problem? We are now telling the Kalenjin people, I don't know where Henry Rotich will run as a governor. Yeah? After 2022, we will help you love Rotich. Don't call us. At Raila is a wash. Raila is a laundry. As laundry. If you elect Rotich, thinking that you are punishing Raila, if he has a problem with the MCAs, we will defend him in the Senate. And by God jobs, he will finish his term. And don't blame us. I think I've made my point.
Okay, thank you, Ayaga. Jonathan, you can now state your name before we hear from Simon Dumi.
But when I've been here, what I've just been interjecting. Me, I don't contribute or what? I've been just here every time. I've been just interjecting. I've never contributed.
You have done too many interjections until we.
Yeah, but when interjection is not contribution, it's two things.
Hold on, Kizito. We have heard your cry. We will answer it very soon. Just be patient. Jonathan, your interception, and then we hear interjection. Then we hear from Simon. Then Kizito is.
I'm just trying to tell Ayaga about how can we have infrastructure and we have corruption. We can have infrastructure, but we have corruption. That cannot work. We can have all of those things, but when we have corruption in it, we cannot help ourselves. When we have corruption in it, we can have so many infrastructure in Kenya, but corruption is in it. Everyone is corrupt. Everyone is doing this. Even on those infrastructure, people would be still stealing the money. So where are we going? That is not right, you know.
You want me to answer that? Jonathan, you want me to answer that?
Yes, Ayaga.
Number one, infrastructure. Let us, for example, when you are coming from Elgeyo Marakwet, in Elgeyo Marakwet, we don't have even one factory. If there is, I don't know the name. In Turkana, there is no manufacturing factory. My friend, you cannot be employed. You know, in education, and I want you to take example by the Ministry of Education. It is only the Ministry of Education that understands the devolution correctly. Ministry of Education, for the first time, we have a national school in every county. In Turkana, we have Tartar Girls. I can remember that it was never a national school. So you can go to a national school where you come from, like Turkana. Let me give you example with Turkana, Tartar. Yeah, but long ago, you have to move from Turkana to come to Starehe Boys Mangu Alliance. You went to Maseno, such schools to say, you know, I'm from a national school. That has been solved, and the Ministry of Education is now trying to actually have a university in every county. My friend, what is wrong if that is implemented in manufacturing sector? That we have every manufacturer, every county. Let us say you are coming from Nyeri, or you are coming from Mombasa, Kilifi. Let us have at least one manufacturing country, manufacturing industry in every county. How do you see that? What is a bottom up? Bottom up has never worked, my brother. Let me tell you. And if you think you can do research,
Mr.
and
Bernard.
even ask William Ruto. He will tell you, my friend, I'm lying to the fools. Bottom up has never worked in a third world country. And if there is an example, give me one, that Singapore or China or Malaysia or South Korea in 1960, they were like us, and they used this model of economy. And today, they are where they are because they use this model. Uniambie, mimi nitakubali hapa leo hii. I'm waiting for your answer. But if you are duped, I am telling you, you are duped the way you are duped by trickling down in 2013. Again, you are duped by laptop in 2017, and you will still be duped, and you are doomed to be duped as a duped human being until you die.
Bernard, I think Aga is just going out of it. We can't sit in the background listening Aga repeating the same thing at the same time.
Mr. Bernard.
We were talking about
Mr.
corruption,
Bernard.
but Aga is just, if I look, we are not selling about who's saying right. Everyone stands a right to campaign on which grounds he wants, and people will listen. But we are talking about corruption here. You know, Aga, you cannot go around the same thing. Nah.
Bernard, every time the issue of economy is brought in this forum. The last time I was here, and I asked Nelson to explain to me with example what a bottom up is. They told me it was not a today's topic and we should postpone. They are going to do the research. Today I'm here asking for them. They are telling me, you know, Ayaga, it was corruption. So wait a bit. We will discuss that endeavor. My friend, it is time. It is time, because I saw Dennis Itumbi the other day telling us that will be William Ruto manifesto. Tell us your manifesto.
Ayaga, I
You
think
know,
you are
selling this.
misleading us.
You are selling this to convince me. You are not selling this to convince you are selling this to convince me to join your side. Give me example. and give me whatever it requires for this bottom up. My
Bernard,
friend,
there is a problem.
don't tell me a bottom up. Bernard, you have a problem. Bernard,
you have a problem, Bernard.
We can't hear you. Bernard, we can't hear you. You have a problem. We can't hear you. Maybe
Mr. Yaga.
unatupata wewe. Yes.
Mr. Yaga. I think Jonathan amekuuliza swali ambao Jonathan amekuuliza swali rahisi sana ambalo linafaa umjibu direct. Wacha hii story unajirudia mwenyewe, Mr.
No. Remind me of the question. I think
No, uchaanza vizuri kulingana na mimi. Maana amekwambia hii infrastructure nini hiyo infrastructure unasema still tutakuwa na watu ambao wako corrupt in it. Akakuuliza which is the way forward. According to me, the way forward.
Okay. Wacha nijibu. You can't ask yourself and then answer yourself.
No, I'm correcting you. I think you are taking too much time.
You are not correcting me.
I think you are taking too much time. Let us assist you, and then we give us.
Question was mine.
We give us like a
Captain.
Yes,
Captain. Question was mine, and I think I answered Jonathan
taking too much time, please.
by giving example with Ministry of Education. You know, the evolution was not only for executive. The evolution was not only for executive. Yes.
Let us give Kisto to speak, and then we assemble ourselves as we continue. Please, Kisito amekaa sana.
Okay, you are running away from the fact, but okay, I know Kizito.
No.
Kizito, if Kizito is a one person, if he's agitated, he will just come out. But you want to give him time. You are running away. You are running away from the fact. I'm giving you example with Ministry of Education where we have national schools at every county. The problem we can have money. Okay, thank you very much.
Ayaga, please. Mr. Kisito, you can speak now.
But
let Mr. Kizito speak.
Okay. I think we have a problem. Just a minute, Kizito. I think we have a problem. In as much as we want to debate so much, let us stick to the topic. Ayaga, we have no problem in explaining about all the models. But why don't we say that tomorrow we are going to discuss about that? Whether infrastructure, whether model, let us discuss corruption because the topic today is corruption. That is just my request.
SK. You are new here and welcome, my brother. Welcome. You know this thing of, but I've never seen you and you've never seen me, so maybe
I've
you are
been here several.
Thank you very much. Hello. I went quiet. You know, maybe you joined after I went quiet when I asked your people who are talking about bottom up to explain this, and they told me the same thing you are telling me
Mr.
today.
Yaga.
That was not a no, Captain, give me a minute.
No.
Give me you cannot run away from the fact.
No.
Captain,
just
I know you are. I know you are a UDA. You are a UDA man,
it's
and you want to run away from Kizito. Kizito is not complaining.
No, Kizito I want Kizito to speak.
Kizito is my brother here.
Please.
No.
Let Kizito
I'm not
speak.
speaking too much. Okay.
Let Kizito speak. Let Kizito speak.
These people
Kizito,
are running away from the truth. They are running away from the truth.
Now, Kizito, you can speak.
So please,
no.
Pick it
Mr.
from
Yaga.
where I've left it. These guys want to take the shambles of corruption.
You.
Like today, let them explain to us what they understand with this shambles called bottom up. Because even Itumbi, who is their spokesman, doesn't understand it. Maybe William Ruto himself doesn't understand it. They just say it in sake. So please ask them. Even you can donate them your time to them. and captain.
For your information, I have never supported the bottom-up approach. So I just requested
thank you.
we
Thank you.
stick
Then
to the topic. That is just what I requested.
Then
Mr. Yaga, listen, please.
Then let Kizito goes on, please. I will mute. Then let Kizito keep quiet.
Okay. Mr. Kisito, take on the motion, brother.
Okay, thank you very much, my brothers. First, I would like to start with corruption. Before I venture into other related issues, but what I want to ask, there's a guy called Mulumbu. He talked here, and if everybody was listening to him, you could have heard something genuine from him. Why do I say so? Most of us who are staying in this panel, they are staying outside the country. But we have got this mentality that when we are outside the country, not even in Europe or US or Gulf or anywhere, but so long as you are outside the country, you think that now you are smart, you are smarter than the people who are staying in Kenya. I want us, my brothers and sisters, that we have to forget about that. Be a Kenyan, be a normal person, reason like a person. In this panel, what I've discovered, even those people who are supporting this corruption, who are supporting these things, they are outside the country. They are talking from the mentality and forgetting where he's staying. He's staying there. He came out from Kenya because of corruption. Some of us, we even corrupted people from passport places so that we get the passport. And that is why we say corruption must be dealt with. A girl, whichever way you want it, we have to speak it, whether you are Uhuru Kenyatta, whether you are Raila Odinga, whether you are who. We have this mentality, this thing that politicians they bring to come and convince us. If you may look, according to these politicians, when you are just sober, you've not taken beer, the same politician who is coming to tell you that they are targeting us are the same politicians who were there in the same government by that time. You know why they were there and they were not being targeted? Because by that time, they were being covered. Even in your family, where those who are married, who have children like me, when your child is getting spoiled, it reach a time whereby you say, now, toka ulimwengu akufundishe. I want to tell you people one example. During Moi era, I think people like Mwangi, they were never born by that time, or maybe they were born, but they were still in lower classes. I come from Migori. There's a company called Sony Sugar. There's one, the same method RUTO is doing is the same method Moi used to do. Is coming to make Arambe in one church. We were there. By that time, I was too old enough. I was running away. I was there. They donated 4 million shillings. The next day, it was a Saturday. They used to make Arambe on Saturday. Then Sunday, everybody went quiet. Everything was okay. Then on Monday, they started to look the money they want to take to bank. They ended up having 2 million. Where did the 2 million went to on Sunday? Do you know what came up? Moi, when he came, he went to Sony Sugar Company. They donated 1 million. He went to Mumias, they donated 1 million. They went to Soia, they donated 1 million. That briefcase that you are seeing that is briefcase going to the helicopter before he leaves. The money it was donated is going there in front. It's only leaving the money you people don't bring. That was the how corruption started in Kenya. That is what now we are trying to say. Let us decentralize this issue of money, because before the money was just being in national government, whereby if you want money, the government from the governor from Migori has to fill the forms. He has to carry the forms with his aeroplane, come to Nairobi, be signed, just a sign. Then it's going back. Is that not a waste of resources? When you tell this man to account for this money, where will he put this helicopter money he used to come? He will not. There is whereby you find these governors, they are being seen as corrupt. But where the money is, this money is just a bank issue. Even you where you stay, maybe the money you are getting is not even next to your house there. You will go to ATM, you remove your money. The money they are getting is just to write a check, go to the bank, you get your money at your bank where they don't even come and give you physically. But the corruption is, it starts from us who are electing these leaders. I want to ask you people one question. Have you ever seen any president in any third world country who is poor? Even an aspirant who is poor, when they want to campaign, before you start your campaigns, you must have this money in your pocket. You must be able to traverse all over the country. And where will you get that money? You must be rich. And for you to contest as a president, where will you get this money? You must have been doing businesses. That's why young people of our age will never contest for presidency, because where will they get that money? It's not 1 million, it's billions. For you to transverse everything, make all the nominations, make all the things, and to get this required number, the IBC put that you have to get. If you see somebody like Ndini Nyoro, I agree with Mwangi. He said that the only MP who has worked is Ndini Nyoro. If Ndini Nyoro can do that, that is what Ayaga was trying to bring. It's only that Ayaga put it in a broad way. If Ndini Nyoro can make people be employed and get money, and somebody who is like Gachagua, who is having this billion, is coming to give you 200 shillings, who is helping you and your family. I am a man. If I come and shout in your place where you are trying to convince me, you give me 100 shillings, 200 shillings, do you think I will go back to my house and buy omena with it? I will go to Konyagi, buy my Konyagi, come shout, then I go back home empty-handed. Who is suffering? My children. Who is suffering? My wife. Then you end up having no wife, no children, because the money you are having, you are not spending on them. They are thinking. For example, RUTO is coming up with a bottom-up economy. There's no problem. But this bottom-up economy, what of it if it happens like Zimbabwe style, whereby you have 10 million in your pocket, and this 10 million, even one bread is 1 million. What will you do with this money? It's better we come up with, to eradicate corruption, we come up with infrastructure whereby for you to vote for me as Kizito, I will show you that I tried with my money, I've developed this market, I've developed these bridges, I've done this. So if you elect me, I'm going to that national government, I will bring this money. Do you know why corruption is too much? The same MPs, the same senators, the same governors who are there, they are the people for this money, you know, before, when we were still young, for money to come from the national government to reach even a chief in your area, it was passing several hands before it reaches there. When it was 2 million, it is reaching when it's 2,000. That's why we say, let money go back there. But to say that I have money in my pocket, I'm coming to Captain who is staying in Ushago, I'm coming to give you 200 euro to go and buy apron or to go and buy banana. How will that banana, when you buy banana, everybody buy banana. You buy motorbike, everybody buy motorbike, everybody buy mkokoteni. Where will you take this mkokoteni? You buy taxi. Whom will you carry? Because everybody is having it. That's why infrastructure, but corruption should be dealt with accordingly. Why do I say so? When Gachagua came up in the TV, in the glare camera, and saying, "I'm ready to go and testify in court," why is it that when he's arrested, everybody is coming to demonstrate? Go to that clip. Look, those people who are. I don't undermine anybody. Sorry, anybody in this panel, don't take me wrong. I don't underestimate anybody. But when you look at them, we are all grown up. The people who are shouting that Gachagua must come, if you look at them, they were all drunk. Just like the way Jen said it, they were all drunk, which means they were given 100 shillings to go and buy konyagi, then they come and start shouting. The people who were shouting that Gachagua let it take his own cross, if you look at them, when you look at that clip, study it carefully, they were really smartly dressed. I don't say most of them are women, but I was not looking at the women. I was looking the way they were organized. They tried to portray the difference between people who are shouting, "Bring Gachagua, bring what?" But these people, they were trying to say, let him face his throne, he himself. Why was he bragging? You can't brag for the government. It's the same person who was bragging for the government that come and arrest me. When you come and arrest him, I want to tell you why corruption cannot finish in Kenya. We have lawyers, but lawyers that we have in Kenya, lawyers are there for money. They can twist any word to look nice according to what they want to come out because they are being paid. When Gachagua is paying Danson Omari even 1 million, do you think he will not fight for him? He will talk anything that suits you. I don't know whether I'm talking alone because everybody is not there. Well, because I'm just talking with the devil, Satan, because my screen is all black. I don't know. So
we are there.
Okay, thank you. So when these lawyers are being paid, somebody is being paid just for talking. He will make sure he uses all his craft, all his everything to make it look nice. Why is it that these lawyers, if they are really to defend somebody who is corrupt, why is this that they are running to that person, then they come out to the press? Why don't they just listen, go to court, talk? After they have finished the case, they come and explain. Why is it that you find most of them, they run, they talk to the client, they come and start saying, this was wrong, this was wrong. If DCIO cannot come to Captain Wadima or anybody or Karuri and arrest you because you've done nothing, there's no issue, there's nothing connecting you with corruption. Why don't they go to Ayaga, who is having nothing to do with it, for them to come, even if there's no evidence, but there's something that they are suspecting? That is police. Police everywhere, where you people stay, everywhere. When they suspect, even if you have marijuana, they will come because they are suspecting you. They will not come because they are because you are good or what. They will come because they are suspecting you. But suspect is to be charged. Is when he's being he has to be questioned. Is when he's being charged. But in Kenya, those who have, you will never arrest them because you are a person who is earning, you are a person who is earning. Yes. Oliver, please, Oliver, your microphone is on. To be charged is when he's being he has to be questioned is when he's being charged. But in Kenya, those who have, you will never arrest them. When you are being charged, after they have collected all the evidences, they have questioned you, and you are defeated to tell them the truth. They are suspecting something. It doesn't mean that you never stole. It doesn't mean you never. But we have got this tendency in Kenya, whereby a certain group of people that are collecting themselves, like this, our politicians. Because I understand it cannot just happen that only people related to William Ruto are the only people being arrested. Maybe these people they are birds of the same feather, they flock together. They know, let us go and fight the government, because if this government, if this our government take over, we will be protected. That's why they will die for it to be protected, and that is politics. So, my brothers, what I was just going to say in short, then I leave for somebody. When we are talking, let us not forget we all come from Kenya. The people who are in Europe, Gulf, outside Kenya, let me use outside Kenya. Let us not talk as if we don't know what is the reality in Kenya. Corruption starts with this our people. For you to understand why it starts with this our politicians, you will never get somebody from Canada, from even Nyeri, who has got nothing and going to contest as a president. Why? He must be having money. And if you have got the mentality of having money, you will fight through all your organs to get this money to go and contest. Why do you think governors, he starts as an MP, he goes as a senator, he comes as a governor, he wants to be a president? Because this thing is sweet. That's why when the government say, let us decentralize economy, our things, let's take this money there. But let us stop this thing. You know, the Tanga people are using something sweet to those who are not working. If you are not working, for example, those people who stay outside the country, when you work to your area, you find even somebody who is just there. He can even wash your legs. He can even carry your bag because he's thinking that you are the best. Me, in my area, I always tell people when I go, even to go and look after the cows, I will go. I have my workers that I go with them to plow with the cow because I don't want them to look at me that, oh, now you come outside, you are the best, you are everything. That mentality, when we can finish it, the corruption, we will talk it as it is. But for you outside, like Mwangi is outside as he's saying that, oh, these people is politics, is politics. When is it that it will never be politics? Every mrengo wako na wale wenye wanataka kusupport. Even Raila, whom people are claiming that is supported Waiguru. Ayaga used one word in Kijaluo, Konyaero. That is a very deep meaning in our tribe, that when I try to help you and I'm seeing you are not reciprocating, you are not even coming to my side, then I help you. when do we use this word? We always use it when I want to marry a woman and my brothers are telling me this woman is a sow, this woman is not good, this woman is not, but I insist I want this woman. They will say, we help you to love her. So when I have the problem, it's my problem. And that is what the Raila did to Waiguru. The people who elected Waiguru wanted to punish Raila. But when he realized that, he said, okay, no problem. You wanted to punish me, have your drink on your own calabash. So that corruption, what you people, he was telling you that it is corrupt, it's like this, and you refused. Take it. Gachagua, when it's corrupt, you find these people demonstrating, doing this, the Tanga, they make their own. I asked when this topic started, when we started this discussion, I asked them, when is these Tanga people were 100% sure that he is right. These Nyeri people knows that is right. Why is it that they were demonstrating in Nyeri? Why don't they come in CBD and do all those balloon?
Kizito, I have a question.
Yeah.
Maybe just related to what you're doing.
Yeah.
I think for us Kenyans, have you ever seen when we are in when the MPs are in parliament and when they want a salary increment?
I've seen it, Wekesa.
Yes. Have you ever seen do they talk about Tanga and handshake? No. That is the time they all come together. That is the time they all come together to get the increase, isn't it?
Yeah.
I want. I think for us as Kenyans, when we are discussing corruption, let's not fall back to our the places we are supporting. We are supporting either RUTO or handshake or hustle. Let's see that corruption is a cancer that is eroding this. You remember when COVID-19 started?
Yeah.
We even took sides as Africans and we were saying we are being targeted for family planning. But when we realized it's something serious is when we started asking, we need masks, we need to be vaccinated. Let's forget these petty politics and focus on real issues that are affecting our nation. RUTO will be there, even if he becomes president, he will serve his 10 years and go. Raila will serve his 10 years and go, but our nation will be destroyed, my friend.
Wekesa, you're very right. You've just mentioned the point where I started with. For example, you find this RUTO is telling us that Corona is the person who knows he has already been vaccinated and is the one making all this labaloo and making all these big campaigns. But the person I was just talking, the person who is going there, who is this person they are inviting for this, they are whatever, how do we call it? I forget English, man. This our country is making us. The person who are coming for this, there are places to talk. You are not even vaccinated. You have never had even have been ever tested. When you come, you shout, yeah, that corona is not there, that corona. When the corona came and catch even one of your family and you go, forget about seeing the person dead. Me, where I've witnessed somebody in the ventilator. If you see them, the next day you will go and look for that vaccination even. But with us, we politics. Corona is not there.
Yeah, and for me, I wanted us to focus even on narrow areas. For example, the real contentious issue that has been in the fight against corruption here, which we must all agree on, is that is it fair? So let's look at it. Every government, when it comes into play, for example, when Jubilee came into play, we can also say that it focused on development in Central and Rift Valley.
Yeah.
And the other regions were quiet. But if a road is developed in Central, me, I feel it's okay because it's still part of Kenya. When a dam is built in Kimwarel and it's not built in Western, where I come from, I still feel it's part of Kenya.
Yeah.
So it's just as the war against corruption. If they touch one of the Kenyans, you do not first of all retreat into your tribe or Cancun. He's a Kenyan and he's a thief. When we go to the road, when you are going to town and you meet somebody picks your phone, you don't ask, by the way, did you begin by arresting the thief who stole a phone in the morning, or do we begin with this one? No, you handle the issue as it is. You prosecute each issue independently. Those people who are bringing all issues together, even the style of Ocampo never worked. Who remembers what Ocampo did? He came and picked 3 guys from ODM and 3 guys from PNU. They still complained that it was political. So the issue of balancing is not here and there. Even if DCI went and picked 3 guys from Handshake and picked the other 3 guys, at the end of the day, when you present them to court, it is the burden of evidence that will prosecute the person. It is not like you did a political balance. It has not. When you go to the judges, they will thrash away your case based on evidence. So the question we need to ask is, has the DCI done the thorough investigation? Has the
Thank you, Mr. Wekesa.
able to prosecute? Yes.
Waidima is listening to
okay,
you.
I was
That
just
was
provoking
where we had
you
a
to.
problem. What you are saying is where I had a problem with Waidima and Mwangi. With them, they were thinking that why is it that only on one side? I told them this the burden of the case is what will prove it. So whether they go for Tanga, whether they go for ODM, but you can't say that go for people who stole this Kemsa and your case was 100 years ago, now we leave it. It has been there in the file with the DCIO. The only thing, DCI people, most of the time, they are also human beings. They try, but here we have the cocoons, we have the cartels that instead of giving, you find right now, Wekesa, in your right mind, you know it happened like this and this. The guy, like Wadima, is coming. I'm just using example, Wadima, don't be angry. Is coming
No,
with money.
I can't.
Yeah. He's telling you that, Wekesa, you know, you are the only person who will make me lose this my seat. I'm giving you 2 million. One say that you forget or disappear. What happened in ICC cases? Once you see that money and you are frustrated and you are somebody who doesn't have anything, you are going to take, but you are finishing your own country. You are finishing your other people. Instead of standing with the DCI and say, it is true and it is true, he did this, he did this. When you go to Facebook, there's one man called Bakungu. He went to university together with RUTO and Gachagua. That man, whatever, if you go to platform, you will read that how he demonstrated Gachagua. You will say this man was a bandit from the beginning. But it has been the cover up. His brother was a DC. His brother was a strong person. He started with the Moi. He has been covered, all those things. Now, when it came whereby nobody can cover him, he ran to DP RUTO because DP RUTO is the person they started with, because that's the person who will cover him. This other side, he has got no chance. That was only my take.
Okay.
Person
Yeah. Who is moderating? Who is moderating?
We have Clinton. Clinton is back. Eh?
Can I speak? Is Clinton back so that everybody now can have a contribution? I think we. No. Some of us have we have been at the back.
Just a minute to Ekesa.
Can you hear me?
I want to tell
Yes.
Kizito. I think he misunderstood me. What I meant is, let us have as a creative DCI, because I think I saw Ekesa commented on what YouTube said on Wednesday night, because there is information that someone is going to be arrested. How did he get the information? Yet he is not in the DCI. I meant, this is what I meant. The DCI should be secretive in this way.
No, Wamaida, let me ask you. Wamaida, let me just ask you before you finish.
Yeah.
When we had the issue of hack, didn't we have the same guys who hacked into the witnesses of hack? Now, when we had the server issues, didn't the people hack in and so when we had issue of IBC, even the letter from the chairman itself was leaked. Now, the issue of the letter to the press, we talked about the letter from Kangata going to the president. Now, you cannot, if there are people who want to do that, it's okay, it's part of corruption of information, such that people can get the information before it reaches to the destination it's supposed to be done. But now, notwithstanding, even if they knew, arresting is part of procedure. So it's not like it was something wrong for Itumbi to know. And if it, in case it was a witch hunt, then if it was known, they would have diverted it. But because it was the right procedure, even after knowing, they still went and did that because it was planned to be done and is the right thing to be done. So let me ask you, when Itumbi, let me ask you a question first. When Itumbi announced the results of
SK, give me a minute or two. Tafadhali, I beg of you. You know, every moment as a learned man, when you are starting your statement with so and so, you misunderstood me. So and so, you misunderstood me. Wekesa, you misunderstood me. Ayaga, you misunderstood me. Kizito, you are the problem. You are the problem. Now check at your statement. You know, everybody in this panel will misunderstood you depending on your understanding on your own statement. Maybe your statement has a problem, and then that problem now you are pushing to everybody. I told you one thing. The people we have in DCI, they are not angels. They are not aliens. They are people we have in Kenya. They are our brothers and sisters. These are the guys who are doing these things. Itumbi is not God. Itumbi is not God. Itumbi is not a Jesus and is not a prophet that prophesizing everything. Itumbi is a man who maybe has a relative or a friend or a classmate. Anybody from DCI maybe was informing him about this. And so what? If Gachagua is guilty, if not guilty, if I'm Gachagua, I could have prayed that these people take me to the court like the way they did to Sonko. You get charged, and then you fight your issues in court. Nobody is bothering Sonko today. But before Sonko was arrested, there was Shalabagashi. Sonko will be arrested tomorrow. Oh, Sonko is in Taita Taveta. Oh, Sonko is heading to Tanzania. Sonko sijui is in where. If you are a man and a half who is obedient to the law, I think the safer place for you to be is in a police custody. Let them arrest him, present him to court any day they want. Next week but 1. After that, because we are using a liberal law, where you are not guilty until you are fined so. So I think Gachagua should put his issues into rest. Let these guys take him to the court for the last time and tell him this is the charges. After that, after getting out of court, police cell with the bond, the guy will be very peaceful guy. But these things you are doing when somebody is being arrested, you tell us, you know, so and so is going to be arrested. So what? Why am I? Why can't they arrest you? Are you not Kenya? If they're arresting people because of politics, why can't they arrest you? You as SK, why can't they arrest you? Are you not interested in politics? You are. Why can't they arrest Duke? Yeah. Why me? Why can't they arrest me? Or you think DCI is asleep when Ayaga is speaking today? They are here. They are watching. So if you start every statement of yours at you misunderstood me, you are the problem. If you are not the problem, the statement you are making is as a problem. So correct that, please.
Yeah, and there's another issue they were talking about, targeting one side. Let me ask you, you see, politicians are very funny. Sometimes we group ourselves based on interest. If we find that RUTO has no problem with people who have corruption, we go and hang in his wing so that he can protect us. So if I have stolen and then go and hide into somebody, because there is a political regrouping of people, and there's a leaning. There are those who see that this guy is sympathizing with these people, so they go to the other side. So when when the DCI comes for them, they say he's leaning on one side. No, it's just you guys who decided to group yourself on one side, and so just that the majority will be on one side does not mean I'm against one side. It's only that you guys saw that there will be a problem, and you decided that you should be this side because the patron of this side seems to disagree with the war on corruption. So we can never balance. The issue is, are they balanced? That are we having that every 1, 2, 3 people in this side are corrupt, and every 1, 2, 3 on the other side are corrupt, such that you say pick one here, pick another one there, pick one here, there. You see, again, when you go to court, the court does not look at cases of corruption with a political lens. That huyu jamaa anatoka kwa patikani. That one doesn't make sense. In court, bring somebody, what is the case, what are the issues, it's prosecuted that way. So I will be glad, because even ODM was in opposition. Right now, UDA is trying to play the opposition. When Raila was fully in opposition, he brought up the issue of Eurobond, and he stated the case clearly from where it started, where it has gone, how the money has gone. If these guys have issues with the handshake people who are corrupt, just come out clearly and say this case is like this, these are the issues. Bring the facts, even bring the files so that somebody will be nini. And we should not say that when you see a Gachagua being manhandled, then you say, even Nani, there's a Ruaraka land. But we haven't seen somebody coming out with clear issues and saying, the Ruaraka land, these are the issues and these are how we have presented it. I think for me, that will be a serious conversation on corruption, rather than just pinpointing that because one person is leaning on this side. What if he's hanging on that for a shield? All of them are looking for human shield. So if they are looking for human shield, we as Kenyans, should we defend them? Did we get the proceeds of corruption? Me, I was telling people 2007, I was campaigning for Waluke. And but when I heard the issues came up that Waluke was corrupted, I could not stand up and defend him. Abebe msalaba wake, even if he was in my constituency, I don't go on the streets and saying that I need to prevent Waluke because our people is being targeted. No, abebe msalaba wake. Hata kama alileta pesa akakawa watu 200, but people didn't know where he got the money. So when they come for him, he should account for that money. You should not be even guilty that he gave you 200 for lunch. Are you seeing what we are saying as Kenyans? Because we need to be serious about this war against corruption, and it will be fruitful. But if we start looking at it from a lens of, is he a RUTO follower? Is he a Raila follower? Have they done anything on this? We will not go anywhere. We just be in circles. We just be going in circles. We should be asking now. They have arrested Gachagua. Is he going to be prosecuted? Are we going to get our money? In fact, that should be our conversation. Are we going to get the money back, or is it just another drama?
Hello. Hello, I'd like to say hello to everybody.
Excuse me guys.
Yeah.
Sijui ni nani ana moderate ba.
Hakuna, we are just debating. The moderator alienda.
Sasa mimi niko na swali. Mnataka mdebate kwa dakika kama ngapi zijazo? Ni set alarm yangu alafu nikuje nizime.
Kuna wenye tujaongea?
Kama 2 hours.
Mpaka asubuhi. No, mpaka asubuhi.
Wakina Ashley hawajaingia, wakina yule msichana anaongea kidogo hajaingia, so wacha
hello.
Okay,
Kizito. Let me try to moderate.
Sawa, Kizito ukinini inaitwa ukifanya nini? Kizito, kama kuna shida as in watu wote wametoka na wanataka kuingia, nipigie tu directly ni login alafu niweke watu kwa show tafadhali Kizito.
Okay, haina shida.
Yeah, unipigie tu directly. Nitakuwa online. So guys, endeleeni mpaka
kesho. Unaharibu nyumba yangu, Jumada anataka kulala.
Acha pia mimi niongee.
Wekesa, can I proceed?
Yeah. So guys, let's have some order and then we do this shortly and then everybody aenda lale, si ndio? So I will begin with the Duke.
No. Start with kids. Kids amekuwa
hapa. Kids ndiye alikuja mapema?
Yes.
Yeah. Kids.
Mnanipata?
Yeah.
Yes, nakusikia.
Okay. Hii mambo ya corruption, the first thing I think hatupigani na corruption, we are just joking. Everybody involved ni corrupt. Like unajua hata kwa Bible watu wenye wanasoma Bible, hata ile time Yesu aliletewa mwanamke mwenye alikuwa mwanasherati, walimwambia if you are clean, take the first stone and throw it. So hakuna mtu alithrow. So I think anybody mwenye anadhani Uhuru Kenyatta ama DCI or EACC najaribu kupigana na corruption hii Kenya, they're just being delusional ama wanakuwa too ignorant, because ukiangalia things the way they are doing things, it's not like, we have the EACC which is mandated by the constitution to fight corruption. It's the primary tool of fighting corruption, but it has not been empowered enough. The first time walijaribu weaken, walijaribu compromise. So now they're trying to use the DCI. Regardless, whoever who is involved, I don't think if there is that goodwill from the political class to fight corruption. Ingekuwa the top political brass wanataka fight corruption, they would have done it, but it's evident hawataki kupigana na corruption because most of them are guilty. Most of them know that they can be implicated in one way or the other. So I think there is that fear. Watu wanaogopa nikisetu mjamaa ama huyu akiekwa ataenda afike mahali, then the evidence will implicate me. So they are just going soft on them. Now it cuts across. It doesn't matter which politicians is ama mahali yako, whether Tanga, ODM, Jubilee. Most of them, if not all of them, are corrupt. You can take for example mtu mwenye mahali unatoka county, I'm sure there are corruption concerns wenye locals wa huko wana raise, and it has never been addressed. Then another issue me I have with these corruption cases is the manner in which they are conducted. You know, justice is not about doing justice. It's also about it being seen to be done. Justice pia huwa inatembea na perception. People will perceive if there is justice or there is no justice. And majority of the people in Kenya now believe that justice is only available for the rich. That the people who can be able to buy justice are the people who get it. If you don't have the willpower, the money, or the connections, then huwezi pata justice hii Kenya yetu. In case kama mtu mwenye amekuwa akiona news.
Kid, before Malise, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What do you mean by it's only the rich who get justice? So according to you, justice is when you go to court and you are acquitted, or what do you mean?
Not
so why
like
do you say that?
I'm
Because sometimes even kufungwa can be justice. So
yeah,
I don't
that's
know
what
what
I'm
you
trying to
understand
say.
by justice.
I'm trying to say justice is being fair and equity. Justice, it doesn't mean somebody having to go to prison. Justice just simply means everybody gets a fair share of what they deserve. Yeah? You get me? So I'm trying to say, like, in Kenya, people who can be able to afford to get justice are the people who are the mighty, the people who are in politics, and the people who have the finances. For instance,
a point of order, Wekesa.
Yeah, unaweza uliza.
Yeah, you know, you ask a question which is very correct, that it is only the rich that have the justice in Kenya. It is true. It is very true. It is only the rich that always justice fall on their side in this country. Because, you know, if you have money, they buy the justice. But when people sat down around the table and realized that, you know, we as a common man, we always lack justice because we don't have money. Now let us have a ombudsman in the court. A person, when I went to a magistrate court in Makadara and I'm judged wrongly, I can go somewhere to complain. It is the same rich people who came down here to fool people that, you know, the ombudsman. No. I'm making my point. You know, it is the same rich people.
I thought you were asking a question. Now you're making a contribution. I think you've asked a question, and then when I give you your time, you will make a contribution based on that. You can develop it further.
Yes. Okay. Ayaga, I can tell you, my friend, the ombudsman thing, still in Kenya it can be corrupted. So I am always very pessimistic that it could have helped anything, because the problem is not even the systems which we have, it's the people who are within the systems that are making the systems not to work. The way the 2010 constitution was engineered, it was engineered in such a way that we could have independent offices and commissions. The executive will have its power, the parliament will have its power, and the judicial will have its power. But at the moment, those lines are very blurred. You cannot know where the executive ends, where the parliament starts, and where it ends, where the judiciary starts, and where it ends. And now that's the problem. Now overseeing these branches of government is a big challenge because they're always intertwined. So on the issue of justice for the rich, because I can assure you, just take for example, the most common people when wanakuwa arrested na the police ni watu wa boda boda. People of boda boda, there's in some counties they're supposed to have stickers. For example, a sticker maybe for 300 for a month. When such a person is arrested, he can be taken in, and within a day, within even 48 hours, amechukuliwa court na kesi yake ishasomwa, amepewa judge nini fine yake, na kama hana pesa ametupwa ndani. But when it comes to the powerful and the rich who can afford the high-end lawyers in Kenya, even the case starting alone, even setting the date for hearing, they can delay it for so long. Such that, you know, if you delay justice, then sometimes it becomes too late, too little, too late. Ngoja yaga nimalize then. Let me
my question. My question will be, kids. Why then do we support these rich people when it comes to their turn? And when we poor people, when we have our issues, they don't support us. So why do we passionately support them and we know they can still even buy justice? They have the money. Why do we support them?
Simple. They control the tools of production. They have the money, and with money, you can get audience from anybody. If you have the money, you can get audience from anybody. And they use the money to manipulate the people. Because they know, even the politicians know that if they can be able to empower the common people and they can be able to survive, to get a living without their handouts, without having to beg them, they will become useless. They will not, the common people will not go to beg them for money, for handouts. And that's what they fear. Why do you think developed countries, people are so much empowered? It's because there is that separation. People they know they can prosper on their own. They cannot be fixed because they are not politically correct. But
okay, one last question. Your time is up. One last question.
Yeah, unajua wamechukua yangu, so utaniongeza like a minute.
Yeah, of course. It's okay. In our next change, we learn both rather than when it's one way. So let me ask you the last question. Like for example, right now, Central is telling Uhuru Amalisa, and they feel that there is something he has not done for them.
Yeah.
Why don't we take this further and talk to the corrupt? That we, even if there will be no justice in the courts, we as people of Western have decided that all the corrupt people, we are going to vote them out. We are people from Central, we have decided to vote them out. Why don't we do that? Why is it that we have a problem with Uhuru and so that means we can also have a problem with each and every individual MP, individual governors and whatever. And we can weed out the corrupt from the system. Why don't we do that?
You know, I'm sure sijui kama uko US ama Canada ama wapi, but you know, even those countries, they still corruption, but it's the levels.
I'm in Sri Lanka, Machakos.
Yeah, so even people when you wameenda maju, they can tell you there is corruption, but it's the level which matters. In Kenya, it's too high, such that it prevents many things from happening. But in those other countries,
my brother, in outside country, there's this first world country, there's no corruption. When you are
there is corruption. It's on that
there is not. even a police, the minimal, the least you can do, especially where I am, if you try to corrupt the police, for first they get everything they want. The citizens, they fear police more than Kenya. You find a citizen knocking a police.
Corruption is not all about giving bribes. Corruption is not all
but
about giving bribes.
okay.
Mr. Chairman.
I don't know what you mean.
Okay.
Kids,
Let me just
in
answer
other words,
Kizito.
kids.
Let me answer Kizito on that one, please.
Yeah, sure. Briefly.
Yeah, Kizito, for instance, if you are somebody who is in the US, you know, if you are black and you are on the highway, chances of you being stopped by the police for a search, it's very high. Then somebody who is white.
That is
That's
racism. That is racism, not corrupt.
What's corruption?
Chair.
What's
That
corruption?
is racism, not corrupt. Because they will never take anything from you when you are right. The only problem, we have to differentiate the two things. We have racism and we have corruption.
What's corruption?
When you are driving, and you are making any
Vodka.
problem or you have any problem, if the police stop you.
Okay, let me just finish my point. Maybe the way you understand corruption is quite different from the way I understand it. Let me just finish my point then.
Chair, please have order.
Yes, 10 seconds.
Yes. So the last thing I wanted to talk about is this thing of tribalism in Kenya. In Kenya, we are all tribal, and that's a fact. And that's the
Chair, we're talking about corruption.
Yeah, okay, let's leave the other.
Talking about tribalism.
Because we are tribal.
Okay,
we are very
next,
tribal.
I want
Let me
next
finish.
we go to Duke and then we go to Jonas.
Okay, let me finish. Maybe 10 seconds. So in Kenya, we are very corrupt and very tribal. So when somebody from our tribe is accused of corruption, then we make it as if it's us, it's our tribe which is being attacked, which is wrong. My main concern is not my main concern is not how many people are arrested. It's how many convictions do we get? How many public resources do we get from those people? And that's what will really determine the fight on corruption. That's what will be used to get if it's successful or not. But arresting people will not make much difference. Okay. Thank you.
Duke.
Hello, everybody. I want to start the contribution on today's topic by having a reference.
Duke, hatukusikii.
Is it okay now?
No. Yeah,
hapana, kama sikiki naweza endelea.
No, ayaka ngoja kidogo. We are coming to you. Jonas, can you make your point? What, Duke, are you okay?
Yes, are you getting me now?
Yes, you are clear now. Yeah.
I want to start my submission today by having a reference to a letter which was wrote by Abraham Lincoln to the headmaster when his son started school. And among the two, rather 4 items that Abraham Lincoln wrote the teacher, he told the teacher to teach his son that for every bad man, there is a gentleman. And for every coward, there is an hero. And he told him that, to teach him that it's more honorable to fail than to cheat. So the fact that the state in Kenya we are at the state we are is because of the the kind of people we have, right? From those at the oppositions, the readers, and all Kenyans. Because bribes are paid and received. So corruption is not about giving a bribe or receiving a bribe, it's both. Giving bribes and receiving bribes, also misappropriating the resources of the government. Having said that, I want to focus more on the solution. I don't want to ask the question why we are here, but I want to focus more on what can be done for us to move out of the situation we are in. For end corruption to be dealt with, there are two ingredients which are required. One is human resource. Two is the infrastructure. Human resource has failed to some extent. It talks about us having green people, having people who have high integrity. But that has failed because, as being a democracy, it is very difficult to have the right person. Because majority may choose a wrong person. And more often we find that the top contenders are from the corrupt group. Therefore, it is very difficult for us to have an integrity person, a person with high integrity to hold that office, all rather offices. So, therefore, that one it will take more time to achieve because it's based on education and it's a long-term solution. So that can take time. But I want to focus on the infrastructure. The infrastructure can tame corruption within a very short period of time. And the first is to use technology. There is an emerging technology called blockchain. Blockchain is where we have computers decentralized and distributed with ledgers, whereby one transaction is recorded at multiple points. For instance, mostly it is implemented in banks. If maybe you bank your money in a given branch of the bank, that transaction is sent to several points. And any change of that transaction, it will be detected in several points. So that's what happens to us. So the Kenya must have, first of all, centralize and implement the blockchain, whereby the government expenditure is monitored right from the budget. So if we know the budget of Kenya is 3.6 trillion, and it's recorded in the blockchain, and therefore it starts to be tracked down, where it's spent coin by coin. So that way we can track the money, we can monitor the expenditure. So why we are unable to recover even a cent of rooted money is because we intend more to follow people. We know that 10 billions have been stolen, and we ask who. After I found that person and said, so is corrupt, nothing's happened. But we have to follow the resources. So the first principle is to track, recover, and repossess. So we are interested in the government having packed the proceeds of corruption. But to some extent, we don't have that because we follow people. For instance, here in Kenya, there is a region, I think somewhere in Western, where wheelbarrows were bought at 100,000. And nothing has happened. So in that case, if we were using, for example, track, recover, and repossess principle, the mandated agencies will go to the procurement of, say, we procured a wheelbarrow for 100,000. That's what's called malicious pricing, and it's a crime. So which company was paid? Company P, it was paid 100,000 for wheelbarrow. No, at the Kenyan market, a wheelbarrow is 5,000. So we want 95,000 for each wheelbarrow. And in that case, we recover that money. If that company cannot give that money, then the action is taken. The amount is freezed, the amount is taken by force, the company is registered. Therefore, we are going to solve corruption without causing conflict and chaos. Because when you go try to solve corruption by rhetoric, it's like we are trying to bring a conflict. But if maybe Ruto story or Raila, we are not going to say it's Raila, or we are not interested even with him. We want to fold the money first, and that money comes back to the treasury. Then that can even serve as evidence, because, for instance, if money has been recovered from your account, that's more than evidence for you to be convicted. So the problem we have in Kenya is we are more rhetorical. We don't want to do things scientific way. Everything is politicized. That's what happens. Another way is like having e-government. For instance, those who are in Kenya, we have what we call e-citizen. For instance, if you want to have your license, if you want to have your visa, now it's processed electronically, and you must pay using M-Pesa.
Can I interject a little bit? Mr. Duke, you are just in the right track.
A question or a comment?
Interjection.
Okay.
Or
shortly.
To add, Duke is just on the point. I want to give you just an example. As you continue to explain what you are doing, I want to give you example from the country, especially where I am. Here in this country, when I come out in my car, the police controls me. If I have more than 200 euro in my pocket, they will ask me which kind of a car I'm driving. When you are driving a small car, forget small car, I mean even Range Rover, unless it's a trailer, is when you are allowed to have 200 euro in the pocket. Every money is being put in the bank. If you want to buy anything, they prefer card more than cash. So if Kenya, for example, I was just adding, then you continue. Gachagua, when he heard that it was going to be, the bank was going to be frozen, he went and removed all the money from all the banks and he kept them somewhere. How did he manage to remove them? Where did he put them? Who allowed him to keep even 1 million? You find somebody in Africa working with 2 million in the polythene, like what we saw in Matungu. Thank you. Just continue. I was just telling you that what you are saying, you are just correct. But if the government can allow everybody, it can be a law that you must have this amount of money. When you go to a bar, you will pay with card. When you go to any
let him finish.
the card, you will pay tax. Thank you.
Okay, let him finish. Okay.
Yes, that's what I was adding as moving to
Duke, wind up.
cashless.
We go to the next person.
Yes, so that's why we talk about cashless system, whereby we can use other platforms to pay so that you can be tracked. But the problem in Kenya is that we don't even have a centralized data. For instance, in the first world country, if you go to any hospital, you can give your ID number, and then they see where you have been treated all through for several years. But here in Kenya, each hospital is different. They are not coordinated. So that's why we're trying to talk about those. Also, for instance, those who say there is no corruption in the US when a police stands you, it's because they have cameras. So actually, that's technology which can use. Each police officer has a camera. For instance, if the case of the person who shot fraud was prosecuted successfully because there was a camera which recorded everything. But here in Kenya, no evidence, nobody's watching. So that's what we can do for us. So in summary, what I'm trying to say is us to follow money, not people, because we are not interested with a person. If somebody goes in prison for 100 years and he has already gone with 100 billion. His kids will continue to use those money. If we have not recovered that amount, it's useless even to imprison that person. That's my submission.
Okay. Thank you so much. Do you believe iron sharpens iron? Just one question and then we go to the next one.
Yes, yes, yes.
So must we have only clean people to prosecute the corrupt? Or
what
we can still prosecute? I'm not saying you said it.
No.
I'm just
What we can do if we have a system like an automated system which detects a corrupt person without bias. In terms of having the right human resource, that's what we're trying to say. It's very difficult because we are in a democracy. A democracy, people choose who they want.
Duke, I think what is asking.
That's what I was trying to say.
I think what Okesa is asking is, can you send a thief to catch a thief?
Yeah, or a lesser thief to catch a more big thief.
I can
because the argument that
you can send a person pretending to be a thief.
The reason why I'm asking that question, we are having this debate that everybody is corrupt. So how can we fight against corruption?
Okay, what
Does
I can
that
say.
Stop us? Yes.
No, what I'm trying to say, if we will have somebody who will put a stop first, and then we start doing everything for right before we trace, and we have procedures and protocols of tracing the rooted amount. Because it's very difficult even to trace all the rooted amount, because currently we don't have proper systems or information or data. And also the thieves are using the system. There is thieves who steal legally. They have everything. You cannot even prosecute as cost in case, because a company wins a tender and that company gives this person 2 million at night. No evidence is recorded out, but he is aware that if you give me 2 million, I will give you a tender. So it's very difficult to find that, to capture that. That's why I'm trying to talk about a system.
Okay, thank you. Jonas, make your submission.
Yes, I'd like to begin by saying that Duke suggested that the corruption is happening because there's no evidence, and that maybe because we don't have cameras and things like that. But what I wanted to say is that when corruption happens in a matatu, and the policeman stops the matatu, and the driver or the conductor hands a note to the policeman, everybody is watching. And the other thing is, there's no way you can disappear with 12 billion shillings without a conspiracy between yourself and many other people. In the type of corruption that we're talking about, this corruption of these tenderpreneurs is not a corruption of one person. It's a corruption of many people getting together and basically executing these corrupt transactions. And a lot of times, a lot of people know. The Kenyans who are working in those offices, they can see what's happening. The Kenyans who are working in those governors' offices, these things are happening right in front of them. The people who are working in those offices with the MPs, I mean, it's happening in public view, really. So, the evidence is there. People just need to come out and submit the evidence. So now to proceed to my submission for the day.
Okay.
I think we have to remember that corruption is a crime against the people. It's basically a crime against we, the Kenyans. And that the cost of corruption is also very, very high. It slows down our economic growth. It slows down our development. We don't get hospitals, we don't get roads, we don't get schools, we don't get housing, we don't get food. And the poor, the Wanjiku in Kenya, just gets more poorer as a result of this corruption. So when we come here to discuss a subject like corruption, I think we all have to be sober, and we have to remember that it's we who are the victims. It's not these judges who are being arrested or these politicians who are being arrested. It's me and Kizito and Mugambi and Duke and Ayaga who are the victims of this corruption. So I find that the complication that really complicates the fight of the fight against corruption in our country is that the fight against corruption itself has been corrupted, and this fight has been corrupted because of basically it's just a cycle, it's a loop. You have all of this money, you're able to corrupt the judges, you're able to corrupt the police, and you're able to take political cover. So basically, until all sides of the political divide, including Wanjiko herself, are willing and able to distance themselves from anybody, in fact, who's even alleged to be corrupt, we're going to continue to have this problem. Because if somebody can say, "Oh, I'm being arrested because I'm supporting Party A," and the guys in Party B are not being arrested, and then we the voters, we the people, we go on the street and start rioting, protecting a particular person who has been arrested for corruption. The corruption thing can never really, it's just very difficult to deal with it if our leadership and we the Kenyans are not willing. We're not willing to distance ourselves from these corrupt people. And basically, in conclusion, I believe we're here today because of the arrest of this MP from Nyeri. And we have to remember that this guy is being accused of 12 billion Kenya shillings. And I don't believe that there's any possible way somebody who has been a government employee his entire life, and then now he became an MP. And you add on top of that, his brother was the governor for Nyeri. I don't see how such a person can explain 12 billion Kenya shillings. So let him go to court and let him explain this money. Even me, I want to hear how you can end up with 12 billion. I want to hear, because Wekesa, if for us who do legitimate business, if you go somewhere Wekesa and you do a business, your profit margin may be something like 10%, 12%, or something like that. So when you hear that if somebody claims that they have earned this money, that you have earned 12 billion, it means that the business which you did must have had a value of about 150 or 200 billion. And what is it that Gachagua could have done in Nyeri or in Nairobi or in Kenya, which is 200 billion? We would know where it is. If he has a factory somewhere, he's making something. He has an industry somewhere which is generating tens and hundreds of billions of Kenya shillings a year. We would know where it is. Otherwise, where do you get 12 billion?
Yeah, I want you now to comment on the corruption web. Corruption web. You see, most corrupt people are using that web such that when you are following that web, you get confused because it's going in different direction and touching different people. In fact, one of the things that was revealed in that case was there are 49 companies linked to him.
Yes.
So, which means when you start following, you may end up everywhere and confusing the whole thing and saying everybody is corrupt.
That's okay. You see, Wekesa. We saw like we all watched on TV when they had this committee in Parliament that was talking about the procurement at KEMSA, and you had all the tricks that these people come with. They change the name of the company with one letter. They do all these funny tricks. Something is coming from your brother. You don't even know who the owners of the company are. Somebody has registered a company at the company registry, but when they're told to come to court, they send a lawyer. When the lawyer is asked who owns the company, they don't want to produce the what do you call it, the certificate of incorporation. There's just too many tricks going on, you know. So, I mean, me, I don't see that it's unlikely. I mean, it's possible for somebody to have 50 companies, which are all associated with one person. But like you're saying, it's true that when you expose this one guy, it's just a tip of the iceberg. It's a tip of the iceberg, and that's a problem. If you nab one, it cannot stop there, because more than likely you're going to find his relatives are involved, his brother who was a governor is involved, his friends are involved, and all these politicians who are now running in circles trying to protect him, his friends are in one way or the other, have done deals, and they're involved. It's going to touch, it can touch a lot of people. So let these guys go to court. Let us hear. Me, well, I guess I would like to hear how this guy can defend 12 billion. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Let us stop trying to say, oh, let him go to court and let's hear. I'd like to hear how he does this business. Even me, I can go and do it. 12 billion.
That's why I was supporting Duke. I'm waiting for Wekesa to be the governor. Even a governor, just a mere governor. I'm working on a program. I will link with Wekesa when you become a governor. I will come with IT program that everybody who is having Uduma number, once you have a bank account, all your details is centralized in one place. For example, where we are here, when I go and
So I was going.
Let me
You
finish.
just hold. I'll give you time, huh?
Yeah. So what
Yeah,
I was saying. So yes, I mean, basically what I'm saying is that this guy cannot have if you know this 12 billion. There are a lot of Kenyans who know what was going on and all these transactions, how they were happening. You cannot do this type of dealings, and it's just one person. There's no way. There's a whole chain. There has to be a whole chain of people, and like Duke is saying, a whole record of all these transactions, especially if they're going through the bank. There's just a lot of people. There's just way too many people who have come into contact with this money. And if really, now the thing is, because like I was saying, there's two things. There's the corruption which this politician has done, or which anybody may, or which anybody can do, and then there's the second piece, which is now the corruption of the fight against corruption. That even the fight against corruption has been corrupted. Which now those are now two things. And I think when we come on this debate, we're mixing the two things into one. Whereas I think we can separate and have a discussion and say, can we discuss the corruption of the fight against corruption? That's one debate. And then the other debate is just this corruption of the type of corruption that these guys are being alleged of doing. So let's discuss it on
okay, let's there's one person who has not talked, Mugambi. Then I go to Ayaga and then Gisito. Mugambi. Or is not around. Ayaga, you can start and then we can
Okay, thank you very much. And because today I'm restricted to talk about corruption, I will talk about corruption. Rigathi Gachagua is being accused of 12 billion. In a layman's mind, somebody will think that 12 billion is a small money. Like the people who are opposing BBI, they were telling us they want to use 14 million to do a referendum. 14 million. Let me define this to Kenyans, that 14 million, if you take 1 billion from Gachagua, he will still remain like 880 something, and 84 in his pocket if you minus 14 billion. It is not a small money. is very serious. I want to take Duke because you know Duke told us in this forum when he joined very early. I was there. He told us he could not access to read BBI online. But later on he told us it is only the people in his village. But him, he can do so. The same Duke today is telling us that today in Kenya we lack as a unifactor thing that where you cannot we can have our data. The same people is supporting opposed Huduma number. What is Huduma number was supposing a simple thing. Where you went to primary school, it captured. Where you went to high school, it captured. When you are employed first, is captured. The business you have been doing in your life is captured. Because you cannot tell me, even the richest man in the world cannot tell you that between 2013 to 2017, he made 12 billion. That is a lie. It is a lie. Rigathi Gachagua, and for you to make such money, you must have a group of companies. They will give us the examples of the owners of Facebook.
He says he started making money from university. He was making 2,600.
I heard him. I heard him clearly. At used to organize disco matanga, disco, something that resembles a disco matanga, so people can come and that money from the gate. I heard him clearly. Even if he was doing that from university up to moment, plus DO, plus the money get from his DO, whatever, and the guy is not eating, is not spending, is not paying rent, and is not paying fuel. If you do a correct calculation, the guy cannot even accumulate 3 billion. He cannot. Rigathi Gachagua has no company. And if he has, I'm today, maybe people like Duke will tell me Rigathi Gachagua has a company called so and so that runs into billions and earns like a Safaricom. Like a Safaricom. Somebody has a echo. Okay. So at Rigathi Gachagua has a company that is bigger than Safaricom that earn him like 1.5 billion a year after paying all taxes, so that after 4 or 5 years he can accumulate like 12 billion. Rigathi Gachagua has no company. Let us be honest. Yes, if there is, watuambie ni gani, inaitwa gani, and that company must be very huge and must be very big, bigger than the spectrum of Raila Odinga, must be bigger than the Brookside of the Kenyatta's family, must be even bigger than hii ya Nyachaya ya kusiaga unga, hii Embakasi hii village huko juu inaitwa Kabanchora ama Kabanchora something like that. So the guy is corrupt, and corruption is corruption. As somebody who went to a law school, they say you are not innocent because you are not being found guilty. And you are not innocent because we lack maybe correct systems to show that you are not guilty. So my brothers, let us be sincerely. If we can, if they could have supported the Huduma number, to tell me, Rigathi Gachagua, because I know Rigathi Gachagua is younger than my father. I want to give example with my father. Yeah, maybe he was born in 1960 something. Let us say 1968. Let us do a guesswork. He went to a primary school in Nyeri between 1968 up to 1970s. Then after that, he joined a high school so-called so-and-so. And after that, he went to work as a CID or an informer in university. Because I've read a lot of articles. He was working as an informer in university. Yeah. So after that, the informer money and organizing this course give you such amount of money. And then after that, you are employed as a DU. When you are employed as a DU or maybe a DC, a DU, whatever, I accumulate this money up to this moment. That's why they are complaining about whatever Uhuru Kenyatta is doing. Huduma Namba was a perfect, intelligent. Number one, ingetuondolea hizi kisirani, mtu anasema alienda UN na hakusoma huko. Yes, alisoma hii course na hakufanya hiyo course. Then, when it comes to issues of money, Huduma Namba could have told us, you work here. The money you have, you earn it from this area, wakapinga. Then come to BBI. What was BBI talking about corruption that the Tanga people are against? The BBI was saying that when BBI is passed, when you are charged with corruption, like what people like Gachagua is afraid of, a simple thing, they don't want to be charged. Because when you are charged, now you are fighting a case. When you are charged, according to law, you are not allowed to run. That is according to BBI. So the probability of why these people are fighting BBI was not positions, because everybody is looking for position. If it is a matter of position, why is RUTO running around this country? He want to be a president. He's a deputy president who want to be a president. See, is that
now,
a position
Ayaga,
or what?
Ayaga,
Yes.
let me
Yeah?
ask you a question.
Ask
Now,
me.
there is this issue Kenyans keep on saying that if you arrest Gachagua, you are making him more popular, and he gets even sympathy votes. So you are making him more popular, so he should not be arrested. What do you think? What do you think?
Wekesa, that is what we were talking about in BBI. That when you are arrested, you don't use your corrupt money to dupe people or to confuse people. If you are arrested and charged, you are not even given opportunity to run. Sort out issues of your case first. If you are cleared, you are cleared. If you are not cleared, stay there. Don't even imagine of running. And that's when I told them, many people will not be in ballot box. They thought it is a joke. My friend, people will be arrested. If you are charged, your case can stay as long as 100 years. But within those 100 years, you will not be allowed to do anything, run for a public office. That's the day the Tanga people will sing the BBI thing. Let's do these cases within. The BBI was talking about 2 years. They will talk about, let us do this within 2 months. In fact, they will reduce the timing to 2 months. If you arrest Gachagua today, take him to court tomorrow, by next week akuwe amejua maneno yake, hiyo next week, kesho kutwa akuwe charged, hiyo story ishe. Kama anaenda jela aende jela, kama anakuwa cleared akuwe cleared, arudi kwa madhira aombe kura tena. That's my point. Unless someone has a question.
Can I respond because I was mentioned?
Shortly.
First of all, Ayaga, regarding the Huduma number. Huduma number was a scam. First of all, it was a directive. Citizens were not given options to take it or not to take it. The government said every person must take Huduma number. But Huduma, we have national IDs, and the way I have the Huduma number. But when you are taking the Huduma number, you are just asked questions, and you tell them by word of mouth.
The same thing which they do when they do census. So there is nothing, it's like an application of the process to steal money, because each person has an ID number, which is a unique number, and that ID can be used to capture your information together with census, and everything is digitized. But when there is another addition, it's like an additional ID, and you are saying you give information by word of mouth, so there is no difference. Also regarding about, also you mentioned
Duke, let me ask you, do you understand the difference between ID number and Huduma number?
yeah, no, what I am trying to say, the ID
Because you
number
are
is
trying to
enough
tell us,
identification.
okay, let me ask you in a different way.
Okay.
Let me ask you in a different way.
Yeah.
If you have a driving license, can it be the same as a passport?
No. But now you are taking me out of context. What I am trying to say is this. An ID is a document which is unique to each person in Kenya. And the government said it want to facilitate the way the citizen gets services. So why can't they use the ID to consolidate data of each person?
Let me ask you, the people who have Huduma number, are they limited to 18 years? The same way ID does?
No, but we have other documents like the birth certificate.
A point of order.
Which can be. What I'm trying to say is using periods.
A point of order. Duke.
Yes.
Duke has just said that Huduma number was a scam. This brings me to a conclusion that this guy actually, he doesn't understand anything about Huduma number. Not in bad faith. Ajielewi. Wacha nitumie Kiswahili. Ajielewi na ajijui. Huduma number is total.
Huduma number each person took inatusaidia sahi because it was a provision each person to take. It was not optional.
Duke,
but how is it assisting us? That's what I'm asking.
Duke.
Okay,
Duke.
Can we have it? Maybe we'll discuss it in a different because there are so many things we can discuss on the Huduma number. That's where the world is going. Everything is going digital. The same way we changed our land in documents to digital. You know, Huduma number is a digital way of identification.
Okay,
it
sir.
will have everything of your information. But we will have some time and discuss that in a separate.
Okay, sir, I can say like Huduma number was a noble idea, but poorly executed. Poorly executed. That's the problem. The problem is not the Huduma number, but the way it was implemented.
It's the process.
It was very poor. So that's the problem, not the Huduma number. You know, I was one of the clerks who are allowing people to take the Huduma number, and I can tell you, people's word of mouth is what you are taking it for facts. Like what somebody tells is what you write. So
thank you.
Have made it in such a way that people can use the ID numbers, then it can be incorporated, something that you can confirm the information you are being given. But using the word of mouth,
for the flow of debate, I didn't want us to dwell much on it. It was just a comment. Yes.
No. A point of order, like 1 minute. Yes. I want to tell kids and Duke that Huduma number was just like a word of mouth. It is like something you are swearing to. Duke, you will not tell us in 10 years to come that I took Huduma number when I was 18 or when I was 20 something. I lied from the word of my mouth. I told them that in my account, I have a zero balance at that time. And in 10 years time, I have a 12 billion in my account that I work hard from. My friend, this thing you are taking as a joke. I'm telling you, you are the people who will go to road and complain that you mislead yourself.
Thank you.
You mislead yourself. You mislead yourself.
Thank you. Okay, Mugambi, are you back?
Yes, I am. Okay, sir, can you hear me?
Yes, lakini unaweza ongeza volume.
Hapo iko sawa?
Yes, ongea.
From what I've heard within us talking about corruption, the only thing we can say is
Are you getting it? Volume kiasi?
Ongea kwa sauti, hatukupati.
okay, ni sawa. I'm saying when we talk of wave of corruption, I think it begins with all of us. And we like so much to
Mugambi hatusikii bwana.
kidogo tu.
Okay. SK.
Yes.
Sasa hiyo.
Mugambi unaweza adjust your nini kwanza, wacha SK aongea then just 3 minutes then you come back. You adjust your gadget.
So, thank you. I'll start by repeating on what I said when I was giving my submission. I said that we should join hands, regardless of the political side that you support, so that we can fight corruption. Yesterday morning, GACHAGUA was arrested by, I think, 2 dozens of DCI police, and he was taken to the DCI offices, and I think he was grilled for some times there. But the question that we should be having and the conversation that we should be having is on whether after the arrest he will be taken to court. Will we get the money back? Will we get what is rightfully for the Kenyans? If at all it's true that he is corrupt, will we get our share back, the share to the corrupted money, the 12 billion? Then, if we will get the money back, that will be the biggest achievement. Then I saw on a certain gazette that for the last 7 years, he has been making 2.2 billion. And in a certain, there is a time Uhuru alisema ati we are losing close to he is making 2.2 million. And there is a time Uhuru said that we are losing close to 2 billion in a day. Then the next question, the next thing that we should be having is that we should try and find the 1.9978 billion that is being lost, because we already have found 2.2 million. Then I would just like to correct something that Ayaga said. I think it was just a mistake. BBI is supposed to use 14 billion and not million. So there is a difference there. And that's it. That is my submission for now.
Okay, thank you. Mugambi, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Are you getting me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I wanted to submit on topic corruption, I think corruption begins and stops with the common mwananchi. And we want to pile so much coal on the hands of the elected leaders. Why do I say that? Look at what it takes for one to be a member of parliament.
one must campaign, one. He or she must give the voters money during the campaign. He or she must launch projects with his own money. During the voting day, he or she must mobilize the voters to go and support them. So the question is, remember these people whom we are calling politicians, they are just human beings, like you, Ekesa, you, SK, and Zito, or myself. When we take money from them during election, and we see the salary that they get when they get to parliament, surely as a human being, where will these people get return on their investment? Because politics in Kenya is more of an investment. Of course, they will get their salary, which is so small, and the moment you are elected, every weekend, every day, you will be invited in each and every gathering in your village, barrio, the showers, and all those things. When you have the title of Mheshimiwa, and they call you maybe in my education party, or even a wedding, I don't expect something less, maybe 5, 10, or 20 Gs. Where does this man get all this money? Remember, the salary he's getting is paying the tax and doing all those other things. In 5 years' time, he will want to defend his seats, which may be even more hard or more difficult to defend because he is now he is sitting MP. Therefore, at the end of the day, you see these people, they will go and use all means possible to make sure that they have amassed as much wealth as possible so that when the electionary period comes, we will have enough liquid cash to get voted back. That is my first submission. Number two, about the arrest of GACHAGUA. I want all of us to ask ourselves this thing. When the DCI went to his home yesterday morning at around 5 a.m., they didn't tell anyone or call the media that they are going to arrest GACHAGUA. But it took GACHAGUA himself to speak to his maybe supporters, to speak to his fellow MPs, so that they can amplify an arrest to look like a victimization, which is so wrong. And look at the people who are demonstrating in Nyeri, Karatina. Were they people like Wekesa, Duke, SK, or Kizito? No. Those are the jobless village and less fortunate people in the community. Give him 50 bob, 100 bob, will go barricade the roads, put up the fireworks in the road, without knowing that the same road that they are burning tires, they are destroying the same road that their money was used to construct. Therefore, what do I want to say? Before we start blaming our leaders, before we start blaming the system, let us ask ourselves, which role do I play as Mugambi, as Wekesa, to stop this animal called corruption? Number three, I've heard some of us have been saying to me this fight against corruption is skewed, this fight against corruption is just one-sided. Let me ask you a question, equal benefits of together. During the 2017 period, the former Prime Minister was the biggest of all whistleblowers about the corruption. To mention just but a few, Europe, the NYS, and the rest. After blowing the whistle, what happened? Those people, they were arrested, massaged, promoted, and we as the leaders, as the voters, we voted them back because we say, if at all person X is a thief, he or she is my thief. You see, if we don't begin from the voter, this issue will never finish. Number four. When people talk of what are these leaders going to do? I'm sorry to mention names, but for the two people that are so serious with the forthcoming presidential election, we have the deputy president and the former Prime Minister, although he has not formally declared. These two people, has any one of them tried to whistleblow about corruption, or are they trying to fight the corruption? Beginning with the former Prime Minister, when he was the Prime Minister, his wing of the MPs or the politicians were named in some scandalous dealings. What did he do? He suspended most of them. What happened later? The same Prime Minister was blackmailed for trying to fight corruption in the people that he influenced to be appointed in the cabinet. Go to the second person, the William Ruto. Who among us has ever heard this man speaking anything about corruption? If anything, whoever is arrested of corruption, he is there defending him or her. Let me not mention this 22 billion, because many people tell me this guy is out of government. What did he do when Waiguru and other people were mentioned in corruption, including Kibet, who is right hand man? He defended all of them, released on social media, even in churches. My friends, if we want to fight corruption, let us get the right people in these political offices. Like now, after Gachagua was arrested, what did our good deputy president do? He tweeted praising, sympathizing, and encouraging Gachagua, who is alleged or who is said to be corrupt. If we get such people in leadership, what do we expect at the end of the day? We expect them to go get all his friends whom he purports to fight for when they are kind of defeated by the government. The same government, if they steal, will he be able to tell them stop? Of course he owns, because number one, he himself is implicated by the same corruption, right? And let us stop criticizing the fight against corruption and the fight against inequality that the government is trying to do. Because the moment you bring about politics, it will trickle down to tribal. It will trickle down even to ethnicity, the tribal line. What happens? At the end of the day, we are going to have a very divided country, formless and another country. That said, I want to insist about the yesterday's, the day before yesterday, when judges when the judges were arrested, or kind of they were summoned. I can see everybody who is against the government, that's what I can say, is siding with the judges. Why do you side with someone without knowing the real thing? Have you seen the evidence that they say had? Of course not. Let us learn to keep our peace as leaders and as voters until and when something is proven. Who said judges are immune? When Maraga was exiting the office, what did he do? Number one, he spearheaded and if reckless court orders skewed advisory opinion of the president. Although the president says we have not been able to implement our constitution in totality, including the one-third gender rule. The parliament is unconstitutional. So, he advised the president to go and dissolve the parliament. Remember, the IEBC commission is not well constituted. Right now, they are doing the vetting. If these people, the 36 who have been vetted, will be shortlisted for the job, where will he be vetted? If the same parliament that Maraga told us is unconstitutional. So, following that kind of judicial activism, you want to tell us the 2022 election will be unconstitutional and illegal? If any Kenyan, after the election, goes to court with the advisory opinion from Maraga, and it says the election was held unconstitutional, of course, we expect the court to follow their opinion. Meaning, our judiciary has been used to cause a lot of confusion. And let us not see when a judge is said is corrupt that it is revisited. Yes, I agree. The president, I think he overstretched his one. But that one should not always be in our minds when there is someone who is alleged to be corrupt. I think on matters corruption, that is what I want to say. To touch a little bit about what happened, what people have been discussing about the bottom up, bottom, center out one model. In economics, I think we have so many economic models, and I have never seen a model that gives a clear indication of trying to mitigate an economy from bottom to up. Take, for example, you go and give this Mama Mboga the mind to start the business.
Mugambi,
Yes. Yes.
you're breaking.
Okay, I'm saying.
But I don't think we were trying to restrict ourselves to the topic.
Yes, that is where I'm coming. It is all about corruption. About this
Yes.
down the bottom up.
Bottom up.
Yes. So
Okay.
take, for example, these leaders, they are the people who have stolen the money meant for the road, for the dams, which can be used to irrigate boga for this Mama Boga to be called Mama Boga. A mama without a boga, of course, is not Mama Boga, it's just a mere mama. But as Kenyans, if we are going to elect the right leaders, the leaders who fight corruption to the totality, our country is going to revive its economy. If, for example, I go and spend money meant for the road, someone may ask me, how will that money how affect the Mama Boga? If the Mama Boga goes in his farm, farms the bogas, the roads are impassable. Where will he take that money? How will he take that? He or she take that money to the market? Of course, he would. Therefore, as citizens, as activists, as leaders, as people who support ideologies, let us mark these leaders who have been measured in corruption, regardless of whether they are guilty or not, vote them out and get the right people in. And how will you get the right people in? Let us not pressure the people who volunteer to be politicians to give us money or facilitate our support. And when they get power, let us not be pest to them. Every time we are calling them, demanding money from them. If we demand money from you against us, machine, we give you my money. What will your family eat?
Thank you.
Nothing. So that is what I have to say
Thank you.
today. And the fight of corruption should begin with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
No,
Kisito, ama kuna swali?
Me sina
Kisito.
swali. I just want to contribute, and I would like to try to be very, very fast so that we don't get bored. First, I would like to start, or there's somebody with a swali kwa Mugambi.
We are giving you 3 minutes, then we nataka kulala.
Okay. Yeah, because I want to be very fast. First is this concern for Sarambe. What we have know that contribution for Sarambe, nobody is forcing an MP. Me personally, when I step my leg in Kenya, I go to so many Harambes that I never even planned for. I can even go just to visit or even take my mother. I just drive at one Harambe, I end up being a master, guest of honor. Just because they saw me, I'm there. I contribute because they saw me. I have to just, that one is just like an MP. They just want people to know that is there. They even ask, "Oh, can you organize Harambe? Will come." That is a fact, and everybody knows. They always ask, organize Harambe, will come. That one is first. Second, Luke talked about something very good. It's only that you divert from your main reason where you said control system can work in Kenya. The Huduma number can control everybody. The reason me I have Huduma number, they have all my Everything I want is in that Huduma number. They control everything, my KRA, everything they have. So it is working even outside. It's only the only problem where we don't understand Huduma number, people politicize against it. So we divert our attention instead of looking its benefit. That one is second. Third, corruption can be stopped. Corruption can be stopped in so many ways. First, I will not go to so many ways, but I will only take 2 or 3. First, we as a person, we have to stop corruption by not electing any leader who has been smeared with any dirt. If we have heard that, look, we suspect that this your money is not clean. You remember in Ghana, there's one MP that he went back to their country. If you watch the clip, so many people maybe never watch it. He went back to his constituency to lure people. He bought rice because they like rice, bags. The people decided to return those rice inside this car and told them that when we elected you, now it's when you are coming, when the next day is election. If everybody can do that, corruption will end. Secondly, when we can leave this Mutuwetu, we can leave this person, because of the way Mugabe was saying, Raila talked, everybody talked, but if you are talking and nobody's listening, can you kill all Kenyans? You cannot kill them. Can you do it? They are doing it to punish you. You are also a human being. Every human being, your emotion, you have your, when it touches you, you say, okay, let me keep quiet. That's why he kept quiet. If I can talk only on the opposition people's side, but the people who were supporting, Weket asked me something very nice, and it was a very good question. That when they want to increase their salary, it doesn't take even one day. When they want to make policies or laws, they make it and they go to toilet, they come, they make it. After making it, it's the same laws they make that is killing them now. Because by the time they were making it, they were not concentrating. If you look at them in their own fonts, they go to corridor, they come, they don't concentrate and know that whatever I'm doing, what is repercussion, what is going to come, why am I making this thing? Because they are looking into their mtu wetu, which political part I am in, which side I'm playing. That one is second. Third, leaders are the problem, and their problem is not them. Their problem comes from us who are electing them. Because if a leader, you elect him, there's one guy here, he differ with me when I was saying, when regarding Gachagua is having 12 billion, what of if he invest in his own area in Nyeri, he put a company here, the profit will still be his. But the people will also enjoy because they are working there, they get money instead of giving them handout. That one can work because even where we are staying, the work we are working, everybody is being controlled. Even where you are working, the company is not even for the government, but it's for one individual. But this individual is paying, and the government knows how many people are working there and how much are you paying them? Are you paying them to the standard? Are you paying them to how much they went to school? Are you paying according to what is required? So our leaders will make even a sweet company. He will go and pay you 200 euro, 300, 200 shillings, 200. Then he's saying he's paying you because the government is not controlling them. There is whereby I was supporting Luke. If we can have any central place whereby even if a police arrest you, he will just look at your ID or Huduma number, he calls. They will know even your address. Look, I want to tell you where I'm staying If the police arrest me, what I only give them is my address. They will know my name. They will know where I stay. They will know everything about me. Even if I committed any crime for last 10 years, they will know. Why? Because everything is in central. And this central thing is what is being covered in the Odoma number. The ID here, they don't call it Odoma number. They put it in ID. And this your ID, it was even your driving license, only your driving license can talk about you because they are in central place. It's only your name, your date of birth, and they know everything about you. That one is what is happening in these first world countries. If it can be employed in our third world countries, like what they were trying to make this Udoma number. There's a guy who said that the way it was brought is what never worked because the people they employ, you are being employed to go and give this Udoma number. You don't tell the people what you don't even know. You yourself who is giving it, they don't know even what is there. Do you know there's a place called, if you go to KRA, there you give them your PIN, they know how much you've not paid every day. If you go, you give out your documents, they will know how much you paid. It can work. This one is what they were trying to put in Odoma number so that every thing you have from primary, from secondary, from university, from everywhere you are, it reflects there. But people, why am I saying that? You remember even if you've been watching this IBC, Uchaguzi, ABC, this interview, if somebody, a professor, can go to the panel until he reaches the panel, and they are finding that he never even attended that university. I don't deny it happened. It is this corruption that has been in Kenya. Somebody got the degree. He never even attended classes. He never even, he just paid for it to get it. Tell me, Duke, where you are. Can you get even a certificate when you never attended that school? But in Kenya, so long as you know the VC, my uncle, the first time I entered Kenyatta University, my uncle was the VC, Professor Nyagongao. I finished school. I never waited for the intake. We entered the first people. I even started before anybody I finished my secondary with. Why? Because my uncle was the VC there. Once he said, I come, I come. You see, that is where corruption is. Third, the leaders, they have come with a tendency where they talk the sweetest word and that you would like to hear. For example, I don't deny that DP has got his way of luring people. Raila has his way of luring people. But if you sit down, how many people are unemployed? How many people are suffering? These people are suffering when you go and tell them that you just promise, you've not given them, you just promise them that I will bring for you 100, when you elect me, I will bring for you 100,000. Then you go and do business. In his mind, is thinking only of that 100,000 because it's something that he has never seen. Is expecting that after you've got your kura, will you come back? Nobody knows. I don't want to say that they will never come back. Maybe it can happen or maybe it cannot. But according to our election, how they've been talking, we have seen they always talk sweet words. They look like, for example, this bottom up, it can work. Ayaga was saying it cannot work. It can work, but the way they are putting it is why it cannot work, according to me. Why? Because these people, they are saying bottom up for Mama Mboga. Mama Mboga, I said it before when I was interjecting for somebody. If you give Mama Mboga 1 million, then up there you don't have even a road. Where will she take how will she transport the Mboga? She don't have even a market. She go and sit in the sun, all the Mboga dry. The next day, she don't have that money. She has lost all her money. The reality, our politicians are good. I can give you example because I can see everybody is out. I can give you an example. There's one politician in Nigeria. They were having this exchange program with Raila said it, and I can repeat it. They were having this exchange program with somebody from Prime Minister from Jamaica. He went to visit the Jamaica. He invited Jamaica man to come and visit him. The Jamaica asked him, "How did you manage to make to buy all this gold couch, gold sofa set? Everything for you is gold." He told, no, the first one he went to Jamaica. He asked Jamaica, "How did you manage to make all these roads?" The Jamaica man told him, "I used 90% to make all these roads." When it came to a turn for this Jamaica to come and visit Nigeria, he found the house was bigger than his and is gold everywhere. He had to ask him, "How did you manage to make all these gold things?" The Nigerian man told him that, "You know what? This road you are seeing," the man went outside in the balcony and looked. He tried to look the snow road. Then he asked the man, "Where is the road?" He said, "The road you are seeing, it was just a Maram road." Then he asked him, "These things you are seeing, I used 10% to make this road. 90% is in my stomach," which means all this gold you are seeing is 90%. That is what our politicians do. Like, for example, now, look, you know what people do? RUTO, sorry to say, I know they are supporters of RUTO. He is a long-time politician. He has come up with something that when he talked to these people who were demonstrating today, the ones you saw, they were demonstrating. Even, I don't neglect anybody, I don't undermine anybody, but when you look at them, there are people from Changa, from Muratina, are the people who are shouting that, we want Gachagua. Even if you look at yourself and Gachagua, the most smartly dressed from university, and you are shouting, yeah, you never even brush your teeth because you don't even know even the price of Colgate. Somebody is giving you 100 to go and risk your life. That is where corruption is starting. If all of us young people, we can come up and do what the Ghanaian people did for this MP today, they return all the rice, and you know Ghana with rice is just like Luos with samaki. Ghana with rice, that is their staple food. They cannot return it. They decided to return it. That one is when corruption will stop. Why do I say so? When you elect me, now, I will tell you, Duke, I will buy you this, I will buy you this. Where am I going to get this money? And I'm just going to earn my salary, whereby I have to work, then I have my salary, then this my salary also has to help my family. I will use my authority to get the tenders. Even that is not there, I will deduct your money for your child. When I'm supposed to give you 100,000 shillings for school fee, I will give you 50, I take 50. Because it has already been counted that this one is gone. I've already given your child name to the national government, and they know we are sending this bunch to this person because it's going to take. When it reaches my hand, I give you 50, I take 50. because we people who are there, we are poor. We never even expect this 50. I will take it and I will kneel down and say, Governor, you've helped me. MP, you've helped me. Without knowing that even the money that was sent, was disbursed to me, is more than 50. But you've given me 50 or 20, I will appreciate, thinking that you've helped me. But the money that came from government, national government, was more than that. I don't need even to question, because I don't know. That's why I was supporting what you are saying. If we can have central place whereby, for example, where we are, where I'm staying here, if you are working, if you are not working, you get your money. How do they control? How do they know that you are not working? Immediately you are not working, they know. When you start work, the employer, even if you don't tell them, the employer has to register you officially to them, and they will know you are working. And if you earn salary for 1 month and they give you their money, the government give you their money, you will pay back that money. It's not a joke, and they don't beg you and they don't ask you. You will end up, when you go for the next salary, you find it's already been deducted. So remember, when somebody is paying you 1,000 shillings, then you go, it is already in your mind. Then the next month you go, you find 500 shillings. And you've already even moved to a nice house, you bought some things in credit, you are expecting, you've already make your budget. You go and find 500 is in your account. If you go to your employer, you say, okay, here is your money, I put it there. Look in the bank will tell you the government has already taken their money. Whom will you cry for? Nobody. It will give you a lesson, and you will never, because it is centralized. And that is how, whatever you are saying, Duke, was very correct. Corruption can only end with that one. But this issue of us saying, okay, Mugambi, you stole this money, so we have to follow you. You stole 12 billion. 12 billion. What of, you say, okay, I'm going to lose 4 billion, and let me lose 4 billion. You go and give these lawyers 1 million, 1 million. Sorry. 1 million, 1 million. Then you go and give the judges, because even a judge is a human being. If you give judge 1 billion, do you think he can refuse? And the salary that is getting is only 500,000. He will never refuse. If you go and give your supporters 100, will they not go to street? So when somebody is, that's why you see corruption is not ending, because those who have stolen big money, like KEMSA, like these people, they will fight to the end of it, because they have money. First, they have money, and money is everything. They can do anything. They can even employ. They can even assassinate you because they have money. You understand what I'm saying? That is why corruption in Africa will never end. But if we, as citizens, we say, you come with your money, we say, no, we don't want to take your money. Let me choose Mugambi as Mugambi. You will find even Mugambi can be the president. You know, the BBI that they are refusing. Before the 2010 constitution, let me finish, then you ask. The 2010 constitution put a place whereby for you to be the president as a young person, you cannot even be the president. Because for you to be a president, you have to mobilize almost 250,000 people. You have to be, for you to be registered with IBC, there's a number that you have to reach. For register party, there's a number you have to reach. For IBC, there's a number you have to reach. For you to transverse all over Kenya, you must have money. If to say somebody like Duke, you just come, like for example, Duke, where you are, somebody is just going to the media, is campaigning in media. It's not even moving from here and there. They only move because it's normal. But somebody can even campaign in media, and he is talking what he's going to do, how he's going to do it, and when he start doing it, you'll see whatever he said is going to do. But as our politician, I'm going to build this road, I'm going to build this bridge. Once you elect him, the same bridge is what he will come to campaign against. He will say, by that time you elected me, I couldn't do it because this was this and this. That is the problem.
Support what Zito has said about electing people who does not give us money. In Kenya, and particularly in Meru County, during the 2013 election, one young man, 24 years, was elected as a member of the National Assembly. That young man worked exemplary. That young man worked exemplary, delivered to the people. Why? Because he had donated to these people. In 2017, another young man was elected who was 23 years old. He is doing marvelous to his people, one of the largest constituencies in Meru. Why? Because the moment he was elected, he did not give out money, therefore he has no reason to swindle the public money. I think, as you say, to support you, we need to start vetting these people, giving them power according to how you see them.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Because you know what I was saying, even Ruto, even anybody, any politician that is in Kenya, I don't deny that they are bad. It depends how we talk people. But you know, sometimes we differ with Duke over Ruto because I always say, when he's talking, he's a long-time politician. He has known which kind of people he can go and touch. And you remember, I gave you people example. Maybe you are outside Sahid Duke. You go back to your our country, Kenya. You go back to your village. I'm telling you, even somebody who is even older than you would like to carry for you bag, for you to buy him changa for €5, 5 shillings. This person will follow you. He can even wash for you. Even if you send him, go and buy this thing, he will run. Somebody who is even older than you. Why? Because people are taking the poverty line. That's why I was telling you people that myself, I'm telling you 100% sure, I'm not bragging. But when I go to Kenya, when I'm always in Kenya, when my workers are working in the field, I've stopped my car outside and I'm cutting my sugarcane until they are asking me, wait, boss, how can you cut sugar? I'm saying the money you want to get is what I want also. Because I was seeing when I stand there, now I'm a boss, I'm walking around, it's like they will never know that this money also is sweet for me.
Okay, what you are saying is right, but I want to comment on one point. You have said that corruption will end if every person decides to do the right thing.
Yeah,
that's very right. The problem is that will take a long time. For instance, if you talk about the literacy levels in Kenya, it's very low. If, for example, you go somewhere to maybe say Marakwet or Pokot, there is people who have never gone to school. Those
Yeah.
people have guns. They
Yeah.
don't know even that it's illegal for you to have a gun. If an askari asks him, why are you having a gun, he can even shoot him because that person has not gone to school. He knows nothing. So that's going to take a very long period of time to transform Kenyans, all of them to have a like-minded people. That takes two things. One, we have education empowerment. You have to be informed. You have to know how to think and to know what's right and what's wrong. Number two, you have also to be independent economically, because you can even be educated, but you are economically desperate. And you can do, for instance, there is a case study in North Korea. There was an hunger, which was where like 2 million people died. It was too extreme that there is no food. To the extent some people started cannibalism. They are eating their own child to survive because there is nothing you can eat. So education and economic empowerment is also very, very good for you to have. But also, even if that happens, we are also humans. Humans are not 100% accurate. They are likely to be compromised. Even me, I can be compromised.
Yeah.
Assume you are in an area where maybe you are in a company and you see money and you know you can take like 100 million and you go and nothing happens. So we come to a third factor which has to be there. We have to be aware of consequences. A system which punishes wrongdoers, which makes people to be scared. For instance, don't think those in the first world have a corruption-free mind. For instance, if you can see the chicken scandal, also you talk about there is that scandal in the office of the deputy president. There is some white men who are there. All those people are from first world countries. They are coming to do corruption in Kenya.
And how? Just wait 1 minute. You who is just a mere person like me, how do you think somebody can come all the way from first world country? Somebody, let's say they are big people, they go, because me myself, even to pass next to State House, I have my car, and I don't say it's also a good car that can enter State House. To enter State House, even to pass next to State House, I have fear. To enter in DP's house, in DP's office, even you know Kenya very well. I don't know, during Moi, when Moi, I attended one time when I came to Kenya, was in Intercontinental Hotel. Moi was having a meeting plus some people. I'm telling you, the security removed us and we paid. I paid plus my children, plus my wife, plus my sisters and brother. We were removed from that hotel because they wanted to use it with the security, which means before they enter there, there's a connection. There's a connection that is bringing them there, because you cannot come just from right now. I've even big people here. Me, I've done politics here where I stay here for over 4 years. I've done so many wonderful things. I was everywhere in the news everywhere. But remember, I come from Kenya and I had that mandate to do it, and they never did anything. What of if somebody come from here is new, he doesn't even know where Karen is coming direct to DP's house, which means there's a connection. And how can you come, you are a seller of gun, let's say they were real sellers. How do you come and do transaction? Because sellers of guns, they are not people to sell one gun. Or like you, Duke, you want one gun. You remember where you stay or where I stay, you can go to shop, you buy a gun and you come out with it. But in Kenya, it has to pass through processes. Just continue. I was just making it that clear.
So that's what I was trying to say, that just seeing people, we cannot depend on people having goodwill for corruption to end. There have to be consequences, because even those in first world countries, they can be tempted to do corruption, but because they are very aware about the consequences. Even for example, the Chinese here in Kenya, they give a lot of bribes. But in their country, they don't give bribes because they know this environment is compromised. So first thing is about having the consequences, so that people get too scared of rooting money. So that's number one. One thing I have to also, another thing which is a phenomenon in this country is about the inequality we have.
Yeah.
The number of people who are poor. Poor people are very desperate. And when we have a lot of people who are poor, nobody is comfortable or nobody is good. Every person is affected. For instance, those rich people have worked very hard. You have your wealth, and then somebody kidnaps your kid and asks you, pay me 10 million. You see? So, for instance, that inequality gap has to be filled. What is happening in South Africa is not that Zuma was arrested. It's because those people were economically impoverished. They were waiting for a situation, an opportunity to express their hunger. Therefore, resources have to be, we are not actually talking about, that's where we differ with you about bottom-up approach. You miss it from the divination. Bottom-up approach is not giving money to people. It's giving those people who are poor a comparative advantage. And the bottom-up approach is used in several countries, and it's used in many ways. For instance, in the US, those people who qualify to be given grants, maybe to study, they have to earn a given amount in a year. They have to earn less than $250,000 in a year. That's when you qualify for you to be given a grant. That's a bottom-up, that there is a government money which gives people who are poor money, free loans, you are assisted so that you can study. And when you study, it's like you have been lifted, you can be like others. Also, we have what we call Medicaid. Medicaid, also those people who are very poor. If you are very poor, also if you are disabled, they can pay your health insurance up to 80%. Therefore, if you are running maybe a richer amount of money, you are saved of some expenses. So that man of yours, it can move you economically. The same way with what you call food stamps. Those poor people, you have a card where you give them like $700 every month, and that amount you cannot even buy for food. Those people who qualify to have that are those who are very poor. You have to earn a richer amount of money per month for you to qualify to be given a food stamp. So that's what we call bottom-up approach. So we wanted to address the needs of those who are very poor. It's not about giving money. If it's giving money, that one I cannot support. It will not work. Also, you are talking about stopping roads. When you are talking about bottom-up approach, we are not going to transfer money from roads to giving people. And we are not going to take the money from the wealthy to give to the poor. We are going to work with the budget of the government. For example, in Kenya here, we have milk processing plants. Actually, the family of Uhuru owns like 90% of milk processing plants.
Yeah.
So, for example, they buy milk at 20 bob, 1 liter, and they process and they sell it at 120. So, for instance, if we empower people at the village, for example, money is going to the Ministry of Agriculture, but it's not trickling down to the villages. It's like a form of devolution. For example, you can maybe have cooling plants.
Wait, just Duke, let me stop you. That one is what we call infrastructure. It's not bottom up. Even what you are saying, it's what is happening even in the country where I am. In the country where I am, like this my house, when I'm paying, for example, 500 euros, and the owner of the house want the house to be paid 600 euro, the government will add me that 100 euro. They will look what I'm earning and what I have to eat and how much I have to spend per day. They have known how much I spend per day with my children, my wife, everybody I stay with. they will calculate each and everybody morning, breakfast, lunch, supper, you are eating how much. They have controlled it. But that one cannot happen in Africa. Because in Africa, for example, you go to Africa, you find somebody suffering. For sure, let us just be realistic. Somebody you know, this man, this my friend is suffering, he doesn't have money, he doesn't have anything. You are going to give him even 50 shillings. Is when you meet him in the evening, you give him money in the morning. When you meet him in the evening, he's drunk. When you go to visit, maybe it's your friend, you go to visit him in the house, you find he never bought even matoke, even waru. When you come from Central, even omena, when you come from Nyanza, he never bought it. You see, he used this money for us. But here in this country, before you drink your beer, this your beer you are drinking, or especially where I am, this beer I'm drinking, I've calculated that my money, not my child, my money that I have to spend per day, I've bought this, my wife has bought this, and this one is for my child. So in my money that I'm remaining with is for my lesson. So how to spend it according to my lesson. So it will depend on how I organize my family. I can organize my family that we put money in one basket, then we go and buy some things together. Then I will remain with something to use.
That's a fact. I'm getting what you are
Yeah.
trying to say. That is, some people, if you give money, they can misuse. But
Yeah.
there are other alternatives. For instance, if, for example, we have totally free education. In my area, I know somebody who was from a very poor background. He actually scored a P+. During that time, P+ never qualified to university. I think you used to score a P+ of 73, you qualify. There is a time where P+ of 72 was not qualifying for you to go to university. And that person never proceeded with education. So what I'm trying to say, if we have, for example, if it's giving money, if bottom-up approach is giving money to the poor people, that's useless. It will never work. But I am talking about giving opportunities to those who are at the bottom. For instance, if you talk about free education, you find a person who's maybe his father is a drunkard. He cannot afford school fees. But because he has a bright mind, he can study. For example, in China, you study free. It's a must. That's why. So if that, for example, that a drunkard person has very bright student, those students can access education. For instance, now in Kenya, they pretend that we have free secondary education. It's not free. I have somebody, a friend of mine, my cousin actually is in Alliance High School. He pays 125,000 per year. So it is not free. So we want a situation whereby those people are considered, they can be considered in, for example, education, healthcare. Just giving people money. If you don't have a business, you cannot give a person money. You cannot even know. It does not know even how to start a business. But we are talking about uplifting situations where you can give something which can also trickle down is not working. For instance, you know, Kenya is budgeted. You give money to the Ministry of Agriculture, 20 billion, and that money is rooted there. But what if you? It's like a form of operation. But if you, for example, you go into maybe talk about counties, talk about districts. In this area, maybe it's farming in what? So we want to buy irrigation, large-scale irrigation. Or this area in Ukambani, that's a lot of land, but there is it's dry. What do? We have to bring water here so that people can do irrigation. So that's what you are trying to look at the needs of those at the bottom.
Here, what Duke is saying, that is what is killing Kenya. That is what we call corruption. Because what Duke is saying is exactly what is happening in Kenya. Duke, you are very 100% right. The problem we have, the government is doing exactly what you are saying. But we have got what we call, cartels. People think that cartels are these people who always, they are like agents. We have got these cartels that they are going to take, for example, agriculture. There's somebody there is going to say that between me and the farmers, I'm the one who is in the middle. So this, before the money reaches the exact person, this person is taking his money, then going to talk to the farmers. And that is where cartel comes. And this cartel are the people promoting the corruption. Because if the government produce like what you've just said, the government give out, for example, just 1 million. Before it reaches the farmer in Migori, where I come from, in that factory to renovate just a factory, there's somebody who is coming to say, I want to do the renovation. Then it's going to meet the MD, and the MD is telling, how much can you do it? 1 million. Then the MD is saying, instead of doing it with 1 million, write 2 million, but 1 million is for me. Then the man is not stupid. He will say, if I'm the one working, if I work with 1 million, I get profit of 200,000, and I'm giving this person 1 million. What of if I can look for any cheap thing that I can work, then I get 500? You see where the corruption is coming. It is not that you stole it, but they are going to calculate with you, because he gave you 1 million, you are gone. Now it's also calculating with this money to get at least more, and you will not question. You will not question assembly because you already got your 1 million. You see, that's where corruption starts.
So me,
I
I'm
gave
proposing.
you people example of Moi era. I witnessed with my eyes. Moi came to make Arambe. I went there personally. I was also a guest. The next day, we made the Arambe was okay. It was 4 million, 4 million Kenya shillings that was given in that Arambe. The next day, we got letters that, oh, the money was not enough. We asked how. That they only have 2 million. 2 million. But when we were, in Arambe, Arambe how it is working. They announced, hey, total is 4 million. Nobody asked where this money went to, because you cannot ask. The 2 million went with Moi. The only money, because Moi gave 1 million cash, plus the money we contributed, us as the organizers, was almost 1.5 million, which means the people we invited produced the other 5 that was remaining. That was 2 million. When we calculated, the only money that was there, it was these people who contributed plus the one we contributed. Because when he's coming to make Arambe, we are given a target that we have to reach. So we have to look for people. I was one of the organizers. We have to reach what amount of money for him when he comes. When these other people who always come in Arambe always come, how much are they going to produce, give out? So we calculated that, okay, when we give 1.5, this 0.5 that is remaining, we can get it from members, the other people. Then Moi gave 1 million. That was supposed to be 3 million. Then, apart from that, the Sony people, the Transwahia plus everybody, the MDs that came plus the DCs, they gave out money. It reached 4 million. That was on the count in paper. When we came back to analyze, we want to know that now we are building this church. It was an SDA church. Me, I'm not an SDA, I was only invited. When we came back, it was 2 million. People started fighting. Where did you take our money? We want the money. Wait, we never knew that this money we contributed, and the money that Moi, because of his influence, when he came, Sony gave out money, Transoia, Mumias, all the companies that are in our area, they give money. It reached 2 million. This other 2 million, he went back with it. You hear how the corruption was. So we who are in the region, we fight that it was 4 million. You ate our money. But in real sense, he never took the money. At long last, when we calculate is when we realize that that money was not even immediately the Arambe finished. That briefcase that was going to the helicopter had that 2 million. Because we know where Moi is, even us as members, we don't go. They are accountants. They are those people who come, they count. It was just being said with the mouth. Because of his presence is what is bringing money. He wanted his presence. He was only there for his presence. What you are saying, bottom up can work if we make infrastructure like what you said. Kenyatta family have milk plant. This milk plant in Central alone, me, I'm telling you, sometimes joke, but I'm telling you, I've transferred all over Kenya. There's nowhere in Kenya I've never gone to. I've driven all over Kenya. In Central, I don't know which place you can ask me. I've never been to. I know if you build only 4 milk transplant in Central, their life will change. If you go to my side of Nyanza, Sony Sugar, when you manage it well, I'm telling you, me, my first money when I was still in class 8, the first 100,000 Kenya shillings I saw in my eyes, I got it from sugarcane. And by that time, remember, the rate was too low.
You see what happens in Kenya. To comment on that failure of the companies, what happens in Kenya? For instance, I actually get pained when I see Mumias corruption because every person in Kenya consumes sugar.
Yeah.
And there is no possibility that a sugar company can fail. Never.
Can fail.
It will not.
And the sugarcane.
The reason is this. Do you know why it failed? It failed because people, cartels, import cheap sugar. For instance, now, if you go to Kenya supermarkets, you find a supermarket manufacturing its sugar. Maybe saying Quickmart sugar, Tuskys sugar. You know that's piracy and you can be imprisoned. It's somebody, a cartel who was imported.
When it's in this first world country, you can be imprisoned.
Yes, so you find a person has gone to cheaper sugar and he has brought in tons of kilograms, tons of sugar. Then that one floods the market. So the same way happens to maize. You find that a person has already imported maize, which is being supplied to NCPP, so that the farmers cannot even have the market. So that's what happened. It's cartel. That's why I'm trying to say there must be consequences. An institution which is independent, which enforces laws. We can never wait until that everybody is right, that everybody has a good mindset, or we wait for people's goodwill for this country to move out of that. It will never move out of that. We have to do consequences. That's why I've said every person can be compromised. It's only the consequences scare people to do the right thing. Those consequences have to be there. Finally, I want to comment about this case we have been discussing, the corruption case we have.
Before you comment, let me add something small. Me, myself, I accept I'm also corrupt. You see, there are some people talking about tax, about these things we are talking. Me, I have a club. This my club. I think I've run this club for over 15 years. No day, even when I'm here, I've ever cut this license for running this club. But they come, the council people, they come, and I know the day they are coming, I know the person I just call, I tell them, go to this place, take this money. When I don't get that person on phone, I tell him, wait, give me your number, I'm sending you that money. They've never ever closed my bar. They've never interfered with me. They've never even stopped. I ran this club from morning. I started it from scratch. It has improved. I have everything, and it's known. Even the police, they come. What time they drink? I know how many police are there. They will drink. I tell them, you give them for this amount of money. They will never ask any question. That's why we are saying corruption start with us.
Yes.
Remember
So
when
that,
I'm working in a council place and they are expecting me to give them tax, I don't pay. Is that normal? And it's running over 15 years. How much have they lost in that place?
you know, even if they were to collect that amount, maybe it will not reach the treasury. For instance,
Exactly.
the statistics says that you can imagine in Kenya, if it's 100% of tax which is supposed to be corrected, they only correct 60%.
Yeah.
And out of this 60% which is corrected, only half of it which reaches the treasury. So you can use, number one, all of it is not corrected, number one. Number two, that one which is corrected, there is half which people take. They don't take it to the government. That's why I was trying to say, if we have we have to transfer into a digitalized environment, computerized, automated process. For instance, if you see, actually one of the one thing which Uhuru has done is Huduma Center. If you go to Huduma Center, there is no much corruption. You can go and renew your ID within 1 week. That one is at least working. And you have to pay everything using M-Pesa. You go to Eastern, you apply, you pay, it gives you a ring, you pay, and then from that, it prints your form like that. So if we are able to do that, that's the only way we can do away with corruption. But regarding about the case of Rigathi Gachagua, first of all, actually, I watched that case and I heard what Rigathi said. Those who listened to him, what he said, I only transferred 200 million from one account bank to another. He said that, and he said, let the DCI provide the evidence that is 12 billion. You see? So when I watch this, I see there is two things. Number one, even if it's 2 million, maybe there must be corruption there. Number two,
exactly.
The DCI. We are not being given proper information. I expected a DCI person to come and say, Rigathi Gachagua did ABCD. He transferred, the amount in question is 12 billion. This amount was as a result of the county government of Nyeri. Maybe 2 billion was to transfer to Equity Bank, branch Fran, the company named ABCD. This is the shareholder. You see, now they say 12 billion.
Yeah,
that's why even
you are very right, Duke. You are very right, because me, I was building my house in my village. I sent money. Can you believe me or not, my money that I transferred to my bank, before my mother went and take this money, I had to call and confirm where I got that money. I had to call and inform that one, because of only 300,000.
You see?
And somebody is removing 200 million, and it's
read about that. There is a woman. He was called Joseph Kapura. He was carrying money with sacks, 28 million. He goes to a bank and they carry the money with a bag.
How
that bank is
are
there.
we
You see
staying in
that?
Nigeria? You know, in Nigeria is where you carry money with bags.
So that's what you're trying to talk about. So that's why it comes to what the point which I pointed out earlier, that trace the resources, repossess, and recover. So if you start, where did the money start from? It started from A and it moved to B. Which point is this B? That way, that one can solve. But such, for instance, if you see about the scandals which have been mentioned, the NYS scandal, the Eurobond, which was 215 billion, the SGL, it talks like 1 week is a scandal, and it ends like that. The money is not recovered, people are not arrested. So that's why actually there is, for instance, I don't know any politician in Kenya who has been arrested due to corruption. All the money which has been successfully recovered. The only person who successfully recovered around 17 billion was Pierre Lumumba when he was somebody for anti-corruption. He was very fair to the extent you found there was a partisan whereby the ODM MPs and those one who affiliated to PNU, both of them came together to remove him from power. So if Mugambi, you can say something, you have been silent for some time.
Thank you. I think whatever you are saying is right. But not being partisan.
Ongea kwa sauti kidogo, hatukupati vizuri.
But not being partisan, even our I'm saying, not being partisan, even our president is taking us for a ride. But it has been for so long that we should even let him know. I remember sometimes when he was
Bado sauti yako iko kidogo sana na strain kukusikia bado.
I think his microphone has a problem, that's why.
Sasa hiyo unanipigia saa hiyo.
Utaweza toa tu earphone alafu uongee tu hivyo kwanza tuone. Unmute.
Yes, I hear.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm saying even our president has taken us for a ride for so long. I remember sometimes when he was in post, and they were all top politicians in the country were there. He made a statement that we need a lifestyle audit. And he made a commitment that it is going to begin with him, the deputy, and the rest to follow. But since that day, I think everything was swept under the carpet. Why? Because I believe even himself is a culprit of the corruption conduit. Therefore, we need to be candid on matters corruption addressing, and tell any leader that is mentioned on corruption to quit or off. For example, Duke, what you have said, you have given a very nice proposal of having a centralized kind of a system. In that, if I make, for example, an M-Pesa transaction, that is reflected in my account or in my Huduma number. So that when a day comes and I make an abnormal transaction, I should be culpable and I should explain where does this money come from. But who will implement all this? All our politicians are thieves. They know how they do their dealings. So there's no one who will commit to go and implement all what we are saying. From, for example, what the UDA are championing for, I think it's a good thing, although I don't subscribe to most of their inputs about the bottom up. But bottom up means very good and candid policies. Who is going to implement that policy? I think as our leaders, they are not going to commit that. This is just a political rhetoric.
Kizito, nifanye aje?
Ngoja Sam pia ndiye ameingia na Mgambi pia anatoa. We are just listening.
Okay, si utanishow basi.
Okay, sawa. Wacha Sam pia ameingia, labda amesikiza, so atatuambia kidogo.
Aya, niaje Kizito?
Poa sana.
Yeah, I'm seeing you guys are talking
Kizito,
about
Kizito,
corruption.
usiwache niingilie Sam kiasi.
Wacha Mugambia amalize ndio utaongea. Clinton nitakupigia.
Unaona Clinton anataka kuniataka hata sijaongea.
Kizito, siniataka huyu jamaa alafu nilale tu.
Sawa.
Huyu Sam bana, last discussion aliingilia sana Hustler Nation bana. Sam, anza kuzoea rais wako mapema.
Wacha Mugambi, kuna discussion nyingine tulikuwa ilikuwa muhimu sana. Wacha amalize
Sawa.
ndio Sama ataongea ndio upate kitu ya kumwattack nayo.
Okay,
Ako na bahati umemprotect.
What I'm saying, all these problems, they are man-made, and we should be the ones who are addressing the problem. I was talking about the bottom up. The idea is good, but it doesn't have the implementation framework. For example, I heard, I think, Deputy President a day before yesterday saying we will come up with a kitty like the CDF that is going to support the Mama Mboga. That one is just a whitewash or something to whitewash the voters.
Brainwash the people.
Yes, that's the question. The brainwash the people. So if we allow such leaders who are ascribing to something that is not implementable, people who does not give us the policy that they are going to implement, how are we going to get the difference in our society? Of course not. We need to begin by auditing our own self, getting the right leaders in the political positions. Let us not pressure these leaders when they get to those offices. Let them deliver on their manifestos. Let us work on our own problems in our own ways. If it is possible, let us not hold these people to our base. Let us just look of our own ways of addressing our issues. Because if Mheshimiwa tells you, Kizito, organize for an RB, I will come. Of course, you go and organize the RB. Ask yourself, why will this man get the money to give me in my RB? Of course, he's going to get that part of his CDF, which should build or give you a tap of water or road to give you as a person. So at the end of the day, we will be personalizing this the exchequer to benefit few people. I think that's what I can say. I've contributed so much. Let me listen to Sam, and then we can end this thing.
Yeah, before Sam talks, I wanted to add just on what you've said. You know, there's something that you talk very good. These to brainwash people, I don't say that is bad to go and give a campaign in churches or to go and give. But we all know, we are all Christian, I hope. Everybody here is a Christian. We know our pastors, most of the churches that we have, they are for money. Even me, I'm a Catholic, but when I was still young, they were taking even this chingli, these coins. Nowadays, they came up with this issue of bahasha. They know very well in bahasha you cannot put coins. So they want you to put something, because when you put something, it will not be coin. You see? So every church in Kenya, not that I'm a Christian, not that I don't like Christianity, but what they have come with is what is making Christianity to look very bad. We tend to go for money more than what we have. I can start my church today. I can have my people praying. I can go everywhere to look for people to come and pretend that they were even sick to make my church grow. I can pay them just because I want money. That is corruption. When DP RUTO, I call him in my church. Do you want to tell me that even if you are a Christian, are you a Christian that can pray in all the churches? No. But why is that you have to attend all the churches? Because you, as a Christian, you must have one church that you believe on. But this church that you believe on, if you go here, you give money, because at the back of his mind, he knows that what do churches want? It's only money. I go give. Sam, welcome.
All right, thank you. You guys, of course, I listened to you guys for like an hour, and then I'm like, okay, like even why should we even talk about corruption when we know very well there are so many institutions in Kenya. We've got we've got investigative institutions, we've got like so many policies that of course they can help us to fight corruption, right? But of course, I actually heard Duke said a very good point about the blockchain, which of course has to be implemented in Kenya, and I totally agree. Like that is what we need right now. The one that is actually going to make people to be responsible, because once once the blockchain system is used, everything will point to a certain individual who has actually stolen the money, right? But now there's another issue here. Like right now we've seen Rigathi Gachagua, okay, is in cells right now until Monday, right? And because he has gone there, did anyone see the interview of Rigathi on Citizen with Waiga Mora? You saw Duke. Like the guy did not even defend himself by saying, "Oh no," but he said that he has all the documents to prove how he was able to make money with the government. But now this is the question that I have to ask everybody here. Do you know? Does anyone know how difficult it is just to win a tender from the government? It's so difficult. So how can you make 49 companies and all of them they're able to win tenders? Like even you, Duke, you know very well, or Mugambi. Like if you go and you really want to get tender in a in a Kenyan government, it's going to be so difficult. Like because, for example, you've got many other people that have applied, and therefore, let's say like you've got a tender of maybe like 100 people that have applied, right? So how many chance do you have for you to win that tender? 1%. One, and then 99, one out of 99 chance for you to win that tender, right? So now Rigathi, of course, will have to explain to us how he was able to win tender in all the 49 counties. But what else I can tell you, we can here be talking about corruption, but I can tell you for a fact is that nothing will be done. It's just a cosmetic arrest that was done today. Rigathi will be out of cells on Monday, and it will be the end of the story. Maybe we are going to hear that he's been rearrested 5 years from now again about the same issue, but nothing is going to be done. You see what I'm saying? So even if we try to explain like how like how corrupt people are, even the good example that Duke was giving about the Bitcoin, I know at the Bitcoin the about the blockchain that has to be used, right? Like they do not have the will, because if you remember very well, sometimes back, I don't know if it was in 2014 or 2013, the governors, they were complaining about IFMIS. They were saying that IFMIS is too slow, we cannot do any tendering using this system. Therefore, they cancelled everything. So now people, they're using shady ways of giving tenders to people, and also like allocating tenders to their own family members. But now let me start attacking. I saw Clinton was saying that I attacked the Tanga people, but let me ask Clinton, wherever you are, you can come out and attack.
Yeah, it's listening.
What is this Tanga they are talking about, hustler versus dynasty? If now, tell me which hustler can have a 12 billion shilling tender? Which hustler, right, can actually like be able to by the way, another thing you guys you need to understand, the 12 billion that went through his account, it means that he was able to access tenders that are worth 100 billion Kenya shilling. For you, because let me ask you, what revenue do you think you can make of 12 billion shilling if you do not have tenders worth hundreds of billions? Have you thought about that? How was he able to access such kind of tender? How do you have 12 billion flowing through you, right? It means that you're receiving tenders worth 100 billion. That's what it means. Because if you have a tender of like a billion shilling, probably the only profit you can make maybe it's about 200 million shilling, right? You're not going to make like 500 million. So you would say that I can make 20% of a billion, which is about 200 million. But if you hear somebody is able to transact 12 billion, that means that they were having access of 100 billion going upwards. So that is also something I want you guys to think about. Okay. And then
What you are saying, Sam, is just
yeah.
like Wanjigi. He sold one company for 72 billion. 72 billion. You know, that one is on record that he managed to sell one company for 72 billion. Even the DCIO cannot ask him because it what they bargained, and that's how he sold it.
Yeah.
But for you to come out that I'm worth 12 billion. Not only 12 billion, that one is what he got, what people are asking, but it's worth more
Yeah.
than that.
It's more than that. It's a percentage of the transactions that they were doing before. So now you can imagine like how much money like we are talking about here. We are talking about hundreds of billions for you to be able to keep 12 billion, right? So that's why I like arguing with common sense. I don't like arguing with emotions over here. So that's the part we all need to understand. Although in the interview, I also saw that he said that he did not do any tenders with the brother while he was the governor of Nyeri or something. He sounded so believable on that one. But even if he sounded so believable, he can still use proxy. Okay, he can still use proxy to do those tenders, and it will never be discovered. You understand what I'm saying? So so this is what I'm saying. The reason why, for example, you've got all these people following someone like RUTO in the Tanga is because they want to cover their own interest. When he gets in power, that's exactly what they're doing. So the reason why you see somebody like Ichungwa, somebody like Ndindi Nyoro, like they are so close, and even Gunjiri. The reason why they are so close to Ruto is because they know as soon as this guy get that power, they will able to rape that economy to the point it will not even work. You see what I'm saying? That's exactly what is gonna happen. They are going to take all the tenders. They're going to do every sort of business. That's how they are going to be profitable. So that's why when you see how close they are, and then how they go. Did you guys see the constituency of Rigathi Gachagua today? They were demonstrating. Huh? They were saying that you need to leave our guy alone and stuff. These guys, they've been completely brainwashed that of course the reason why Rigathi is being attacked by the government is so that he does not protect the interests of his constituency. So for me, my prediction, what I'm saying, actually they're in a bubble. There's a bubble burst that is about to happen. I am not even joking. To the point now, Duke, because I know Duke, you're in a hustler movement. You're going to sit down and then you're going to ask yourself, as in, how does this guy come and tell us that we are hustler together when you're able to transact things worth 12 billion, meaning that you had a tender more than 100 billion, right? How are these guys hustlers? You just tell me, how are they?
No.
I want to tell you something.
Can I answer?
And
Let me answer that. Let me answer that first.
Look 1 minute. Look, just one second. I want to tell you something. You see this Duke? Look the 4 people we are today in this panel. If you've been listening, the way Duke has talked today, I'm telling you, Duke is not for Asla. It's only that Duke
is educated.
Duke, no, I want to tell you something that is making Kenyans to be crazy about Asla movement. You know, Asla movement, they came up with with this thing to was the people who doesn't have money, who suffer. So if you go, I even gave Duke and he accepted. If you go to your village and you find somebody who it depends only on changa, forget about beer. Then you go and buy him changa for 10 shillings. The person will pass all over your area, even nobody will touch you because all of only 10. But you, where you are, you can even drink more than that per night. So the only problem we have, those who have money, you go and manipulate those who doesn't have money because that is only their source. Maybe you give him 200 shillings, he go and give 50 shillings to our wife to go and buy skuma and ugali. Maybe they never have mafuta, akanunua. So they are seeing as if you've helped them to an extent that they don't, they never, and that is what Ruto has come up with. It's going to this Mama Mboga who is staying in that son and is telling them that I will bring for you money, then this your kibanda will be big. Why is it that me, I want a case whereby, look, just forgive me. I want a case whereby somebody who has stayed in parliament, in government from 2002, who has accumulated money and he knows what people want. He could have started, he go to Kerenyaga, he give one woman, here is your kibanda, the road is good, you can produce your mboga, you take it to Marikiti. The road is good, everything is good, you will go. But how can you tell somebody, I will give you 100,000 shillings? How will you see pass even if there's no road, even if there's no vehicle to pass? Which means this thing will get spoiled before they reach
You need infrastructure.
Yeah.
You know?
Can I respond first? First of all, I want to respond to you. We are aware that Ruto is very rich. Regarding Gachagua, they are billionaires. We are just talking about a way of about addressing the needs of the hustlers. We are not talking about that we are going to create a government of the poor people, but we are creating a government which will serve the interests of the poor people. That's number one. Number two, regarding the case of Rigathi Gachagua, yes, we know. What pains me, I'm unable even to understand whether the allegations are genuine or false, because almost for 50 times, more than 100 times, we hear every day, 200 billion euro bond, 4 billion every day. So just talking about somebody that's storing a given amount does not even give me, I'm not sure whether it's true or false, because have we heard about those figures for so long,
Did you hear
and
the
no
interview?
single case.
You heard
Yes?
the interview. Did you hear the interview on Citizen? He did
Yes.
not deny himself. He was asked
Oh,
about it, and then he
no.
said, "I can provide the documents of how I've been able to do business." Did you not
Yes,
hear
but
that, or you did not
yes,
hear
but
that?
but he talked about 200 million. You see, and the case today is 12 billion. So he said the money in question, which
Oh,
was
you
freezed,
believe him?
is 200 million. So
So
I'm
you
not even
believe him,
sure.
right? You
No, I
believe
don't
him.
believe anybody because
No,
even the
you.
DCI was to come. No, I'm not. I'm not defending
what Luke
Rigathi.
is
What
not
I'm trying to
understanding,
say, is this: we want the DCI to give a comprehensive report and get the
no,
for
Luke,
instance,
what you
let it
never
say
understand,
like this.
what
Yeah.
what Sam is asking you, I think you never listened to the discussion they had in that Citizen. He said he only transferred 200 million. He only transferred
Yeah,
from
that's true.
one bank to another bank. 200 million.
He did
Which
not even
means,
discount 12 billion. He did not
yeah,
discount it at all.
that one is not there. He only transferred only 200 million. And you, where you sit, I've given you a typical example of me. I want to build a house. I said only 300,000. The process by which it went, it was too difficult. How can you go to a bank in Kenya, in Africa, you remove 200 million, which means even this bank should be questioned. How can somebody remove 200 million? 200 million. Mugambi, talk of Kabura, took
But
28
you can
million.
transfer your money to another bank. Removing
No,
it in cash is an
but
issue.
they will
My
For
ask
friend,
example, if you
let
don't
me
want to
tell
work
you,
with a bank.
that is
Yeah?
not the bank. They normally ask. Even me, have done so many transactions with the banks, right?
Let me ask you a question.
Even if before, look, even if before I did a very massive transaction, they normally
asking,
still
for
ask the question: how did you get this money? You need to provide evidence how you have all this money before we can do
Yes.
any transfer. That's what they normally say.
Yes,
You
I'm
see
talking
what I'm saying?
for instance, I don't want to work with cooperative bank. I said I'm not trusting this bank. I want my money to be transferred to another bank.
And then
you can transfer that. But
no, but the
it's
question
about
is, how did
withdrawing
the money come to the bank account? Let's start over there. How did
That
it
is
enter?
the issue. That's the issue. But transferring money from one bank to another is no issue. What I'm trying to say, the
No,
DCI
it
should
is
come
still
and give
an
evidence.
issue because the other bank, they will ask you, how did you get this? By the way, there's a time I did, okay, it was a lot of money. I was doing a transaction from one of my bank to another bank. But when it got to that other bank, which was still under my name, they wanted to know exactly how the hell I got that money. Do you know, like I was trying to explain how I was able to get that money, but they still transfer that money back to my other bank account. They say until you clearly tell us how you got that money. You understand what I mean?
Forget
And
about
I'm not even talking of it was just okay. I'm not even talking of $1 million, okay? But they actually transferred it back because they say you need to provide documentation of exactly how you made this money. And I'm actually talking about, even I was doing a transaction to a Kenyan bank account from the United States. I was doing that.
Forget about the Sam. Me,
You
myself,
need to stop
the
joking.
money I was building and the money that I was having my national Kenyan National Bank was more than even what I transferred from here. Then I wanted, because I have the bank that my mother can remove money because she have pain. I was transferring it from national to cooperative. I asked them, I'm sending this money, but I want you people to transfer this money to cooperative. When my mother went, they said, no, we cannot go to national. I had to call. They asked me, I asked them, me, myself, I asked them, If the money I've sent is the problem, what about, okay, return that money where I'm here, return it the way I sent it. If that money that is there, because it's more than what I've sent, they were defeated on how to answer, because the manager explained to me that it's a protocol of the bank.
You're so right, man. I can't
Yes,
believe
yeah,
it is
no, I'm not
saying.
disagreeing with you, but here is the
That's
question.
true.
For instance, he was having money in a bank. This bank has a bank statement. There is a way money has been coming in. You see, when you have a money in your bank, what they ask you, when you withdraw more than 1 million, I've done that transaction, you have to write that there's a provision which passed by the Central Bank of Kenya. If you withdraw more than 1 million, you have to give a provision of what you are going to do with that money. Also, if you deposit more than 1 million in a bank, you have to give the sources of that money. That's the provision of the central bank to all financial institutions.
You're
The issue
saying it's
is
there now. You're
the
saying
issue.
Sam, let
No,
me
the
just
issue
correct
is
him.
the issue is
Let me
we
correct
don't
Duke.
know. Let me
Duke.
finish first. Let me finish just a moment. The issue is we don't have information. For instance, when he transferred that money from one bank to another, did he provide the evidence? Why did the bank allow him? That bank should actually, the certificate of that bank should be revoked even. So that's the question. We don't know. Maybe he provided the evidence. This is money I got from APCD, and this money was released to another bank. We don't know. That's what I'm trying to say. We want a DCI which gives credible information. It says that is the proceeds of corruption from maybe Nyeri County. He was given a contract of 2 billion in a fraudulent way.
Look,
So
you
the
will
issue is we
confuse
don't have any
you will
information. You see,
you will
people are
confuse me when
mentioned
you
and
enter with
we don't have
Gachagua.
accuracy. So we are confused.
No,
We are
when
confused.
when
We
you
don't know who is
when you
right.
reach
Is
for
it Gachagua who is
Gachagua,
corrupt? Is it the DCI which is not right? Because we have heard several cases, 200 billion,
let
100
me just
every
correct
day,
you
and
1
there is
minute.
no effective
Just
conviction.
1 second, Duke.
So
Just
why?
1
What can
second.
make me say that's not a rhetoric accusation? Because
It's
previously
a
there is
rhetoric
several cases of that.
accusation. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm trying to say I'm not
can I
sure
correct
in both
can I
cases.
correct you just 1 second? You know, Duke, let me tell you, I'm a businessman. I've done business for my first time to be employed is when I came to this country where I am. I've been doing business. I have plantations of sugarcane. I have 2 banks. I have cooperative. I have national. All the money that always come, the bank that I give them is where they put. But I always I have my bar. I have my welding workshop. I have my saloon that is working. I have my cars that are working on the road. The money that is entering the bank, they've never asked me whether it's how much. They have never questioned. It is more than, sorry to say my private things, but I want just to explain to you. Whatever entered, they only ask the money, because I sent this money from here and I wanted this money to go to cooperative because I have to balance my banks. According to my privacy, there's something I want in my banks. I want this one to have this, I want this one to have this. Because when I'm looking for credit or I'm looking for anything, I want them to be similar. So when I said this money, I was perplexed that even cooperative that I've been having ever since I was in school, the national, when I started my business, they were complaining. But somebody is allowed to transfer 2 million, me only 300,000. There was a time my bank was national. I was having more money. It's not more, but a little money. That is more than that 300. Why did they ask me when I was in Kenya? They know that my money is coming from my cars that are working on the road, and every day the drivers, they put on money there. my my club, they take money there. My welding workshop, my salon, they take money there. They've never asked me, but why? Only this money, this 300 that I sent from here is what they can ask. And before I sent it through bank to bank. Not even me through M-Pesa or through this bank to bank. I transferred it through bank to bank, whereby before I sent it from here, these people have already confirmed that this money can go, and that's why they sent it. And here where I am is where there's a restriction. They will ask you, how much do you and how did you get it? Here is not a play. Where I am is not a play. Ask you.
Yes, it's a fact. The issue is we don't know whether he was asked or he was not asked. What if he was asked and provided all documents before the transfer? We don't know. That's the issue. I'm not trying to say that what you are saying is wrong, but we are talking about the validity of the claim. For instance, it depends on the properties you have. There is some people who can transfer even billions. For instance, if you you have people have there is wealth people. Say for example, somebody like Chris Kruby, you cannot transfer 1 billion. So there are people who are recognized who can transfer that money without question because their net worth is known.
Billionaire, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
So Rigathi is also recognized as a billionaire. He can transfer billions, right? That's what you're saying.
Yes, Rigathi is a billionaire, of course. Yeah, actually, yes, he has an insurance company. Google actually is a billionaire. He has a very big insurance company in Kenya. So what I'm trying to say is this: I'm not trying to defend.
So the revenue is in the billions on the insurance company. Did you see the revenue?
No, I'm saying from if you Google, he's a billionaire. You can Google.
No, but when you have an insurance company, it doesn't mean that you're a billionaire. Insurance company, they like it has a lot of cost. For you to make $1 billion, my friend, you will have to sweat for an insurance company. So that is not enough. By the way, just transferring $1 billion shilling, my friend, even Uhuru himself, he just can't transfer that kind of amount of money. I'm telling you.
How do you know?
Yeah. Look,
the issue is I have no question. What I want, number one, actually, what I'm interested in, let them recover those money and return them back to the government. So first of all, then we proceed. So the issue is they cannot recover those money. They are telling us there is money has been stored. Let them recover. Follow them step by step, recover that amount of money.
Why can't they do that? Why are you really supporting him about the only transfer he did? It was 200 million.
I was saying what he said. I was not supporting him.
Yeah,
saying what he said when he was insisting.
Defended that part a lot.
No, actually,
he only transferred 200.
He said I transferred 200 million. You see, so what I'm trying to say.
So you don't think it was like he did any transaction was 12 billion, right? It was only 200 million.
No, I'm talking about what he said. What the DCI is saying, I'm not sure. It has to provide us detail. For instance, this is the money you transferred from this bank to this bank. You received from this company, all from this county government, which is illegal, which is wrong. So we cannot say somebody has stolen 2 billion.
Google, full stop. There's no insurance company for Rigathi Gachagua. I'm trying to Google here.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, you.
Yeah, I'm googling here. It said
the name is
I'm trying to
called Kenya Orient.
Tell me the name of the
group. Kenya Orient Insurance Company. Kenya Orient Insurance Company.
Tell me the name of the insurance company.
Yes.
What is it called?
Huh?
What is it called?
What?
What is the name of Rigathi Insurance Company? What is it called?
Kenya Orient.
I've never even heard of that. If myself, I've never heard of such a name.
You know, you cannot hear because we have around 200. We have over 100 insurance companies in Kenya. We have over 100 insurances in Kenya.
Now you see right there, if we have more than 100 insurance company, Then for an insurance company to make $1 billion, it's not easy. You get it? And let me tell you, Kenyans, they don't like taking insurance. Maybe car insurance, that's the one they can get. But you go and tell a Kenyan, oh, you need medical insurance, they'll be like, my friend, chakula. You see what I'm saying? You're competing with NHI, with even NHIF, the one they can afford easily, right? So why do you think the private insurance they'll be able to make billions of shilling? My friend, it's impossible.
It's from car market. You can make from car market.
You can't. Maybe you talk about 100 million shilling, but not in the billions. It's impossible for Rigathi if it doesn't have customer base in the millions of people. My friend, making and then you say that he can freely transfer 1 billion shilling. That is impossible. He can't.
Sam, that Orient Insurance is being owned with Titus K. Muya, Director T.K. Muya, and they are the founders. David Murithi, Director David Murithi was appointed as board. Lazarus Director, Mark Kiriri. There's no Gachagua.
Oh, Gachagua. So it's even owned by different people, even if Rigathi is part of it.
You know, there's a difference between directors and owners.
He doesn't have 100% of the company.
I put owners. You know, when you Google, you have to put owners.
Oh, the owners. So how did Duke know that Rigathi is even if we discuss if Rigathi was the owner, it's an issue. You cannot just have billions in your account because you have an insurance company, man. Like,
no, we are not even talking about billions. What I'm trying to say, we don't know. Are you very sure he has billions in his bank account?
My friend, I go with how I had him not complaining that he does not have that money. He did not refute the claim. He said the only thing that I did is to transfer 200 million. Did you see that, Kizito? When Waiga Maura was asking him, he said the only transfer that I did within the account was 200 million. So can you explain to me then what is all this other allegation of 12 billion? Do you understand?
Yeah.
Because why did he not refuse the 12 billion? He just said that he did a transaction of 200 million from his account. So why did he not refuse the other claim that is being said? It's because
he defended it. He said he can account every coin. That's his response.
Oh, he can account
that one every politician can
I'm
talk
saying
like
what
that.
he said.
Every politician can
He
talk
said
like
that one. I'm saying what he said. I'm not the one saying.
Yeah, what he said. But for me, I'm using my common sense to talk. By the way, Kizito, for you to make 12 billion, like it means you had a tender of how much? You talk about it.
10 to 11. Let's give it a minimal. Let's give it a minimal. Because every tender you cannot get 2 million each.
No, yeah, but let me ask, right? Like for you to make 12 billion, then so it means that maybe you made 10% of the revenue of that company. So it means he received tender worth 120 billion. Do you understand? Which is impossible. How does one person get tender of 120 billion? Do you know how many Thika roads those are? Like the Thika road, it was built only for 30 billion shilling, right? You need 4 Thika roads, my friend.
And you cannot say that only your companies are the one winning all the tenders. How smart can you be that all your company win all the tenders?
Yeah, now that's another question.
You know what's funny?
Win all the tenders? How did he win? How did he make 49 companies and won all the tenders in each company? How is that possible? You explain.
That's impossible. It cannot happen. But the issue is we are told that 49 companies. We don't know the names of those companies. We don't know the transactions which they are engaged to.
You've been told 49. So why should you even know?
Because every day or every month there is just there is a scandal. And we are told those amounts, and there is no recovery of that money. I want that money to be recovered fast. Why are they not recovering that money? Because I
My
don't want to
brother,
hear the rhetoric. I'm tired of hearing.
How can you recover the money when he's capable of transferring 200 million?
200 million, just like
You
that.
Do you
know,
think it's
he-
stupid? He
yes,
went and
no.
keep that money in his house. Where will you get it when you go and dig a hole and cemented that place? Even if you are a DCIO, will you go
No,
and
we want to. No, we follow the transaction. For instance, there is an amount he was paid to a bank. If he was not storing the money in the bank, that value will never be known. So the fact that they are talking about 12 billion, it means there is records. There are records.
But
maybe those records are from transactions, bank transactions. So I want them to trace the money. They say you received here 12 million in a misappropriation. We want them to recover, or they freeze the property. What I'm against this this issue of talking about the value, too much money, and there is no.
Duke is a clever man. Duke is a clever man, but he don't want to speak facts. I started
No,
here by
facts.
telling people.
What I'm against corruption, and I want the money to be recovered.
No, wait.
Why are they not recovering the money?
Just one
Do you-
second. Just 1 second. I told you people here that when we are talking, let us not just fight for what we don't know. Let us not emphasize on what we don't understand.
And then say facts.
Yeah, we talk facts. For example, Duke is saying that we want this money to be recovered. Where? Okay, when you want that money to be recovered, on Monday, can you please call the judges of Kenya and those lawyers of him who was talking that he get a bail of 6 billion. 6 billion. Yeah. Because he's 100% sure that it's going to pay 100 million, let's say, for example, which doesn't even affect.
You know what is you know what is surprising me? What is surprising me mostly? Just a moment. Can you just Google the net worth of Rigathi shower? I'm seeing it's 200 million. You know that. So what's going on?
How do you believe anything in Google, my friend?
I'm saying I'm confused with a lot of information because if this is the net worth of a person,
Maybe that is my website. I wrote Rigathi Gachagua's net worth is 200 million out of thin air, right? But let me tell you something. Even the 200 million that we are talking about, for you to make 200 million for a tender, let's say that 200 million, it was 10% of the revenue, right? It means you had a tender of 2 billion shilling. It is as simple as that. So you had a tender of 2 billion shilling, and then Kizito, do like this, go to our website of Ministry of Agriculture, right? You go to Ministry of Agriculture, and then you go to the side where they've got the tenders. You see the kind of tenders they offer. You see one tender is for 100,000 shilling, another one for 6 million shilling, right? So how the hell do you
get 2
do you
billion?
get so many tenders until you make 12 billion? How is that possible? Duke,
that's why I'm saying that things look so ambiguous. So if that's true, then there is a lot of evidence that money can easily be recovered because that's impossible for you. Actually, you can actually make a maximum of 5% from a tender, not
It
even
cannot
10.
be recovered when it's laundry.
So what I'm
When
trying
it's
to say, if
laundry,
that's
when it was
if what you
when
are
he was
saying is
wasting
saying
the
something,
money, you cannot recover it. When he was doing was, you cannot recover it because this money, we have this was people. When they was, they come and make money for themselves. You cannot recover that money.
So are you
Because
trying to say that
there's
let's say
nowhere it
a person
appears.
steals money and then nothing happens? So
By
it's
the way,
naming
that's
enough.
what Kenya
It's
is.
naming enough.
That's what Kenya is. It's going to corrupt the judges, and that's it. And let me guarantee you one thing: that money is not in Kenya right now as we speak. It's not.
It's not in Kenya. Do you think they're stupid to keep it in Kenya?
And somebody in CBK one day has to be exposed for allowing transactions to leave the country. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Like even in the CBK, we have corrupted people that they can allow money to just leave the country like that. So regarding he's not the only person in this thing. There's a string of people who are attached to it, right? There's somebody who is attached to the bank where 200 million was withdrawn to an overseas account. I guarantee you that money is in the overseas. And then for it to go to overseas, somebody in the CBK had to approve that money to leave the country. You understand?
Wait, Sam. You know where
Yeah,
I stay
we
for you
need
to
to,
wash money.
I need to see more.
This thing that Nigeria do to wash money, you must get somebody inside where they make money to give you original money. Is when you can wash it and it become money.
Yeah.
Here where I stay, for you, where they make money, I'm telling you 100% is underwater. For you to go there, you have to pass so many gates and it's underwater.
We have to pass so many gates.
Imagine you are passing gates and you are underwater, not even where you can even tell them open.
Yeah.
So, for you to make was worse for this money, what they always do, they dupe people. Yeah. They was worse, but they dupe people. They give you
Can you
fake.
tell me one example of the wash, for example?
Was there are these people who tell you that bring this chemical, I do this, and if you put 100,
No, that is false. That one they want to con you like 50,000. There is
yeah.
nothing like
But
that.
in Kenya, is possible. You go to
No.
CBK where they make money, they give you original. That is not already. You only put color.
Do you know the wash I was expecting you to talk about?
Yeah.
I was expecting you because there's a day I was contacted by some people in Kenya, right?
Yeah.
They told me that they want to make a transaction from a bank here in the United States. You
Yeah.
see? And they told me that their bank has got $12 million and they want me to transact for them using things like Sendwave apps, right? And they've got so many people, right? They do those transactions in very different applications. And
My,
so that
my
it can
brother, you are very right. The same people, even me, they have contacted me from Tanzania. So I asked them, you know what I asked them? I asked them that you people, how can you believe somebody to make for you 1 million and send to you? Is he stupid to send to you? He don't know you, and he just sent to you because you organize somebody to connect you from Sendwave. That one is impossible. Impossible. I told them that.
Even you bad people saying that you transact for them on Sendwave.
No. Actually, there is
No,
fraud of that
it's
kind which
my
occurs.
friend is having
Yes.
is having a traveling company. We went to the same school. We have a company, and we started business together. With him, he went to Tanzania, so he was telling me that he got somebody, but they want to put money in my account. Then I sent that money with Sendwave to there. I asked them, why don't you people allow me to send it through my bank? Because my bank can send it. No, it must be sent with Sendwave or what? I told the person that, you know what? This person, why is it that you don't want transaction to be cleared? Because when I send it through my bank, the bank will be responsible for what has happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they want you to send it through Sendwave because Sendwave, and remember, these people, they come from Denmark or this other country. How do we call this other country? They don't pass through Germany. In Germany, they don't do any transaction like that because they know, and even Sendwave. If you look, Sendwave will never work in Germany because they know they do things illegal.
Using Sendwave.
Yeah, Sendwave is not allowed.
Actually, I'm a victim of that. Actually, what happens, there is a real fraud which occurs. What happens is that and the ring readers are the Nigerians. What happens is this.
Yeah.
there is people who hack card information from the US. Usually the US is the largest victim. So they get your card number, and maybe there is a serial number, 3-digit serial number from behind. So when they want that,
The CCV, the security code, right?
Yes, the security code. So what they do, they want somebody in the US who can transfer that money. Actually, you have to be in the US for you to transfer that amount into Kenya. So
Exactly.
that
Only US, but
so there
it
is
will never
actual
reach.
fraud which occurs where people, there is even people who sells you a card number and a security code. Maybe you can buy it at it sells, maybe says it can sell you at 50,000, but that card has a given amount of money inside. For instance, it has like 2 million. So you can steal some money until until the bank suspects,
So
and then they block it.
are you saying the card is like the card of another person, right?
Yes, they are actually trying to hack information.
They are
And those people who do that.
monitoring this card. Anything you do, they calculate like this. Let me give you example. They calculate when you withdraw 50 euro, 50 shillings for let me use shillings. When you withdraw 50 shillings, they know that you have to pay that 50 shillings. They will let you to pay that 50 shillings. Then you say, this card is good. You pay 100. Then due to curiosity, you will say, this my card can help me buy even a car. You go and buy a car for 5,000, for example. When you go to check your card, that car, you bought it 5,000, but it's 100,000. That is what they do. I'm telling you, my brothers, I know Nigeria. I have them here. I've been a witness with them. I am driving my car, my personal car. I asked even my friend, I asked him, why you want me to take you where you are going, but you have your car? He said, this car, you are going to work every day. I want to use it because I'm going to do a major deal and you have a good car. Man, we went. I stayed in that place until I sleep. The man asked me, are you seeing the red car behind? When I wake up, I look at the red car. The man came out within 30 minutes. He came down. The deal was okay. For him, not for me. Then when we went, he told me to drive to my house. We passed his house. If the person is following us, I stayed for 4 hours, 4 good hours. I
in his house?
No, next to my house. We don't go to my house. We don't come out of the car. We buy beer. We drink in the car.
Oh, okay. Okay.
When I went, because he's married to a Kenyan woman, so I went to ask this Kenyan woman. I told her, did you fight with your man? Because I never understand what was happening. Did you fight with your man? Why is it? Because when they always fight, they always call me to make them come together. What's happening? We stayed in the car 4 hours until he was satisfied that there's nobody following him. He went. That man is having a very big club here in Germany just because of what he did. He never even paid for me fuel. He never even paid anything. Because he was married to a Kenyan woman that I know, I just helped.
Is he a German?
He's a Nigerian man.
Oh, Nigerian. Okay.
So I say this was what things they work, even every country. That's the same thing Gachagua, when he met somebody who is like that. In Kenya, I know one person. I lost my car. Me personally, I lost my car because I paid somebody who was doing worse. I gave him money because I wanted the car. He told me this car is one M, but you pay me only 500. Yeah, I paid 500. Did I get? You know what I got? A
What?
double registered car.
A what?
Double registered car because
What?
and after
That's
we fought,
Mm.
until I took him to my lawyer,
Mm.
we were almost going to court is when he gave me. But when he gave me the car, he gave me a double registered
Mm-hmm.
because he wanted this 500.
No,
He went.
he stole the car, or who was it registered to?
He sold for me the car, but
Uh-huh.
this car was having a number plate that
Uh-huh.
was even from another person in Mombasa. And
So,
me, I'm
so
in
he
Nyang.
stole the car. He stole the car. That's what you're saying.
He gave me the car.
That has been stolen because
Yeah,
for it to be double
because
registered.
the 500,000 I gave him,
Yeah.
he wanted to go and wash it so that he get more money. But the
Oh.
people duped him.
Mm-hmm.
So he never gets. So me, I'm pressurizing. I want my car. I want my car.
Mm.
He had to sell for me his car.
Mm-hmm.
That he has never registered it, but because those people knew that he have money, he can buy a car. Now they wanted money from him. Then he had to sell the car. I say, okay, if you are selling your car, give it to me. I will buy it. How much do you want? 500. Okay, here. We went to lawyer. We write ourselves everything. So we were fighting over the number plate because he gave me the car without number plate. I want number plate. I want everything.
That
Only
was
because I was pressurizing him, he went with their cheeky things. He got another number plate.
Mm.
The number plate he brought was for another car in Mombasa.
Mm.
One day I'm driving my car, went and parked. Can you
Mm.
believe this car I parked?
Mm.
That other car, because the investigation people were when they look in the system, they were seeing the two cars registered.
Mm.
They come and park the car next to my car.
Mm.
There you cannot even say anything because it's parked there. They're asking you, this is the number plate, and this is the number plate. Who is having the original?
And then Wambush is asking, are you smoking in the studio? Hmm?
Who is asking?
You are smoking while you are in the studio.
Yeah, because we are only 4 people. When we are too many, I cannot smoke.
Wambu is like on a Friday.
Yeah,
Kizito
it's
is
Friday.
Kizito is club.
Even if Clinton was here, I could have gone out. You know, today is Friday. I'm just sitting here because of you people. Yeah, I could have gone a long time. I called. It's only you who made me to stay. I could have gone out. This Friday is my enjoyment tag. All the time I've been working, I have to go and enjoy.
But the way so you lost the car completely.
Yeah, I lost one of my cars. I lost it.
Oh my god!
And
Yeah.
I lost my 500,000.
Okay, it's funny because I've also been conned a lot, so
Yeah.
I relate what you're saying because it's funny. Although me these days there's no way I can be conned. Like I've been conned so much until I'm a professional of detecting bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So I know what you're saying, and now this is the thing that I'm saying. Like people like Rigathi Gachagua, what they normally do, maybe they use these people who come and tell different people at register, register Sendwave, register Zelle,
Yeah.
even Zelle, right? And then they get these so many guys, and then you have to send them like $3,000 per app per day.
Per day.
But by the time you calculate how much you've given them at the end of the month, and then they say, "Oh, we'll give you 20%." My friend, me like you'd rather stay with that money of yours. Like for me, I don't help people to steal. You know
Right
what I'm
now,
saying?
from the day I was called, I lost my car. I get my money from my businesses. I get my money from work. I don't want anybody to tell me that you can help me to get this money. I don't want. I don't want anybody to tell me that if you do this, you'll get. Even lot I don't play. Bet I don't play because I know there's nobody who can give you money for free.
Yeah, there's no money for free. You have to pay for it. You know.
But in short, what I want to tell you people, we citizens, when we go back to now the topic, we citizens, we are the people encouraging corruption. Why do I say so? Somebody who is corrupt, I don't judge him. Maybe Rigathi Gachagua got his money genuinely. But me, as somebody who was demonstrating there, of which even if the police could have used, he could have confused a rubber bullet and a real bullet. And you die. They will say you are demonstrating. So there's no way you can take him. Then you're going to die. Who will lose? Is you will lose. Even maybe your family will lose. Then you go and demonstrate for somebody who doesn't even know you. Somebody who gave you only 100 shillings to go and buy konyagi. You come and drink. Now you think, I'm good. Look, here where I stay, with us, we always say that alcohol is like water. We something that everybody. I have my bar. I have everything that you drink. You can drink anything you want, but we don't drink it to get drunk. We drink it because it's just a stimulant.
It makes you feel like you want to fly.
So when you take somebody to Kenya, in this Ushago, they always drink to get drunk. They don't drink just to get stimulus. You understand what I mean? Now he's going to drink konyagi, this strong one, then or changa. Then he come out. Gachagi is good. Gachagi is good because of 100 shillings.
Imagine, like these guys were
billion.
These guys were demonstrating today. Do you think they were paid to do those things? Like I saw them burning tires on the road,
my brother,
throwing tantrums and all this kind of stuff.
Just go back to the clip.
Yeah.
Look for the people who are saying Rigathi Gachagua to take his own cross and compare with people who are demonstrating that Gachagua has to come. If you look at them, we don't undermine anybody. Everybody has got his life. But if you look at the picture, you will see those people who want Gachagua, they are drunkards. Even if you look at the way they dress, the way they are just drunk.
By the way, they look wasted.
Yeah.
And then they look like zombies, like they're in some serious influence or something.
So if you look at these people who want Gachagua to be arrested, even they're women, but they are nice, they look decent, you see, which means he went and paid these other people. And these people were decent, they were never paid. So they were against him. So my brother, I'm seeing some people they are in the backstage and they want to enter, but me.
Nani, I saw John say that he's at the backstage.
Jones has contributed here too much. Me, I want to go. I want to go out. My woman is now bothering me because I take. I have so many women, so I only take
really?
one woman. So when I'm here, I have to. Yeah.
So before you go, actually, you have been giving testimonies of how corrupt you are as individuals. So
I don't talk to black things. Put your picture, please do.
Did they say that you are testifying of how corrupt you are? Is it?
So you are trying to give. Actually, you have given testimony that we are all humans. That's what I started by saying. I say that we cannot depend on goodwill of people, all the right-minded people, for corruption to end. That's what I said. We want a system which makes us to fear. For instance, even if I am able to find a loophole, maybe I can take 100 million and nothing can happen to me, I can be tempted to take because I'm human and I want to have a better life without consequences. So it comes back to what can stop corruption is consequences. So we have a strict system and the consequences which makes people fear. So it's not practical that everybody will be educated and then stop being corrupt. Is that we fear. If I'm found doing A, I will be imprisoned maybe, I will be executed, and then you fear. So the only thing which can solve problem is a consequence system.
Look, the solution is this, right? I think the next meeting, Kizito, the one that maybe we are supposed to talk about, we are supposed to talk about which leader mostly talks about dealing with corruption. And then I know Duke will come with a counterattack to say that every politician is equal, but also there's something called corruption index. Okay?
Yeah.
So that means that you need to know who is actually more likely to fight the corruption, because that's the only thing that we need right now in Kenya. We need somebody to fight corruption. I don't even care about the infrastructure or anything else, because corruption is actually the one that is ailing the country. That's why it's making things become very expensive. That's why it's making people not to have jobs. That's why it's having medicine not to be at the hospital, and guys are dying left, right, center. So I think the next meeting we need to really discuss about this index of corruption. So which leader is less corrupt? You actually come with the analysis and you say this is actually the leader who fights for it. And then probably, you never know, like some Kenyans are going to learn out of what you're saying, and maybe like we can, I always see people that are saying it's impossible for us to influence people to vote for the person we think they're less likely. But what about if Kizito called their people like but the Kizito in Kenya, where are you from? In Kenya?
I'm from Nyanza.
From Nyanza, right? Like it can start as a conversation to one person in Nyanza. I know, Duke, you're from Kisii, right? Kisii.
Oh, you are my brother.
Which is Nyanza, right? So like you can start conversation like that, and then okay, maybe it might not make a dent next year, but I was like, Kizito, we can even start a radio station even after the election next year, of just talking about issues, of even doing marketing and bringing so many people to listen to it, and we create a way that we can communicate with people on the ground. They tell us what they want, and we create a very huge following. That is very possible. So even if we don't do anything next year, but we can still create something that can educate people in the future to make certain decisions.
Sam, I always say, I don't always want to brag. Where I'm staying in Germany.
I
have got a record here in Germany. I am the first person in the whole Germany that I organized a demonstration for 1 full week. 1 full week. Me, the way you see me.
Oh, for Kenyans.
Not for
In
Kenyans.
Germany.
The whole Germany.
No.
In the capital city of Germany, Berlin.
Really?
It lasted we went to every embassy from different countries.
Yeah.
We went to every embassy for 1 full week. And even people, I had supporters, I have people who are helping me.
Yeah.
We were giving the people who came from different far places food. We give them from well-wishers. They were helping us. We did it. But for 1 week, until we changed so many things.
I like
for
that.
The people who are in asylum here, who seek asylum here, the people who are against racism, Me, I've sat with Angela Merkel, the chancellor for here.
What?
Face to face like this.
You need to send me the photos.
by that time, I was not even able to speak even this language for them.
Do you speak German?
I speak German right now. I'm in university. I do everything in German.
Because I've been afraid of coming to Germany because of the language.
In Germany, without that language, you cannot do anything.
You can, but do you know this person? The username is called I'm blessed. He or she is saying, I don't know whether it's a he or a she, but they are saying that saying that that it's actually true what you're saying. Maybe it's so exactly what you're trying to explain. Cause in another comment I saw he or she, you know when you've got such username, you don't know if it's a woman or a man. So it was saying that probably your neighbors in Germany or something like that. So maybe now I'm connecting. Oh, it's a she. She's in Germany and she's saying that maybe your neighbors. Or I don't know from where. So yeah. By the way, if you can do those kind of things, right? That means that anything is possible if we come together.
It's what I'm telling you. If we can do it here in Germany, me as a simple person like me, I could manage. Until I was asking Angela Merkel face to face. Before, asylum seekers could not even work. You could not even move from town to town. Me myself, I asked them. I told them that look, how many asylum seekers do you people have? You have over 1,000 in one region. If you leave this 1,000 people to go and work, and per hour they pay only 10 euro, how much do you get per day? Everybody was clapping because when they calculate, it's a lot of money. When you put somebody in the house, you don't give them a house, you put them in a camp. And what of if you leave him to go and stay outside? For first, he will pay the house. He also will pay the house, of which the government will get their tax. He will go and do his or her work. He will get money. The government will gain. That's how we ended up. We change it. I change it from here.
Yeah.
It can also happen in Kenya. The only problem in Kenya, we look that look is not having money. Here, even if you don't have money, by that time I came
mobilize.
I was still working. I never started my university. I was still working because my wife was here. So I never have this chance of going. When I started school, in my school, I always put them like this. Even me, I've got a present for fighting racism. These racist people. I've got so many medals for fighting them. Not fighting them physically, but when you're a racist, I come out and I talk about it and I give it. But in Germany, they recognize you when you are bold.
Yeah.
You can talk it, not that you have money. I have so many medals that I've got, but that medal, only one medal. For you to get that medal from minister president, no minister president of even a region, it's not a small matter.
Man, now if you can do that in Germany, what can you do in Kenya? See damage.
That's why I always say that, the only problem we have in Kenya, when I have money, is when you recognize me. When I don't have money, you will not recognize me.
No, but trust me, I am telling you this. Like what you have, we can combine with my strength. I don't know about Duke, like what he can do, right? And then I can tell you how we are going to get the money, and now we are going to mobilize people, create resources, and bring so many guys together to actually teach them what is the meaning of a government. You see what I'm saying?
In my
Is it
school now,
possible to do that?
in my school, I was telling Duke, in my school now, I'm coming up with a program.
Yeah.
I want to make an IT program whereby when I come to my country, I'm going to sit with the governor.
Yeah.
I was there on in March, but I want to come and I go and sit with the governor. I tell them that, you know what I want to do, we want to make it a test. I want to make for you just a program that whereby everybody in your constituency, they are registered and you will control it from a central region.
I've thought about that thing before, actually.
So everybody in your constituency, you know what he's doing, how
Yeah.
he is, where he come from, where is this, even this ID. You know where I say here, I just go and register that, okay,
Yeah.
I'm here in this place. They know where I came from. They know my project from the beginning. They know. Even if police stop me with my car when I'm driving, I have only my license. I will give them. If I
Yeah.
don't have license, okay, license I will have because you have to have logbook and license in your car every time.
Yeah.
But even if I don't have, I will tell them my name, my year of birth.
And I will get it in the
They
system.
will know my address. They will know where I came from. They know everything.
It's only in Africa that they don't know where you're coming from. The systems are messed up, right? But do you see? You mentioned technology, right?
Yeah.
But you don't even need the governor right now to make the application that you're talking about, because you can make an application and then you create something called social proof. Okay,
Yeah.
so once you create a social proof, I think maybe I can talk to you and tell you exactly how you're going to do that. So
Yeah.
once you create that social proof, will make so many, maybe even in the millions of Kenyans, they're going to register on it. So now once they see exactly like the social proof, like how guys they're signing up, because I've also been thinking of one that can do even transaction of any other sort of a business that people they want to do. I think one day I'm going to share with you the formula of what I'm talking about. So once you do that, like you're creating social proof to the point where the government they cannot survive without it.
Yeah.
You see, they're just going to depend on it. Plus, even the citizens, you know this thing of somebody going to bed and the first thing they wake up, they actually open your application because they cannot even do anything without it. so,
Yeah.
so now
Look,
that's what is required
Sam,
right now.
you know what? In my company where I'm working, in
Yeah,
my company, just this one we are just talking now,
yeah,
normal.
yeah.
My company where I'm working, I sit here.
Uh,
Right now, because of Corona, I sit here.
yeah.
If I want to finish the company, I can finish it with my computer.
Because of the cloud,
I
the
can
cloud computing.
I can stop everything that is working there just with my computer, and
Yeah,
I'm sitting there.
yeah,
So I always tell them that, you know what,
yeah. It's
me,
possible to
what
do.
I want to just to do something in my country,
Yeah,
just once and for all.
yeah,
Mm. Let me call Clinton so that he can close
yeah.
because
It's all right.
it's almost
For
3.
me, but what time is it in Germany now?
Man, it's 3:10, and I have to go to
What?
club.
3?
I
Wait,
have to go to club.
you're going to.
Man, kuja ufunge hii kitu yako.
We can just. You get for me actually, I'm going to have my dinner now.
Dinner?
Yeah, it's actually 8 p.m.
Me, my woman dressed long time until she went to bed.
Oh, no wonder she's mad. She wants to go to the club.
Today I promised her that I'm taking her to club, but in Germany, right now is the time for us Kenyans, not everybody.
Uh-huh.
For us Kenyans, now is the right time. We always go. We go between 3, 4, and 5.
Mm.
Because when we go, we come back at 10 o'clock.
What, in the morning?
10 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, and they were really wanted to come and visit you, but in that case,
No, you when
that'll
you
be
come,
too much.
wait, let me tell you, when you come, you will enjoy, because when you go to Rome, you do what Romans do.
What they do? But
Yeah.
for me to go back home like 10 in the morning, like I have to sleep the whole day the
Look,
following.
you see, my woman is sleeping now. Now, when we finish, when Clinton
Which
goes,
man?
man, the third one.
Oh, I'm
You have
blessed. I'm
women. So
blessed.
which
I'm in
man
the
are
US.
you talking about?
Clinton, what are you saying? Me nilifikiria you get
Clinton,
your sleep. But then Clinton is in Germany as well, right?
yeah, Clinton is my neighbor.
And now is he a Tanga person there? You need to like hold him over the wall or something.
I will send for him. I will send for him these Poland people. Poland people will catch him and they will never be seen.
Clinton.
Kizito, those women you ringa for us.
No, I told Clinton to come and visit me. He has been
Yeah.
delaying every day. I just wanted to give him one woman.
Oh, he doesn't even have one woman.
He has, in Germany, you
Wait,
cannot,
this
Germany, you cannot miss
show
a
will be
woman.
disbanded
Clinton,
and everybody goes home.
Yeah, Clinton, I think there's a single woman in the chat. She's called I'm Blessed. She's in Germany. You guys, you can meet up.
No, in Germany, you cannot miss a woman. In Germany, there are too many.
Kenyan women.
Even,
Allow me to
even
disband
white.
the show.
Huh?
Allow me to disband the show. Sam, how is Pendoslavia where you stole our votes?
Has been what?
How is Pendoslavia?
Oh, where? Oh, you guys, you're a Donald Trump supporter, Kichwa.
You stole our votes, Bana, from Pendoslavia.
Pennsylvania. My friend, they did the recount and there was nothing like that. It wasn't stolen. Although I miss Donald Trump, maybe he should come
And
back.
you see, Collins Onyuka is talking about UDA. Collins, concentrate in your party.
You see, somebody like Sam, they are the people who support Uda in another way.
Oh, me? Are you kidding me?
If you can support Trump,
it can never happen. It can never.
Anyway,
Trump will be president.
Clinton.
Thanks for everybody, man. It was a good time.
Yeah.
It was good. Even people leave us. We were now just discussing our own things.
Our own thing, and
Yeah.
I like Kizito, you're thinking, and probably we should link up, doing some other project privately, because I do like your thinking.
Alafu hii story
I'm a very
tumekuja kwa
open
show,
person. We
Kizito
will
anaitishia
communicate.
na my women.
Ati
Hii
what?
story come.
But because I'm
Kizito
a
kila
man,
siku
I'm a
ananitishia na
Luo man.
women
I have
wake.
to have so many women. I cannot have only one woman.
My friend, you need to get serious with life.
No, I'm serious. Having one woman is a taboo in my culture.
It's a
Kizito,
Yeah.
Collins amesema inaitwa Pennsylvania, si Pendoslavia venye
No,
unasema
it's
Kizito.
Pennsylvania. It's pronounced as Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania.
Yeah, ndio nilikuwa nawaambia hapa, nyinyi mnaita Pendoslavia. Nyinyi
nani anaita
Sam, you'll give me your number.
Yeah, like how can I give
you are in WhatsApp group.
Yeah, I'm not in a, but I normally hear you guys you have WhatsApp group. I don't even know what is that one. Where is the WhatsApp?
WhatsApp group, Jacoredo is in WhatsApp group. Me, I'm not there because if you be in that WhatsApp group, man, they send messages even if you're sleeping. Every time the phone, even if you switch off the phone, it will make
No,
you
see, you put it on a mute.
on mute, but me, I have so many wives.
Yeah.
When I put on mute, now they will ask me why I call you, you never pick. So I have to put my phone on every day.
So women removed you from our group. You are women.
Yeah, because when you are a polygamous man, you have to attend every day. They can even call you in the middle of the night. You need not to be off.
Hey,
You,
Kizito, si wewe
but
ni
you
Mjerumani,
can
you
use your
Jaluo.
number. But you know Mtembe's number.
I don't know, but I put my number on the private chat. Can you see?
Wait, I take it. Clinton, wait, I take this number.
Yeah, we know Clinton communicates with Mtembe.
Pay me for waiting. Pay me for waiting.
Yeah, no problem. Money is not a problem. How to use it is the problem.
How to use it? Yeah. So okay,
I
Clinton.
read some.
I think we'll talk
I have
tomorrow.
another some. I read some from Pennsylvania.
Just write some US.
Yeah, some US again now.
Yeah, some US.
Or you can write some against RUTO.
This number has WhatsApp.
It's oh my God.
This number has WhatsApp.
Yeah, it has a WhatsApp. I mean, WhatsApp.
Okay. Then
Okay, guys.
I will send you my number through WhatsApp.
All right, no worries. Okay, Clinton. I'll see you tomorrow then.
Mi
Okay.
naanza kazi poa
I
bana.
know you will not see him because today. You will not see him because today,
he's working.
People was having wako na matanga, so they don't want to talk.
Okay.
Okay, I write you here. I'm Kizito.
Yeah. Okay, Clinton.
Tukianza kuongea eti my women walinikataza kuongea na nyinyi.
No,
Kitu kidogo hivi my women.
Everything has got its time. My time for women, this my women. I have them so many, so I have to take care of. When one comes, I have to give her all our time. Like today, I've messed up because it's only that I have to take her to club, then I make her to enjoy. Today, I'm going to treat her. That one she will enjoy, but she has slept.
Kizito,
She has slept a little bit.
Kizito, good night.
Good night.
All right, good night.
I have 40 minutes. I have 40 minutes to sleep alafu niende kazi.
All right then. Okay, see you. Bye.
So bye bye guys. Lakini Collins, thank you for explaining to them. Inaitwa Pennsylvania. Wananiambia hapa eti Pennsylvania ba. Huyu jamaa anajiita Suffer Peacefully. Wewe ndio ulikuwa wa kwanza kwa hii show na umekuwa wa mwisho kutoka. Anyway, congratulations. Sasa itabidi niwashe laptop juu kuiend kwa simu imekuwa shida. Ama nijaribu hapa.